the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John,
Tough.
Josh,
Rip.
and Nick. Except
John.
for John, I meant Austin.
He's gone. He's
Rip.
never coming back.
I miss
Rip.
him. I'll see
He's
him
no
in 2
longer with
days.
us.
Wow,
John,
you-
I know you're listening. I'll see you soon.
You miss him because you don't like Austin and Schaefer and tomorrow Michael Severe?
It's
Whoa.
not an
'Cause he's
either-or
black?
situation. It's not an either-or situation. I just,
okay.
I would like it if everyone was here at the
That does
same
add up.
time.
1620, the dad.
Has anybody ever tried to have a 6-man radio show?
Whoa.
It's called Big Red Overreaction after the Cincinnati game.
Oh, that. How are we
Will
going to
that
have
be-
any
will
takes?
that be live from Cincinnati?
Thank God for the callers. Yes, it will be.
Whoa.
Yeah, thank God for the callers.
There will be no takes.
What is...
Should be all takes. Oops, all
Or
takes.
is it going to be opinions?
Josh is going to do this thing now about how he doesn't want the callers to call in because there won't be enough time for his takes.
No, my thing was just going to be, what are we going to do? Like, what's the purpose of 5 of us? That's a lot of time. It's a lot of just sitting and saying, good take, Austin.
Just do
Even
keep
though Austin
talking.
won't be there.
Well,
Maybe you'll call in.
no, I'll stop by. I'll figure out where you guys are.
Okay.
I'll go,
At
hello,
the
everyone.
Airbnb?
Hey, by the way,
Oh,
is
1620, the Airbnb?
is the plan to drive back after Big Red Overreaction or in the morning?
So the plan for us
Morning,
is the morning, but the
Not very much time for me.
the morning
Josh.
the morning show will be doing their show from KC.
From 1620 the house.
Yes, and then that's awesome. And then
1620, the streamer house.
I, and Old Man Bishop, unless I'm flying to some far off locale,
Oh, God.
which I might be.
You are.
Where are you going?
I don't know. I can't wait to find out my
He's
schedule.
going to do games for somebody.
Oh, I
but
thought
he's
by
gonna-
doing games, I mean pointing at words.
He's going to be looking at college days boys through binoculars.
What?
Being
Okay,
happy about it.
men,
I thought you meant-
Nick.
Not boys. We did that yesterday.
Yes,
This is men.
What, are you saying that a job doesn't matter unless you
No,
talk, Happer?
that's what the job
Wow.
is, right? It's pointing.
And staring
Pointing.
through binoculars.
You ever seen those dogs who
Unreal.
they're hunting dogs and they kind of just point?
Yeah,
That's-
that's me.
Well, those
That's-
are good dogs, though.
Those are good dogs. Josh is a good boy.
Happer, those dogs
Thank
are
you.
known as pointers, in case you're curious.
So where do we think?
Hunting dogs, right?
No, they are legit. Their breed is known as a pointer.
Happer, I
Really?
legitimately think
There's
you
other
should-
kinds of
There are other dogs who
Dogs
point.
that do that,
Yes,
right? Okay.
Yes.
I think you should do your show from the car, like while you're driving back,
Nice.
Ryan McGee
Like
style.
what?
while
Kirk-
I'm driving.
like Kirk Herbstreit when he was at College Game Day. Do you remember that?
Yeah, he'd do it from the PJ.
Oh yeah,
It was horrible.
They did. That was
It was
awful.
awful. Yeah, because
It was
it just
awful.
kept. So here's where I think I'll be going that day.
Mm.
I think I'll be going to Indianapolis so I can then drive to West Lafayette for Ball State at Purdue.
Ooh.
Let's go.
Rip.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's going to be great. I can't
And then
wait.
so you
Hopefully.
can't. So
Hopefully.
then we would all go down in a car. So you'd leave your car here,
Yes,
and then
And
you
I
would
would-
just fly back to Omaha.
correct.
Wow.
Yep.
Look at
And then
you.
I'd say, Happer, come pick me up, please.
Traveling, Josh.
Mm-hmm.
Traveling. You know I'd do that for you. I
You would. I won't
would.
ask you. Don't worry. I'll ask my wife. But
Yeah.
you would do that because you're a nice person.
I would.
That's awesome.
I'd love picking my friends up at the airport because that
Oh.
means I get to see the airport.
No, I never
I
enjoy
do
going
love
to
the
the
airport. Even the Omaha airport right now, though, it's kind of a pain in the
Yeah,
ass.
I'd like to see pardon our dust. I'd like to see the progress.
Yeah.
Pardon our progress.
Odson says Connor had some dog takes on the show today. Yeah, I heard this.
Whoa,
did you talk about
dog.
the
Now, am I
Nationals?
one of these people that you guys were describing?
No.
I don't think so.
Does your dog lick your face?
Thanks isn't a liquor.
Well, what is the dog tag?
Well, I don't know what Josh is referring
Remember,
to.
it was I have an opinion. It was Pedro. He said something about
That was Pedro's.
He said,
opinion.
"Hey guys,"
But then, yes, he did, and then Happer agreed with him. Though, let's see.
Whoa.
Pedro says,
I don't want to see dogs licking your face.
"Hi guys, I have an opinion. Dog people are just weird. I don't want to see your dog French kissing you, licking your face, and dry humping your leg. That's just weird.
Who's
Banks does
French
not lick my
kissing their
face.
Dog?
Some people do.
Well, dogs French kiss their owners. more
yeah,
or
but some
less.
people.
The weirdos do French kiss their dog.
I
back.
don't. For the
That's
record,
the
I
issue.
don't. And
Also,
Banks doesn't hump my leg. He humps his bed.
Who lets their dog hump their leg?
Dog people apparently.
Don't let it happen.
Oh, come on, Nick. Be an adult like you've never humped a leg before.
Yeah, Nick. Come on, you were 13 once. Is it okay to post pictures of my dog on Instagram, though?
That's fine.
That's
you
all
don't have
that
a
I
whole
do.
separate
Yes.
Instagram
Yeah,
for your dog.
Creating
That's
a
true.
different account, acting as if that dog is running the account, and purposely misspelling words as if your dog can like understand them. That's also incorrect.
Yeah, because they
Don't
try
do
to make
that.
it so like the dog is typing it.
Yeah.
hilarious. It's like John with his one hand. But what about the people who make the Instagram accounts and then just make lots of money because their dog
Well,
is so cute?
listen,
I follow a
It's a
couple of
business
those
venture.
dogs.
Yeah.
You follow some
then that's
Instagram
fine.
dogs?
I follow like two. Ollie, good boy Ollie.
The
I follow
dogs of
him.
Instagram.
No, it's just good boy Ollie.
Yeah, I do follow. I also follow golden retriever accounts because I have a golden retriever.
Nice.
So, yeah.
Usually the dog content that I get is just because my phone is listening to me.
I
talk.
can
Do you ever
comfortably
call it
say
dog
that I
tent?
follow no dog accounts.
Really?
Zero dog.
I think it's just
you don't
Ollie
have any
for me.
dogs in you.
Well, Mike Schaefer used to be a dog account, then his dog died.
Wow, way to bring
Jeez.
that up on the day that he's on the show.
That's what it was.
That's
It
crazy.
was, and now it is.
I
a
loved that dog.
Now it's a Hudson account.
That's right.
Yeah.
Which is, it's good. It's good. It's
Yeah,
better.
leave it
Wow.
at that.
Yeah.
Leave it at that. Yeah.
Wow. I miss Slider.
I do too. It was a good.
Slider
dog.
was a great
I
dog.
like Slider.
Good dog.
I think the only dog account I follow is on Twitter, and it's We Rate Dogs.
We rate dogs.
No,
is a
Well, I
good
think I
account.
follow that one.
There's two. I follow We Rate Dogs and Can You Pet This Dog?
Because a lot of the times the We Rate Dogs account says that takes pictures of other things that aren't dogs or like dogs
like a turtle,
that are
and then
like,
they're like, "Okay,
this
dog."
isn't a dog. Yeah.
I don't follow either of those accounts.
I like Can You Pet This Dog because it's a guy who goes in video games and he just sees if you can pet a dog in various video games.
Interesting.
More than you think.
Interesting.
Big dog is one of my favorite greetings. I do like big dog.
Big dog.
Big
Tiger,
dog?
you're talking about
No,
Tiger
I don't,
Woods?
I don't
Tiger
even.
Woods.
Yeah, I don't even do this. I just follow the meme. I just go big dog.
Big dog.
Yep, that's it.
Big dog.
Do you know about the big dog meme?
Oh, I know
Mix?
Big Dog.
Wow, do you really?
Yes.
One with the
Surprises
meme.
me.
Yes.
Nice.
Jack Nicklaus never did a big dog. Tiger's better.
No.
Ooh.
Exactly.
Suck on that.
That's
Anybody
what I always
else?
say.
Sorry,
So some
Jack.
people say that old people are always better.
Yeah, those people
That's
are
not true.
wrong.
Those people are wrong.
I think
Yeah.
they have recency bias.
Mhm,
Yeah,
Yep.
reverse
indeed.
recency bias, I think.
Mhm.
Yep.
What would be what's the opposite of
Of-
recency bias? Like, what's that phrase? Old takes? I don't know.
What is the opposite of
What is the
recency?
antonym?
Old unbiased.
What is
Mm.
the opposite?
Well, it's a bias toward old things.
Yeah.
What is there a word for that?
Elderly bias?
Primacy bias is the
Oh.
opposite of recency bias. Under primacy bias, people tend to recall the first pieces of information they receive rather than the information encountered later.
Mm.
AKA, the player when you were young is better than the players now that you're old.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
that would fit into that category. Primacy bias.
Who's
That's-
going to be that for us?
That's why I believe Marlon Lucky's the greatest Husker running back of all time.
That was your first Husker running back?
That's the first one I can recall.
No,
Yes.
that's so sad.
Do you think
What
this
do you
is
mean? Marlon Lucky was great.
I know, but I got Ramon Green and you got Marlon Lucky.
I do think
yeah,
more.
when you compare generations.
Yeah,
it
I
is-
win.
yeah.
I will say that I do think more highly of like Darren Diedrich because he was like the first guy that I
Yeah, right.
experienced.
And
Yeah.
he's from
Like-
Canada, Nick.
Listen,
Hey.
receiver wise, like I was
Low
having,
purified goat.
I was having an argument with a coworker today. I was just like, listen, Nate Swift is probably the greatest receiver in Husker history.
He actually might be.
He might be. He's
He
up
was
there.
good.
Yeah.
He was good.
I don't know. I
Yeah.
think Larry Fitzgerald is what I think every wide receiver should be.
Well,
Mm,
see, but
that's
Nick,
good.
I mean,
that feels like a good take, though.
you're actually yes, that's a
Yeah,
very.
it's
good
actually not
take.
bad.
He
Yeah,
might be
it's
like
pretty
this. I think he might be the second best receiver ever.
Is this
Whoa.
so?
He might
I
be.
don't know about that.
He
John-
might be.
I don't know about that.
Megatron? Would I throw
Second best? You don't think he's-
Megatron?
Are we talking physical attributes or are we talking
Nick,
actual like
Jerry
receiver
Rice
I
played
want?
in an era of running the ball, and he still has every.
Yeah,
record.
Jerry
Like,
Rice was number one.
He's
That's
the
obvious.
best football
That's
player.
fair.
That's obvious.
Yeah.
But like, what's the competition like for number two?
Randy Moss is in the mix. I would say.
Absolutely.
That's a fair one.
Yeah,
I
Randy
think,
Moss.
I think you could say like you can make an argument for Calvin Johnson. I don't know how far he would go, but like Randy Moss would be up there.
People who grew up in like, who started to watch football in like 2007 were like, dude, Deshaun Jackson. That guy's the best.
Wow.
Yeah, that's
So
mm.
so here's the top 10 receiving yards: Jerry Rice,
Mhm.
He has more than 5,000 more than Larry Fitzgerald.
Tim
And again,
Brown.
played
Tim Brown
in-
would be up there.
Tim Brown is number 7.
Mhm.
Larry Fitzgerald is number 2.
Terrell Owens.
He's number 3, and he couldn't catch.
Wow.
Randy Moss is number 4. Isaac Bruce
There you
is
go.
number
Bruce.
5. Tony Gonzalez, the first tight end, at number 6.
Torrey Holt.
Tim Brown. Torrey Holt is number 17.
Oh wow, he's a little bit down.
Ricky Prohl's got to be on there probably.
Wow. Happer, I think I might have to scroll a little bit to find
Okay.
Ricky Prohl. In terms of current players, because Julio retired, right?
There. Yes.
So DeAndre Hopkins is the highest ranked receiving guy
Oh.
who's still playing, and he is at 21st.
Is he playing this year?
Uh,
Where is
yeah,
he? Where
he
did
is.
he go?
he was with the Chiefs last year.
Yeah. Is he still with L Chiefs?
You know what? This is a fun topic because I don't.
Who he play for?
Mm-hmm.
I always love that about the preseason where I learned.
Oh, Andre Johnson. We said
wow,
Andre
that
Johnson,
guy-
right?
Andre Johnson was awesome.
Mhm.
He's with the Ravens now. I
Oh,
didn't know
good
that.
for him. Good for
Who'd you
him.
say? Andre Johnson. He
Yeah.
is number 11.
Oh,
Okay, there we go.
good
Now we're
one,
getting there.
Austin.
Yep,
2
bang.
Colts are in the top 10. Reggie Wayne at number 10. Marvin Harrison, number 9. And the only player we didn't mention in the top 10,
Steve Smith would be
Bang.
my guess.
My
Yes.
Panthers.
Yes.
No.
Number
Your
8.
guy.
How dare we?
Your guy.
Yeah. I bet, you know what? In 20 years, a lot of the youngs are going to say Tyreek Hill was the GOAT.
Mm.
Because he
Or
was
They
Odell
fast.
Beckham.
are. Oh, yeah. Remember that one Odell catch?
Yeah, whatever happened to Odell? I mean, like he was good for like 2 years, but then
We got hurt. He
was-
tore his ACL, but
oh yeah, that's true. I forgot
he
about that.
wasn't really that good before that either.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, he wasn't like at the peak of his game before
I think he
that.
had like a 1,200 yard receiving year, and everyone was like, "Oh, he's next." And then
Who's
he
now?
tore his ACL, and then he was
Uh,
kind of done after that.
He had 1,367 yards in 2016 for the Giants. That was the year that he went on the boat before the playoff game.
Oh,
and
yeah.
they lost to the Packers.
And they've never won a game since.
Oh, thank God. Let's see. Yeah, wow. He only has 2 other 1,000-yard seasons. Not great, but he won a Super Bowl. with
kind
the
of
Rams.
overrated.
trying to think
But
like
that
who,
catch was tight.
like
That catch
who-
was awesome.
Who else in like 20 years or like maybe not, maybe that's too long. Like a decade from now will, because like if you ask people today, they're like, "Oh, who's your favorite tight end?" Like people would say Kelsey, Gronk,
Travis
like
Kelce.
those guys.
Yeah.
But in 10 years, are they just going to be like, "Oh, well, you've never heard," or like you don't think it's like X, Y, or Z?
Gronk is. I feel like Gronk's going to have a lot of staying power.
The
For
kids will
for the
say
GOAT.
Josh Allen is my
Well,
goat.
That's fair.
Josh Allen, my
Well, and
goat.
as long as Gronk just keeps making like 69 jokes and stuff, he'll always be relevant.
Love
So there's
69
that too.
jokes. Yeah,
So
that's
I'm
true.
curious about the basketball one because we would all say LeBron or Michael Jordan.
I would still say MJ.
yeah, right. Like, but now there's going to be kids growing up who would not be exposed to either of those people.
So they're going to say SGA is the GOAT?
I don't
Oh, that's
think you
crazy.
can do
No, they'll go
that.
Jokic first, right?
I don't think
I don't know if you could you
people
do that?
disrespect Jokic, it seems like, for how good
And he's
he
a
is.
little older too. Like he maybe like in a decade's time, he's not going to be like hanging out. He'll be with his horses by then. He'll be hanging out.
Yeah, so like I mean, is there
Luka?
going to be is there going to be a next LeBron?
Maybe
Probably
it's my
Luka?
name is Luca. Yeah. Or what's his name from Duke who's about to go to the Mavericks?
Cooper
Yeah,
Flag.
Maybe it's Cooper Flag. I don't know. I mean, does Steph still have a stranglehold on the kids?
No, I don't
he's
think
like
so.
the
No.
same.
Remember when he
era
shot
as
all those
LeBron.
3-pointers?
He did. He shot a lot of them.
Yeah, if you had to like power rank, like you were, if you just like told like a 12-year-old kid that was shooting hoops outside, you're like, "Hey, name me 5 NBA players." I don't know if Steph comes up.
Oh, no
Whoa,
way.
I don't
Interesting.
know if they would. I think that
Should
they
ask
would
my
go.
nephew next time I see him. I'm just
Yeah.
going to say name 5. He loves
You know what?
basketball.
Yeah, I think that they would go LeBron. I think they would say LeBron. I think they would say Luca. I think they'd say SGA, and then from there, maybe
Ant-Man.
maybe Jokic.
Now, what about
They
we
like
haven't-
Ant-Man.
What
The
about
kids love
Big
him.
Vic?
They do love Anthony Edwards.
Yeah.
They
What
do.
about Victor Wembanyama? That guy's going to be good.
I don't
and he's
know.
so tall.
I never think of Victor
Big ass
Wembanyama.
hands.
He looks like an alien. He's
He's
incredible.
got
Chapper, after we're off of the crossover, go find some kids playing basketball and ask them, name 5 NBA players.
The kids will not be outside, Nick. I don't have access to them.
They don't go
They'll-
outside
they'll
until
be playing
the
their
College
video
World Series.
games. Yeah, yes.
Mhm.
Then they go outside.
I
And then they go
saw
outside.
I saw either a girl or a woman today. I don't know how old. I didn't ask her when I was on my
Way to
run.
specify.
Good
But
job.
she was walking and she had headphones on like this. She had canned headphones and
Mhm.
she was obviously watching something because her phone was turned horizontally.
Maybe she was doing a
watching a
podcast.
TV
She was
show?
landscaping
Yeah.
her phone, and I'm like, "You are walking, and you still have to watch a show. You can't."
No,
just
she was doing a
walk?"
Get Ready With Me. Are you not familiar with the TikToks?
Oh, yeah.
No, TikTok doesn't turn sideways.
Maybe she was recording it horizontally.
She was not. I could tell it was. I should have just asked what she's watching. I was like, "Is that a movie?"
Hey,
What are you
kid,
doing,
what you
miss?
watching?
Miss?
Hey,
Excuse me,
ma'am,
miss.
ma'am, what are you doing?
I think people need to chill TF out on their phones. I was at a urinal and a guy next to me had his phone out at the urinal.
Why were you
Oh,
looking,
I do that
Nick?
all the time.
I do that all the time
Yeah.
too.
Don't you don't need your phone at the urinal. You're peeing. It
I'm
takes
bored.
Well,
time.
but it's
for a
like I'm
minute.
not doing anything else.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm
Look
trying to
at
make the time go
You're
faster.
there for less than a minute. You're fine.
You don't
check
know
Twitter.
that. You
Gotta
don't
check
know
Twitter,
that.
This
This is a good old man take, Nick. I like
You don't need
this.
to check your phone while you're pissing.
No, I completely
question.
disagree. Completely
one-
disagree.
That's one of the most Gen Z things I do, though. Check my phone while I pee.
Yeah.
It is very, very Gen Z.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Nick hates it.
I hate it. It's,
So Nick,
it's
you only
so
check your
dumb.
phone when you sit?
Yes,
Interesting.
because I know that's going to be a minute.
Fascinating.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's definitely a pull question. I wonder what people,
Like, it's sad that we can't be disconnected from our phones for a minute and a half at most.
Yeah, it's not that I can't. Like I can, but I just don't.
So did this thought occur to you like while you were standing next to the man in the urinal? And you thought like
It sounds like a book title. Next to the man in the urinal.
Like if you required me to not use my phone at the urinal, I'd have no problem with
yeah,
that.
they should put like the
yeah.
gas station pumps signs up where it's like don't look at your phone. Just
And I
put
do
those
that.
above.
I do that when I'm pumping gas. I pump gas on the way in. Are you not supposed to look at your phone?
No, because then if it leaks, then it would go all over
That's
your
an
car.
old rule. That doesn't
I'm not too
apply
worried.
anymore. I
Yep.
don't think.
There's
Well-
never been a gasoline fire in Omaha. That's correct.
You don't think the static electricity thing still applies?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think they made things in both fuel pumps and cars now that like
You're
they don't-
fine.
I got gas a couple years ago, and there was a guy just
think you
straight
probably
up smoking a cigarette while he was pumping gas. I'm like, you can't.
Now
What are you
that's-
doing?
That's like Zoolander.
Yeah.
Wake
Yeah.
me up before you go.
That's actually one of the coolest places. That's actually one of the coolest ways you could look at a gas station is smoking a cigarette because then you don't even fear death.
Wow.
It's just on you.
or other people dying.
Yeah,
Yeah.
whatever.
Ripping a
killing
dart,
everybody.
pumping
Exactly.
near gas.
Rip.
I bet you could like. Now I don't know this, so please don't try. But like,
Don't aggregate this.
I bet you could like start your car while you're pumping your gas and nothing would happen.
I don't think you should do that.
You should not. To be very clear, you should not.
What would
But I
happen?
bet you
though?
could.
Also, the gas is pumping through your car while you started it, so really, it's not like it'll still get full. But I feel like
Oh, it's never ending
yeah,
gas.
no, that's not the point. But
that's
like,
not
they
productive.
used to say, "Don't do that. Don't have your car running because it'll blow up."
probably.
Bumping
right.
your gas with the engine running can lead to a fire.
Yeah.
Mm,
You want a gas fire, gas station?
I do
fire?
not. So don't do that.
don't try it.
But I'm saying you'd probably be all right.
I've also never even thought like I always turn my car off when I go to the gas station.
Same.
I've never
I-
thought like I'm in such a hurry. I need to pump gas and leave the car on.
Yeah, the only time that I'm ever like, I wish I could leave it on is in the winter when I
Oh, you
get
gotta
to the
get
gas
back
station.
in.
And yes, and that's the only time. But now that I have a garage,
Whoa.
my car is warm or
Big garage
cold.
guy.
It's sweet. This is a
I do-
great life.
I love a gas station run. It's actually one of my favorite activities. Like of my day to day, if I can stop at a gas station, it was a good day.
That's wild. I hate it. You talk about like a weekly or bi-weekly task that I despise. I got in my car today and I looked and saw how much gas I had, and I was like, crap.
Wait, Austin, are you talking about going to get gas? Or are you talking about going to a gas
Oh,
station?
either. No, like if my gas gets below half a tank, I go and fill it up. It's one of
So
life's.
you love getting gas.
I love getting gas.
hate it.
Yes,
I don't like getting gas.
there's
It
something
takes-
about burning a hole in the ozone that just really it puts a smile on my face. I'll tell you what.
Well, that's awesome. You fit right in with people.
I have a gas station. I have a gas station related thing I'm triggered about.
Is it peeing in the urinal?
This
No.
is
Oh.
very interesting.
So
Okay.
you know how Come and Go is being replaced by Maverick because the new owners suck.
I didn't know why, but
They don't like come.
It's because they think Come and Go is it's inappropriate.
Okay.
So I use Come and Go. I have the and rewards. I get 2 cents off per gallon of gas just automatically.
Cool.
It's awesome.
Yep.
I go and then I get like rewards points I can use to get like $5 off, whatever.
Yep.
I go to the now Maverick, I guess, on 72nd and Pacific,
Mhm.
and I type in my thing, and the person at the register was like, "Did you just type in your Come and Go number for the rewards?" I'm like, "Yeah." Like, you have to download the new app that actually won't apply anymore. Well, what the hell is this? And like, but if you download the new app, you get an automatic $5 credit.
Cool.
Bang.
We're back.
Easy.
That's awesome.
Yeah, we're back.
Why do I have to download an app? Why
Nick
can't you
hates
just
Whoa,
apps.
Nick, are you
Nick
yelling
hates
at
apps.
clouds?
He had
Why-
this
Yeah.
literally.
I don't want the app.
I mean, yes, but also, why can't you just update the current Come and Go app? You must have the infrastructure. It's the same company. Just update the app.
we
so I
have
don't
the
to-
technology.
Nick, are you far away from your microphone right now?
No.
Okay.
Am I? Hello?
It sounds like it.
No.
Yeah.
I think
Nick had
you
this
sound right
take
here.
about the McDonald's app one time.
Well, that's for a different reason. I'm triggered at the Come and Go Maverick thing because it's the same company. Just to update the app, I shouldn't have to make a new account if I already have an account with this company. The downloading all these other food apps and stuff, it's because they want too many permissions that I feel like they don't need.
I agree with you on this take, by the way. It just doesn't.
Which one?
The whole Maverick come and go thing.
yeah.
It just does not inconvenience me that much. So I would have no problem downloading.
There you go.
the new one.
Download it.
just-
Maybe they just want you to come and stay instead of leaving so quickly.
It just doesn't make any sense to me. It's the same company, it's the same app, just update it. Why are you making a whole new app?
Happer, you'll like this comment. Chris writes, "Gas man." Now, how do they know I got gas? They gotta be pros.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris. So good.
I love that.
It's so
what a
good.
great throwaway line.
Every time.
Dave says Nick is channeling John today.
Oh,
Somebody
he is.
has to.
No, you were doing your old man shout at clouds moment right there. That was great.
I hate apps.
Speaking of old man shouting at clouds, so we were talking about the recency bias and what was it called?
Primatory?
Premises.
Josh in
Primacy.
chat. Josh in chat
Primacy.
said during his.
Primacy.
Josh in chat said during his rant, Nick could have downloaded the app 4 times.
It's not downloading the app. It's not going out of my
It's
way
the
to download
principle.
the
You're
app.
a very
It's the
principled
principle.
person.
Thank
You're a very
you.
principled
That's all.
person.
It's just the prince. It's the same company. Just update the freaking app.
Maybe they didn't have the passwords.
That's embarrassing. That's a tough look. Keep it all on one sheet.
That's
Make
password.
sure other people have
The
it.
password is
there-
password.
there is also something that happens with the NBA in particular where people don't like giving LeBron credit for being
Yes.
really, really good. LeBron, including Joe in Vegas. Top 5 NBA players of all time. 1, Jordan. 2, Kobe. 3, Magic. 4, Kareem. 5, Bird. And it's not even close. after
Whoa,
that.
not even close.
Kobe's my favorite player of all time. There's no way he's the second best player of all time.
I love Kobe. I love watching Kobe play basketball,
Yeah.
but he's not
Yeah.
as good as LeBron.
Yeah, it's Jordan and LeBron, and then that's where the fun argument starts.
Interesting.
Are you a Kareem guy? Are you a Bill Russell guy?
I'm
A
Steph
Larry
Curry guy.
Bird guy, you could
Larry-
be.
Larry Bird is good. He's definitely top 10, but he's
What about
not.
Steph Curry? Top 4.
Steph Curry belongs, I would say, in the top 10 now Yeah.
I would argue top 5 and not 5.
of all time.
Mhm.
Wow.
I'd say 4.
Look at you.
How about the?
But no one says top
I go
4.
Kareem 3, Magic 4.
How about Kevin Durant?
Kevin Durant?
Kevin Durant's like
teens.
borderline top 10
I
and
think
probably below.
I think he's in the teens
Yeah,
somewhere.
teens
like
guy.
17.
Well, you listen to all the Bill Simmons basketball podcasts, so you know.
Yeah. Oh, have you listened to Klosterman yet?
Absolutely not.
Dude, he has 2 new books coming out.
I
next
didn't
year.
read
for
the
him.
first one that I,
know.
bought.
I
You
got
know
so
this.
excited.
How does he have time for podcasts and books? That's a lot.
I mean,
He's busy.
what do you mean? You have a job and now you're here on the radio.
No, that is true.
He makes, it's just,
I
it was
do
just
make
a,
time.
It was
You're
just
right.
a 2-hour pod.
You're correct. I do make time.
What did they talk about on the pod?
All sorts of stuff. They ended up talking about LeBron for a few minutes. They talked about the NBA Finals. My favorite conversation was at the end when they started talking about AI and how is it going to be really awful or just kind of awful for the future of the world.
Wow.
I found that interesting. and
Really
they talked about the rehearsal, which I enjoyed
Oh.
because
Nathan Fielder.
I didn't realize Klosterman and Simmons watched the rehearsal. So I don't really have very
What?
many people in my life who
Simmons
watch that
watched
show.
something and didn't talk about it prior
What?
to doing the podcast.
I couldn't believe. I had no
Yeah.
idea.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I had absolutely no idea. Yeah. So yeah, it was a really good pod. I enjoyed it immensely.
3 hours.
2, just 2.
Wow.
Yeah.
Jeez.
The
Whenever
one
when I see the 3-hour mark on a podcast, I do tell myself like I don't know if I can commit this much time. To
Really?
it. It's too much. It's too
I
much.
loved it. Around Thanksgiving, he released one with Klosterman that was about 3 hours, and I was like, "This is gonna be great for my flight home."
Do you think I
listen on
should 2 times speed? Are you 1.5?
Double.
Do you think I should bookmark this pod for like the next time I take a trip somewhere?
Yeah, I mean, the first half is going to be outdated because it's NBA final stuff, so you could probably fast forward through that. I really did enjoy the AI stuff, and it's something that I never talk about on the radio, but I think it's interesting to think
Good
about
conversation.
how it's going to, and not like the sloppy grok type crap, but more like
Sloppy grok.
Sloppy
actual things that are going to happen and like take jobs away. Like that's the more interesting
yeah.
path of AI.
Sloppy grok.
Yeah, just,
Sloppy grok.
like I was thinking about it as I ran. I've never used.
What? Why are you laughing so
It's
hard
a
over
really
there?
funny combination of words.
I've never used.
Allison is dying. He's
have you-
incapacitated.
I just can't wait. I can't wait to get online later and just be like, I can't wait to see some sloppy grok on my timeline.
Sloppy grok.
I've never.
Extra sloppy.
I've never used ChatGPT. I've never done the whatever the places
Me neither.
that people like that when Nick did the yogurt, Mr. Yogurt. I've never
Yeah,
used.
me
I've never
neither.
used any of that
Me
stuff.
neither.
Actually, muted somebody who just kept tweeting random AI garbage at me one time. I was like, I just don't want to see this anymore. He's like, have you seen this video though? It's really cool. Person might be listening right now.
I'm with you.
Sorry, I muted you.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't know who that person is, but I'm with you on this take.
Terrible.
At grog, can I get? I just can't. This is the best. Oh, that was
I do
great.
think-
That was the best.
I do think that Grok and things like Grok are critically damaging how people learn or critically think.
Yes, of course it
because
is.
every time on Twitter, it's like, Grok, is this true? Something
that's-
that's
yeah.
easily identifiable.
Some
or
people
something
are
like
doing
that.
it
Tell
for
me
the
about
bit,
World War.
though.
Yes.
Yeah,
and that's
100%.
I
fine.
get some people are just doing it for the bit, but there are some people who sincerely, they don't even want to try to understand what they watch. They just ask Grok to explain it to them.
Yeah.
But sometimes like a pirate, which is kind of funny. But you don't have to do that. You can have, hey, Grok, explain this to me, but like you're a pirate.
Oh, okay. I do
Yeah.
like that. That is fun.
It's
I
a
do
funny
like that.
bit, but I think it is horrible for society.
Hey,
in the
why
long
did they
run.
name the stupid thing Grok?
It's Elon. Who knows?
Does it stand for something?
I don't know.
Generated response of knowing? Grok?
That's it. That's got to be it. It has
It
to
is
be
named
that.
after the verb grok.
Gronk.
Grok, coined
Oh.
by an American author, Robert A. Heinlein, in his 1961 science fiction novel "Stranger in a Strange Land."
Mm.
Okay, that's actually pretty solid then.
In
So-
the book, Grok is a Martian word that means understanding something deeply and intuitively.
Oh, nice.
All right,
Grok
fair
has
enough.
a backstory.
Very
I
nice.
like that.
There's
Good
Grok
job, Elon.
lore.
Grok.
We should have
lore.
asked Grok how to find out about Grok.
Does Grok have aura?
Nick, do you tweet at Grok?
I don't
You don't support Elon nor Grok?
know.
Yeah, I'm not.
I like how he totally caved on the whole Grok thing. You know, Grok is just free for everybody now. Is that true?
Well, did you used to have to pay for it?
I think that used to be part of like when paying for Twitter.
yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah. I think. Well, maybe it's not free for everybody. Maybe just so many people have paid for Twitter.
No, I think
now.
you. Yeah, I think.
No,
that,
I clicked the Grok tab right now. I could just use it if I want.
Grok something up.
You want me to Grok something?
Yeah,
I wonder
Grok.
if Grok can speak in the voice of Connor Happer. Because Klosterman
Hmm.
referenced talking to ChatGPT, and he like put in a couple paragraphs, and apparently ChatGPT was like, "This kind of sounds like Chuck Klosterman," and he was like, "What the hell?"
Whoa.
So then I was thinking, if somebody were to do that with us, you know, because like a lot of people wonder about the future of like entertainment. You know, it's like, can you replicate a radio show, right? With,
Mhm,
with AI. And so then I was thinking, if you were to do that with me, what would AI spit out that would be like, wow, that is kind of like Josh?
A bunch of Cowboys slop,
Probably. And
Sloppy Grok.
college football stuff.
yeah, exactly. But like, I mean, I obviously speak in a specific voice. I wonder what that voice is. Like if somebody was making fun of me and like I was on SNL, like,
Yeah, you have.
Whoa.
would I be
like-
able to figure it
That's
out?
a great.
I don't know the answer.
I've thought of that about that before because like I don't think I have like a unique enough voice that someone would like be able to emulate completely. I think someone would be able to.
If they made fun of you, what would they do?
yeah,
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. I think there was a podcast once, Stibbs found it,
Interesting.
that was making fun of us by doing like a pretend version of Dumb Debates. And I listened to some of it and I was like, I mean, maybe they're nailing us. I didn't really think so. I didn't think it was that funny.
Huh.
But that was pretty bad. But that was like 8 years ago, maybe.
did Stibbs think that they?
I thought
nailed
he
it,
thought
though?
it sucked too.
Okay,
or
gotcha.
even
I see.
remembers that.
Because
should
I feel
ask him.
like it's never. You can never. If you're the person being copied, you would never really know because you don't
Correct.
perceive yourself that way,
Correct.
right? Wow,
Yes.
this is deep. But
Yeah.
other people would actually get that,
like
right?
with Simmons, like there are these verbal tics that he has
Oh,
where
yeah.
he'll say like the
Oh, yeah.
something thing or the whatever piece.
Text
And-
threads.
Yeah, text threads. Like there's all these things, and I obviously have my verbal crutches. I just don't, you know, and I try to rid myself of them. But I wonder what they would be.
Like 4 or 5 years ago when ChatGPT, I guess, or a
Mhm.
bunch of those other AI things were first starting, a buddy of mine was also going to school to learn programming. So he had made a program that could perfectly emulate one of our other friends in our group. Our friend gave him permission,
Mhm.
but he just gave him a few samples of his sound, like his voice, just some sentences, and he could make him say whatever he wanted. And I think part of this is him just being able to type like how our friend talks,
Mhm.
but it sounded just like him.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And he was even able to do it to me, and then I kindly asked him to delete my voice clip and never use it again.
Well,
Nice.
your voice.
That freaks me out.
Well,
Yeah,
they ended
I
up like
donated.
Grok.
I donated my voice to AI.
yeah.
Oh, did you?
So I
that-
wonder what the AI would do with your stuff.
It would probably know. I mean, that specific generator, I don't know what he fed it to, but like, we sold several hundred hours of our podcast of this podcast
You got some
that I did.
good money.
Yeah, we made good money off of this, and just to feed the AI deal words so it could understand.
Interesting.
I don't know what the
do you
result of
think-
that was, or
is
if
there
it
an
was-
AI
I was on like 4 episodes.
yeah, there
I
you
want
go.
$20.
Yeah, sure, I'll give you $20.
Is there an AI like version of the Connor Happer show just like floating around in like the Matrix or something right now?
There
Call
might
an
be.
AI happer.
There might
Mm.
be. There
Mm.
might be.
If they updated the Matrix movie to today, do you think people are listening to the Connor Happer show?
In the Matrix?
In the Matrix.
Maybe.
Whoa. That'd be
Maybe.
crazy.
That's fascinating. That's a very interesting.
Yeah.
Very deep.
You could definitely do it for Sipple.
Sipple's easy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you remember a couple of years ago when somebody did that video and they were making fun of Sean Callahan?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah. That
What was that?
it was a late night show on one of the public access channels we had a coworker who was involved with that show. What was
Really?
that show called?
Oh, Omaha Live.
Omaha Live.
Omaha Live.
I think Houston Alexander was involved in that show.
Oh, really?
Former coworker Houston Alexander or current coworker?
I don't know. He's always around.
He kind of pops in.
Yeah.
I haven't seen him in years.
I hear his voice sometimes in the
He used
hallway.
to come and grab my love handles.
He always-
Squeeze them.
Why?
Because that's what he did.
He's
he's not
a,
a
he's a
friend.
fighter.
First time I met him, I was an intern. He
He's an
punched me in the
aggressive guy.
back.
Oh.
It's like this hurts.
Yeah.
He never called me by my name. He always just called me young man.
Yeah,
Young
well, he called a lot
man.
of people.
Hey, young man, how you
There's
doing,
no
young
need.
man?
Like young
Yeah.
man, like YMCA.
Yeah, he
young
was
man?
starting the
No, just like,
YMCA.
what's
Why
up,
did you never
young man?
join in?
He wasn't saying it like young man. He was just like, "What's up, young man?"
There's
Young
no
man.
place to be found. I said, young man.
Nice.
That's what he's doing.
What he actually meant was Nick Grimm.
Wow.
Good one.
Chris texts in.
Hi,
I had
Chris.
my wife ask my 10-year-old son to name 5 NBA players.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, nice.
And this was in his response in case you want an example of a young response. Anthony Edwards,
Told you.
Nice. Good pick.
Steph Curry,
Whoa.
There you go.
Already debunked.
and now here we go. You ready? Tyrese Halliburton.
What?
Yeah.
Jason Tatum.
Yeah.
Oh.
And LaMelo Ball.
Yeah.
That list has no aura. No
Freaking
aura.
kids.
Or maybe it has all of the aura.
Not even a single LeBron.
Do you think so? When you were
It's
It's
10,
not cool to like LeBron anymore, though.
It's not cool to like LeBron.
do you think when you were 10 and you gave your list of basketball NBA players to a 36-year-old man at the time, do you think
Wow.
they'd have the same reaction that you're having
okay, 90. Okay, so this would have been 1998 when I was 10.
now? Yep.
Okay, I would have said,
Mine would have been like Kobe, Shaq, Allen Iverson.
I mean, MJ just retired, but I probably would have said MJ,
Yeah.
Kobe, Shaq, MJ, and then I probably would have said like Penny Hardaway and I don't know, Gary Payton maybe,
Yeah.
Karl Malone. It would have been something in that sphere.
Yeah,
So I
mine
don't
would-
think they would have been like, you're an idiot.
I was 10 in 02. So mine would have been like Kobe, Shaq, Allen Iverson.
AI.
Steve
Steve Nash.
maybe some Steve Nash in
What
there.
about somebody?
Jason Kidd.
Steve
Ron
Nash is no
Artest.
Oh yeah, nice.
Steve
Kevin-
Nash is no Magic
What
Johnson
about
or
like
Larry Bird.
Kevin Garnett?
Kevin Garnett probably.
You wouldn't have said Tim Duncan though.
I would not have.
Josh says, Otson, MJ, Reggie Miller, Larry Johnson, Penny, and Gary Payton. This is a fun question. Which 5 NBA players would you have named when you were 10?
Yeah. Hard to know.
I don't have any. I like.
Oh,
No NBA
about-
takes.
Katie says Tracy McGrady.
Nice. Team
That's a good one. I had his shoe. I had the 3s, I think.
I had
Those were-
Starburys.
Those were sweet.
Maybe I would have named Stefon Marbury.
I remember when he got traded to the Knicks, I was like, they're about to be good.
At some point, I would have named Amari Stoudemire. I loved that guy.
He was awesome.
He was so cool.
He was a lot of fun. Steve Nash. I would have definitely named Steve Nash. I loved those Mavericks teams. Him and Nash and or him and Nowitzki and Michael Finley.
Oh yeah.
And then they traded for Rafe LaFrentz.
LeBron would for sure be like one that I knew when I was 10.
Yeah,
I would have
yes,
named LeBron.
is
for
one of the
sure.
most famous athletes of all time.
Mhm.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't know any others that I would have named.
I
back
like
then, though.
LeBron though. I'm cool with LeBron.
He's good.
The kids don't like LeBron though.
But again,
That's
he's
sad.
like old now. He is like Happer. Think of when now.
He's
Okay,
unk.
let's go back to we were 10.
But-
yes, who was the old in the NBA when we were 10 that you'd have been like that guy? He's way past his
Who's
prime.
the old and the
For me, it
NBA?
probably would have been like a Karl Malone.
I
type.
wouldn't have done that with Jordan though. Like Jordan was back
Who
with
was
the
old when we
Wizards
were
right
10?
around the time that I was 10.
He
Yeah,
was.
2007.
But I liked Michael Jordan.
Yeah,
Who was old in 2007?
old in 2007.
I'm trying to think of like who was old. in
Yeah, because
2007.
that's when we were 10.
Yeah, old in 2007.
See, I'm off.
Reggie
in my,
Miller?
I'm
Yes.
off. Oh wow, was
Reggie
Miller
Miller.
still playing in 2007?
Probably close. Probably close.
Oh,
He was. If he
no,
wa-
Shaq was still playing. Wasn't
Shaq
he?
was still playing.
Shaq
and
was
Yeah,
still in
Shaq was old. Shaq was old.
Reggie was not playing anymore. He stopped in 05.
Okay.
I would have named Shaq. That's for sure.
Shaq is also one of the most famous players.
Yeah.
Charles Barkley. Now I don't know if he still played in 02, but he did in 98. And yeah, he
I
was old.
wouldn't have. I
Allen
didn't have
Iverson
any knowledge.
still around? He's doing his thing.
In what year? 07?
2007.
probably.
Yeah, he was probably right near the end.
Okay,
though.
yeah. That's another one that I remember.
But the
from that
kids,
time, too.
would have been saying that you can't like him anymore. It's time to like Carmelo Anthony.
Yes, exactly.
And-
I got one. Dikembe Mutombo. Like a lot of the bigs
yeah.
that just like I don't.
When
see
did when did Yao retire?
it. Ooh, he was
I could have
probably.
named Yao Ming. I knew Yao Ming.
Weeb.
He was.
He's not Japanese.
know.
That's racist. That's very racist.
Oh, that was ccrazy.
Yao Ming.
Duncan 10-05. Tim Duncan, Kevin Garnett, Steve Nash, Dwayne Wade, Kobe Bryant. Oh,
I would have thought
mentioned
Steve
Dwayne
Nash was
Wade.
old. I would have thought Steve Nash was old.
In 05 or
in
07?
In 07, I would have thought he was old, yes.
Oh man, that was still like kind of prime Steve.
Go to
Nash.
like the 07 All-Star game and
So I
see
got-
who was in there.
You got it.
got it.
There
Kobe, LeBron, Shaq, Yao Ming. Those are the 4 I have right
Nice.
now. Michael Jordan.
You
Like,
still would have named
nice,
Michael
yeah.
Jordan. That's fair.
Good job by you.
That's the 5 I would have known. When I was
All right,
10.
And
the
Doug's
Eastern-
like, where's Larry Bird?
This is a who's who of
Recency bias.
2007. The Eastern Conference All-Star starters were Gilbert Arenas,
Yes.
Whoa.
Dwayne Wade,
Nice.
LeBron James, Chris Bosh, and Shaq. The
Okay.
Western Conference All-Stars were Kobe, Tracy McGrady,
Yep.
Kevin Garnett, Tim Duncan, and Yao Ming.
God, we didn't know how good we had
that
it
was
back
so
then.
good.
Oh,
Back
man.
when All-Star games were good
Now
too.
they have SGA.
Jeez. This list is fantastic. Remember how Joe Johnson was good for the Hawks? That was
Yes.
awesome.
Who was
yeah.
the guy? Was it his name Michael Redd? Did he play
Michael
for the
Redd.
Bucks? That
Yep.
guy could shoot. That guy
Absolutely.
would have loved the 3-point.
Don't
era.
forget about Jermaine O'Neal, too.
Jermaine O'Neal.
Good one. He was good for a couple of years.
Jason Kidd, who is a coach. Chauncey Billups for the Detroit
Nice.
Pistons. Let's see. Vince Carter. We do keep forgetting Vince Carter.
We're
Vince
just
Carter's
naming
a guy-
guys again.
That guy loved Duncan.
Yeah,
And,
that would have been a cool one. Like people would have liked Vince Carter. The Youngs would have liked
Mhm.
Vince Carter.
That
I like-
dude was yamming on people.
This one is hilarious to me because for whatever reason, he's just been floating on my timeline of like highlights of his career. Carlos Boozer.
Oh,
I don't know
Remember
why.
his hair?
Yes, I
Nick,
keep
search
getting.
Carlos
There's
Boozer
a
hair.
documentary I think going on about Carlos Boozer. right
Yeah.
now.
What?
I keep getting Carlos
Something-
Boozer content.
He had
I
some
don't
sort
know
of
why.
family struggle.
That's not hair.
Okay.
Is it the hilarious photo?
It's this photo.
Yep, that's the one.
Uh-huh.
That was hilarious.
That's
He-
not hair at
He
all.
painted on himself.
Spray paint.
Happer, I think we got to go. Sadly.
Okay.
Wow, that was
Wonk.
fun.
That was fun.
It was a good time.
You could say it if you
A
want
trip
to.
down
Happy
memory
New
lane.
Year.
Oh wow, geez.
Unbelievable.
You laughed for like 30 seconds at one point in time.
Because of sloppy grok.
Sloppy grok.
I did.
That is the
Got
name
him
of this
again.
segment. This segment is sloppy grok.
Sloppy grok.
All right,
Bye.
that was a crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Program starts next on 1620 The Zone.
K-O-Z-N. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Austin, do you get Austin 316 jokes?
Whoa, no, I don't. I've never had that before.
Never?
Wow.
No.
Really?
Yeah, not a Bible guy, I guess.
No, that's a wrestling reference.
Oh, never mind. Not a wrestling guy either, then.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
So, does that mean you thought that there was a Bible?
Oh,
book
excellent question.
Called Austin?
No,
there was just a dude back in the old,
yeah,
the older
I'll
New
be
Testament
honest,
times named Austin.
never crossed my mind. I just always saw the Austin 316. I'd be like, oh, cool. Like I just never was big into the Bible myself.
It's a Steve Austin thing.
Oh,
Stone Cold.
I have
You know
figured that out.
You
Yes.
know who Stone Cold Steve Austin is?
Yes, I do. Yes. He's the
Okay.
guy who slams the beers together
Yes.
and tells you not to do it with glass bottles. That would
also
be dangerous.
likes to ride a 4-wheeler around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. And he drinks beer, tequila, more beer, all that good stuff.
Beer. What? Tequila.
What? Got a email from Bad Takes Doug.
Hi.
I'm just going to read it on the air. And this is not me killing time because
Tut was the best.
the Grum down is in. No, that's
Whoa,
you're
the
thinking of
Grum
Old
down is
Man
in.
Doug. Yeah, second.
Oh, this is different.
Bad
Got it.
Takes Doug. Do you still cancel stuff? If so, I have a good one. LMK.
Oh.
What does that mean?
Let me know.
Like
No, I know what I know what LMK mean. I meant what did the email mean, Nick?
Sorry, we thought it was Austin and I had to explain things.
No,
you-
I know abbreviations, Nick.
So did you mean like is he trying to say like is cancel culture still going on?
I
Like is that what he's trying to
I
ask?
think like I don't ever earnestly cancel anything.
Yeah. The funny thing about cancel culture is it never existed. It was just a group of people decided to call it.
It's the woke
something.
mob. Haven't you heard that before,
Yeah.
Nick?
Have you ever noticed that anybody who was canceled was never actually canceled?
So Doug is coming for somebody then, and so
I think Shane
guess,
Gillis got canceled, didn't he?
Guess we'll.
Is he? Because he's still doing sold out shows.
But,
and
he,
he's
but he
still
lost
around.
his job. He had a really tough time there for a minute. Sorry, he picked himself up by his bootstraps and worked hard to get where he is now.
Anybody who gets fired should just say I got canceled. That would be so good.
Bang.
I was working at the bank and they canceled me. Cancel culture running
I've
amok
been
yet again.
canceled.
All right, so we'll see what's going on with Bad Takes Doug and what he wants to cancel. We'll get to that as we roll on. But right now we got to get to the Grum Down, which was done.
Indigo, Grum down.
Austin is back. It's blue, Nick. It's blue.
It's indigo for sure.
Damn, colorblind.
Indigo City.
It is. Yeah. It's a little more indigo than blue.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
Hey, what was that band? Was it Owl City? Is that a band?
yeah.
Yes.
10,000 Fireflies.
What was the that song? Sucks.
Oh, you
That's a
don't- you
take of
think
mine.
Fireflies
Wow, you're
sucks?
incorrect.
I saw them perform it, Nick, and it was garbage. They just
Wow.
had a computer and they were playing notes off of their computer.
That's the music.
Fireflies.
What would you do if 10 million Fireflies came to tell you goodnight?
I would say, leave me alone.
It's so bright in here. What are you doing?
I'm sleepy. Austin's back. The
Thanks.
Gen Z chit chat is on the way.
Hell yeah.
What will Nick and Austin say together this time?
I think the question should be, what will Josh learn on this
Yeah.
day?
LMK apparently.
Yeah.
How about you
That was
sit
breezy.
down and listen to a couple of
Yeah.
white boys talk to you?
Wow.
Sit down
This-
and let us cook.
This sounds like a podcast. Two white boys talking.
The boys.
The boys with a Z.
Schaefer is in. He'll be joining us in about 10 minutes. Is Trey Taylor the GOAT quarterback?
Wow.
Recruiter. This is
Whoa.
not recency bias.
Dot.
Because there's a qualifier there.
Yep.
Do people care about walk-ons and sellouts anymore? We'll find
we'll
out.
see.
Yep, exactly. K Ford, he has come down from the mountaintop and he's delivered us glorious numbers. So we'll talk about some of those glorious numbers, which reminds me I need to upload another graphic in the system. The most important college football stories of the century.
Yes.
You know, Austin, everyone's doing top 25s right now.
Yeah.
Because it was 2025 years ago.
That's right. Yes.
It's a great time to do top 25s. Next year, they'll do top 26s.
That's right. Quarter centuries, as the kids say.
Yes. And so today, We'll talk about something that was up on The Athletic yesterday.
Mm.
Oh,
Biggest
is
stories
this
in
about
college
the
football.
Formula One race? Oh,
No, Nick, we would never talk about that in any shape or
sucks
form.
because I have takes.
Well, you could do a podcast.
Good.
I talk about running on my podcast.
No, you don't.
Yeah,
You
I
canceled that
canceled.
podcast.
I canceled.
It's
Culture.
back.
It will be back. I might do an interview this month. We'll see.
Whoa.
Stefon Diggs has spoken on the pink blank.
Mm.
He has. Have you seen this?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Oh
Are you
my
kidding
God.
me?
No, have you seen what he said today?
Oh no, I have not seen what he said today. I'm very much excited for
Do
this.
not Google it, please. I want to surprise
Yeah,
you.
don't.
an immediate reaction, as we say.
Yeah, don't Google it.
Okay,
It
don't
is-
Google it.
It is hilarious.
It's incredible.
Okay, I can't wait.
Don't go to my Twitter timeline.
Okay, I will
either.
not. Yep.
Yeah.
Dan Hurley, Cameo, and Creighton Blue Jay fans.
This will all
Incredible.
go over incredibly well.
It definitely will. And
Do you think I could pay for an open for Blue Jay shoot around? That'd be worth it.
you're going to pay for an open?
Yeah, from Dan Hurley.
Oh, I guess you could
That'd
do
be a lot
that.
of fun. Do
There's
you, think, do you think I could get him to say like you're listening to Blue Jay shoot around on
1620 the zone. Go Jay.
When
Yeah.
When I had a little more money and I wasn't paying off an engagement ring, I'm engaged now.
Oh, wow.
Congratulations.
I think Nick got engaged just to be able to tell people he got engaged.
Yeah, it's like how he has an Android and he just keeps telling people about it.
The guy who did all the voice stuff for Halo has a cameo, and I thought about getting him to say some out-of-pocket stuff for USC, and make a bunch of Halo-style drops.
That wouldn't be bad.
Did you?
Yeah. No, I don't.
No,
have
because
money
remember, he's
now.
broke boy now.
Do you know who Ron Jaworski is?
Yes,
Jaws?
yes,
Nick,
Jaws.
you don't. So he used to be on ESPN.
He had the worst quarterback takes.
Yes.
He loved who was the Ravens quarterback that won the Super Bowl for them?
Joe
in 2000?
Flacco.
No,
Oh,
the
Trent
2000.
Dilfer.
He loved Trent Dilfer.
SMH. Bad
Mhm.
take. He's also a horrible coach. But Jaws was on Unsportsmanlike Conduct way back in the day. And at the end of the interview, they were like, hey, let's do one of those things where we get him to say, this is Jaws, and you're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct, so they can make liners with it.
Yeah.
And he was like, on 1610. And they were like, no, that's static. But then they turned a promo into that because it
Nice.
was so funny.
Nice. That's perfect.
And speaking of funny, Dumb Debates. Austin
Yes.
is here for his first ever
My first.
Dumb Debates.
I'm
A
glad you're
virgin
here.
of it, as the kids say.
Wow.
Mhm.
This could be awesome.
Could be.
Yeah.
be.
Very
Or
interesting.
it could be
It has
horrible.
Yeah.
the potential, unless you're going
I-
to freeze up like you do with Super Hot
Yeah,
Take.
super hot take market. I actually think I passed
Uh-oh.
okay yesterday, so I feel okay about what I did.
Mm.
Feel
Uh,
okay with my work.
Jimmy being critical of me like we were just critical of Nick, like
Mm.
Josh telling us he runs and reads. We know. I do love
Jimmy's
telling
been on a
people.
heater against you for like 2 days.
Jimmy gets triggered. If I read one comment from Jimmy, he's just like, you didn't read every other comment ever that I've said. And it's like, yes, because we only had 2 seconds here.
It's recency bias, Josh.
Yes, that's true. I
Mhm,
did
that's
start a new. I finished the short story from Stephen King last night, and I started another short story from
Do
Stephen King.
you
last
read
night.
spooky books and then run? I wouldn't want to do that.
I mean,
What?
no, I run in the morning and I read the books at night.
I don't know. I wouldn't be able to sleep. At
Do it
night.
right before I.
My,
Really?
my mind would race more
Oh,
than my
wow.
body would.
Well, this book,
So-
this book that I read was creepy. That's
Why
Yeah,
all
don't-
see,
stuff
I,
in it.
I want to read that at night
Why don't you want to read spooky books and then run?
because then you'd just be freaked out. Well, I guess maybe you'd actually run a little faster then. I
like
guess.
a ghost story would make you scared to
Yeah,
run.
because what if like someone got murdered in the woods and then I'm running through the woods?
Well, don't read books about murder in the woods. Read books about murder
Mm.
in homes.
That is a
Or
good point.
weird alien demon clowns.
Yeah.
You know that won't happen.
yeah.
Oh, are you speaking of it?
Yes.
Is he an
Penny-
alien?
Pennywise.
Mm.
Yes, he's
Wow,
like an alien.
spoiler alert, Nick.
Yeah.
Jiminy Christmas. I didn't know that going in when I read it.
Really?
You
I didn't
that?
know. No, I
You've
just
never
I,
seen the film?
No, I purposefully had. Well, when I read the book, the new movies hadn't come out yet, and I never
I
watched
see.
the miniseries. I didn't know. All I knew was that a spider was involved at some point in time.
Really?
But I didn't
That's
know
what you
anything
knew of
else.
it.
I didn't know about the
Interesting.
deadlights or any of that stuff.
Interesting.
I think it's okay to talk about Pennywise and it.
Well, I that's disappointing to me, Nick.
Is it?
Yeah.
What, almost 40-year-old story?
Movies I think you can spoil 40 years, but books I think are
but it was
different.
a book that turned into a movie.
I guess that's true.
Yeah, that's a good point. What book hasn't been turned into a movie these days, though?
Many of them.
Boxcar
Really?
Children.
I feel like
Wow,
there's...
nice poll.
Thank you.
First book I ever read was one of the Boxcar Children books.
See, every year for New Year's, I always tell myself, like, this year I'm going to read 12 books because I just don't read it all. So I'm always like, oh, a book a month. That doesn't sound too hard. And then
Yeah.
we're literally in June. I'm halfway through one book.
I
Oh,
go
man.
through
Bad.
phases where it's like I'm really onto reading. I'll power through like 2 or 3 books, and then it takes me another year and a half to finish a book that I started.
I made a goal at the beginning of this year because I downloaded a new book app that I wanted to read every day, every single day to read. And so far, I've been able to do that.
Nice.
And I have read 19 books so far this year.
That's
which
so
is
impressive.
easily the
Oh.
most that I've read through this. But now,
Are you counting the short stories?
No, the short stories that I've read are in collections. So when I finish this book, it's called If It Bleeds. I will just review and check in on If It Bleeds, not each individual one.
Nice.
This is actually the only collection of short stories I've read so far this year.
Interesting.
So yeah, it's been great. Now, when I get to football season, it will be a lot harder.
Right.
But that's all. Like every year during the fall, my book consumption goes from like a high point of the summer of like 3 or 4 a month to 1 for 4 months, and I'm going to try to do better this fall.
Okay.
We'll see how it happens.
We will see how it goes.
Yeah,
I'm excited to follow along with your book reading.
Check me out on Goodreads or Fable.
Bang.
402-951-1620. Gnab. If you want to hit us up, that is the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. You can call us. You can text us. You can, I guess that's it. You can call us or text us.
Yeah.
That's all that you can do on phones now.
Call me, beat me if you want to reach me.
Oh, Kim Possible.
Hell
Very
yeah.
nice. Yeah.
Wow, that's a millennial show, so I know about Kim
It's
Possible.
a Gen Z show.
No,
Gen
Cap.
Z.
is
It's
not.
a
Cap.
Gen
No way you know about that.
It's
About
also
Kim Possible? It
There's
just came
no
out?
way you know
What
about
year
Kim
did Kim
Possible.
Possible come out?
No, you're just saying that. You've seen like TikToks about it or something like
Kim
that.
Possible
But this is okay. This is
came
part-
out in 2002. I was 14.
Yeah, no way. But you
were
were watching Kim Possible.
at 14.
You would have been a loser if you
You're
were watching
way
at
too
14.
old for
Your
Kim
friends would have
Possible
made
at
fun of you
14.
for watching Kim Possible. No
This
way.
is unreal. I'm not allowed to watch Kim Possible as a 14-year-old boy.
Well, you
Mhm.
can, but it's weird.
Impossible. See, I remember some of that stuff.
Being real
No,
chuggy
that's
right
a-
now.
that's
is
a
what
What
you
are
are.
you
Z.
doing over there with your hand?
I don't know. I'm just touching things.
All right.
That's a Gen
Gross.
Z thing, and you were in our turf.
You cannot say that.
I can. It was.
I literally was watching it.
Okay.
It's kind of
Idiots.
chuggy.
You can also email. I don't know what that means.
You don't know chuggy? Oh, another
Does
term.
Nick know what chuggy
I
is?
don't think I know what
You don't know
Ah,
chuggy?
You're an idiot, Nick. You're old. You're 100.
No, it's basically like old people trying to do young stuff.
Damn it. No.
Oh, you just did it.
You can also reach us on the Equitable Bank inbox, which is named after an old man. His name is Doug. My name is Doug. Remember that reference from Arrested Development?
Uh-huh.
Oh, no, that's my generation, Nick. Stay away from that. You.
I didn't tell you to
It
stay
came
away
back on
from it. I
Netflix,
just said
so-
it was weird that you were watching Kim Possible when you were 14.
And it wasn't as good. There was one joke
Arrested
on the
Development?
Netflix Arrested Development season.
Yeah,
that made me laugh really, really hard,
yeah.
but that was it.
the first season of Arrested Development is really good, and then everything after that I didn't enjoy.
That's a bad take. I think
No,
season
that is-
2
that's-
is the best. Season
What are you
2 has
talking about?
Mother Boy.
Oh, no.
Yes.
No, 0% chance.
Josh at 1620thezone.com, by the way. What are you talking about? Also, season 3 gets a bad rap.
No,
Season 3 is
it doesn't.
good.
No, it gets all the hate it deserves. Also, season 2 is not as good as season 1. I don't even know what you're talking about.
I agree. It's not as good. It's better.
Wow,
Season
whatever.
2 rocks. My
Season
socks
1
off.
has the Hermano joke. It also has the money's in the banana stand, which is easily one of the
Hermano.
greatest bits
It's
in
very good. I'm not going
series.
to argue that the bit's not good. It's a great bit.
My favorite joke in Arrested Development is your son is going to be all right.
And that's from season 2.
Oh, no, I hate this.
It's
I
a
hate
really
this.
good joke.
That's a
I
great
hate
joke.
this. I hate it. I hate it.
What is it? What does he say when he leaves? Like we lost. Oh, we lost him.
Yeah, we did.
No, we literally lost him. Oh man.
I love that, Doctor.
Pedro says, "Hi guys, Josh, does reading a Kindle book count for you, or does it have to be pages?" Yes, of course. If you read on a Kindle, it
Kindle is
counts.
still a book.
Gotcha.
It's still a book.
There is something nice about the flipping of a page, though. It's
Yeah.
like an old newspaper. I like to get a newspaper
See-
once in a while.
Wow,
I
you
know,
are
yeah.
100.
For
Okay.
me, for some reason, a physical book has always stuck with me better than reading it digitally.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know why that is.
Interesting.
It's the same way, like I would whenever I take notes, like in a meeting that's like actually like very important, I will like write them down and
Oh, yeah.
stuff. So
I got a
I
meeting
try
notebook.
to.
Wow, this is
Yeah.
gonna be interesting. Now, the next time you're in a meeting and not taking notes, one of your coworkers is gonna be like, "Wow, he doesn't think
That
this
one's not
meeting-
important.
this
No,
meeting's not important."
I take notes at
Interesting.
every meeting except the ones like if I have like my yellow notepad and I can take those down. I prefer that. Yes.
Nice.
Yeah. My verbiage was incorrect. Thank you for saving me.
JTech Construction's own Twitter feed, by the way, if you want to hit us up on there. All right, when we return, many topics to get to today, but first we have to talk with our dear friend Mike Schaefer. Mike Schaefer. We'll ask him if he remembers Kim Possible. I know what he's reading. I was going to say we could also ask him what he's reading right now, but I know what he's reading because we've been texting about it.
The Expo.
It's a book I recommended to him. It's called The Corrections by Jonathan Franzen.
I wish I knew books.
Isn't
It's a
Franzen
great
that
book.
guy who you're like, he seems kind of douchey,
But he's a really great writer.
Yeah.
The very one, Nick, The Corrections is the first book I read by him. That's coming up next on 1620 The Zone.
When it comes to concrete repair, Everlevel has some serious game. Coach Greg McDermott here to coach you on why you should choose Everlevel Concrete Repair. They've got the fundamentals to fix your cracked and uneven concrete, and their products will give you the best defense against future damage. It's a fraction of the price compared to replacement, and their solutions come with a long-term transferable warranty. Working with Everlevel is a slam dunk. Call Everlevel Concrete Repair today for your free inspection.
Mike Schaefer.
There's a part of me that really thinks that there's a Sasquatch.
Mike Schaefer.
I think the issues here
are largely football related. Mike Schaefer.
People are like, oh, the Vikings are terrible. And it's like, yeah, terrible teams always go 13-4.
Mike Schaefer. And I don't feel good for anybody. All my entire life is rooting for sports teams that get as tantalizingly close as possible and then don't win. Mike Schaefer. I have no joy in my heart for you or you or you. Mike Schaefer.
From Husker 24/7 Sports and the Husker 24/7 Sports podcast, which I listened to this morning, it's Mike Schaefer. Hi, Schaefer.
How you doing, gentlemen?
Good to see you again, Schaefer. Saw you yesterday.
Yeah, it's I'm on a run of doing shows with Austin. I've done multiple shows with Josh. Not shows, segments. Sorry. One show with Josh, 2 segments now with Austin, 1 segment with Josh as well. So
wow,
lots of segments. You've busy boy.
You've been talking to all sorts of people, and you talked to a guy on your podcast, one of your coworkers, Mr. Ivins.
Ooh,
I did talk to somebody on the podcast. Occasionally, there's a podcast or two where I don't talk to anyone, but this is one of those where I did talk to somebody.
Do you prefer having a guest on the pod, or are you a solo runner?
Excellent question.
The only really solo ones I do are just like sort of recruiting updates that need to be done, and I can't coerce someone else to join me. Or after the football games during the season and Brunson BC are busy and unavailable, I will natter on for about 14 minutes of incoherent commentary, roughly. So people seem to like them for whatever reason.
I very much am a fan. What did you think, Schaefer, when you were talking to, and I forgot to write down his first name. It's Andrew, right? It's
Andrew Ivins. Andrew Ivins, yeah.
So you guys spent a good portion, I mean, really the whole pod was talking about the event that you and I talked about a little bit on Monday's show that took place at the end of last week. He said that the story of the camp for him was the talent that was in town. Do you agree that that was the biggest takeaway, or was it, as we talked about, this kind of weird loophole that they found to allow them to even have this thing to the way in which they wanted to in the first place?
Well, so the loophole is what allowed it to happen, but I don't know that that's necessarily the story so much as Nebraska getting as many talented individuals as they can on campus for at least one visit, and then the hope is you get a lot of these guys back for more. I mean, that was sort of the goal all along, was to get as many people to campus, give them a reason to be at Nebraska, not just, hey, come out to watch a spring practice. Okay, maybe I'll do that, but I have 75 other invitations and these schools are closer, or maybe have 1 more games or whatever. No one else in the country was doing what Nebraska was doing on Friday. So if that was something that interests you, or if you were there for the Huddle Symposium and you happen to fly in early, you could just make your way over to Nebraska, have an unofficial visit. And they were able to show off the Osborne Legacy Complex. They were able to show a little bit of the fan base that showed up on Friday night. They were able to also introduce or reintroduce their coaches as well. I mean, you got plenty of FaceTime with some of these coaches. I mean, depending on who you were, not everybody gets an equal amount of FaceTime. And certainly 2029s like Maddox Porter is probably going to get a little bit less than 2027s. But the idea being, if you wanted to have an excuse to go see Nebraska, there was never a better one for the underclassmen of the 27, 28, 29 classes with what they pulled off on Friday.
Schaefer, yesterday we were discussing a little bit from Troy Dannon's article with Amy Just about some of his commentary and everything, and how, this past really kind of calendar year, how often Rule and Dannon have kind of been out front in some of the cancellation of the Tennessee series, how they want to be kind of the vocal leaders of some things in college football. I had proposed this thought to Josh, and we didn't get to expand too much on it, but do you think that Rule, Dannon, and potentially maybe just Nebraska football as like a program, do you think they're comfortable almost accepting like the villain-like role in college football, where they're welcome to taking bad press and kind of being the brunt of a joke, even though, they just kind of let it roll off their shoulders more often than not?
I don't think that they want to be that. What I think they want to be is thought leaders in the sport. I mean, I think Matt Rule has always been willing to answer questions as it relates to the health of the sport or the big picture or anything like that. I think that he he feels so strongly about what he has here at Nebraska that he's going to do everything he possibly can to put it in the best position to be successful. And so whether that's not really firing, relieving your offensive coordinator of his duties during the middle of the year and bringing in somebody that hadn't called plays for you for the final 4 games, whether that is changing out some of his staff, both recruiting staff that had been here for several years or coaching staff, or seeking out new ideas, allowing himself to hire a Mike Eckler because he knows that's what's necessary for Nebraska special teams, even if that wasn't what he set out to do when he made the change in December of 2024. Or you mentioned the Tennessee thing. Like, I don't think they felt like they were going to be villains. I think they felt like it's what they needed to do for Nebraska football to be in the best position for Nebraska football. Whether or not people choose to accept that is going to be up to each individual person. And I think there's very valid reasons to be frustrated by it, just like I think there's very valid reasons to think that it was a good move for Nebraska. So I don't think they look at it like, hey, there's this sort of vacuum and we can be a villain. I don't think they think that at all. I think it's more so they aren't afraid to exercise. And when I say they, with all the respect in the world to Dannon, I'm talking about Matt Rule. I mean, Dannon isn't making these decisions. Dannon is going to have his press clippings of his interviews and everything else. But I don't know that he is, without Matt Rule's approval, making any decisions as it relates to Nebraska football, other than sort of the big decision, is this a guy that I want to put in this position to be head coach going forward? So in some ways, yes, he is making the most critical decision. But when it comes to the rest of this stuff, Matt Rule is kind of providing his marching orders, and it's sort of on Troy Dannon to help make it happen.
Mike Schaefer, Husker 24/7 Sports, joining us right now on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Schaefer, I've been thinking about it this week, and then hearing you and Ivan's talk about it this morning, it kind of crystallized it a little bit more. Is Trey Taylor the type of quarterback that Husker fans have been dreaming of for years in terms of early commitment, seems to have a lot of skill, right? And that he is out there in terms of social media, peer recruiting, just like kind of the aura, I guess, around him. Like this seems like a different type of cat compared to some of the other quarterbacks that I can remember committing to Nebraska, even if they did so early in the process.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's a combination of a bunch of things. I think it's what people had hoped that Dylan Raiola would be if they had gotten that commitment in, say, March of 2023 versus not getting it until December of 2023. I think it's a very transparent look into the next era of what a recruitable athlete could be and could act like moving forward. And it's not to say that there isn't a real person in Trey Taylor, but there's also very conscious efforts of building brand and building, goodwill for a fan base that he hasn't yet played in front of, but that he knows that's where he wants to be. And so I think it certainly is a combination of a lot of things that should have fans excited. And what I mostly remember from his commitment was just the sheer cynical nature of coming off of the transfer portal cycle, everything that's transpired here for so long. And people just couldn't look at the reality of it like, hey, this quarterback actually wants to come to Nebraska. This might be the real deal. It was, yeah, he's committed, but for how long? We'll see how quickly he goes into the transfer portal. Well, like everything was kind of couched in a, yeah, that's nice, but I don't care until he does something for me. And I sort of understand where that all comes from. And yet now, because you're not the first person to sort of state this has been out there really since he's committed. But coming off of this event and then the fact that he played well. So now you have like physical evidence inside his future home that he's a good enough quarterback, at least to be talked about in the vein that he has been recruiting wise. And then he did it with other 2027s and 28s and 29s watching. And he is sort of the future of what you hope happens after Dylan Raiola. Now it's like people have let themselves kind of drink that Kool-Aid and get a little bit excited about it. And it's less cynical in nature. And it's like, oh, what a charming 16-year-old kid. And it's kind of funny to me watching that whole cycle go, because it's just like he's been himself the entire time. And it's the fan base that sort of talked themselves out of the cynicism of it initially. And not everybody, but at least a somewhat vocal segment of it has now really sort of embraced the idea of this with open arms. Because again, Nebraska football does the thing that sort of is most important, which is winning the football games on Saturdays in the fall. And you have your quarterback set up for the next recruiting cycle. And you have this Osborne legacy complex that was the MVP of your weekend, in which everyone's raving about all of the great stuff that's happening there. It sets Nebraska for a tremendous jumping off point, but none of it matters until they win the football games and make it look like they are back in the mix of what, college football is. They have to get out of the shadows. They have to stop being labeled a sleeping giant, and they have to stop having the what if conversations. Because there's so much that's pointing in that direction. It has never been more apparent that it is time to win football games at a really high level for Nebraska.
Yeah, that was, again, my takeaway from listening to your guys' conversation with what he had to say. And that was something that I think he brought up towards the end of it. And that was like, yeah, and if they can have a really good year, you use that to parlay yourself into a really good class. And we have once again entered that time period where it's like, man, so much is at stake for this team, but not in like the coach is going to get fired pressure cooker type of way, but more, man, imagine if they were able to actually parlay a good year into more good years. Like that's what 2025 could be.
It's like if you, and I've had this conversation a lot where it's sort of Nebraska's in such a slow perpetual rebuild here. It's like if they could skip the step of just kind of putting together a couple 7-5 seasons and just jump straight into, they go 9-3 in 2025. What that would look like in the off season around here, what that would look like in terms of recruiting and the excitement and all of that. I mean, it is hard to even really explain that the amount of work that has been put in to just get to that point. Now it's just as simple as, okay, it's time to go win these football games. Do they have a team that's capable of doing that in 2025? And, that's where my own cynicism starts to show its own head.
All right, Schaefer. So kind of back to Trey Taylor. When I know Josh made the joke that he might be the best recruiter for Nebraska football right now, but how does that work? Because the type of talent that Nebraska football is going to be targeting in those future classes, Trey can go out and talk to, right? Like those are obviously targets that he wants to be around, his top talent, that sort of thing. But does it work the opposite way? Can Nebraska football be like, hey, Trey, we'd really love for you to go talk to this kid that we're recruiting, and we see him as maybe a diamond in the rough or something along those lines? Does that work that way? Or do you have any insight on maybe how that internal discussion goes?
It definitely works that way. And I think the big thing to know is that I want to say it's coming up next week when Josh will be sitting and sweating inside Omaha baseball.
So much blood sweat.
Early on like Monday or Tuesday. I don't know when the actual deadline is, but coaches will be able to start talking to 2027 recruits in an unrestricted fashion. And so that will really help in terms of it. But what Trey Taylor can do for you right now is that Trey Taylor can without, you don't have to mark how many times he calls a kid or talks to a kid, or look, he could be out there recruiting for you for 2027 right now. And he has been doing that. I mean, you see it on Twitter. He's highlighting these guys. He's putting them in front of the Nebraska fan base. It's, hey, this is someone that we really need right now. This is someone that we really want. I mean, and so he can do that. Nebraska's absolutely under the staff utilized people before. Josh knows full well we had Daniel Kalin on one of those CWS shows. That was a big part of his role in that June. I mean, he left Nebraska's program this past December, but what Daniel Kalin did for Matt Rule's first full year of recruiting class and helping stabilize it and build goodwill with guys like Ja'Cory Barney and others, the fruits of the labor we're not going to see from Daniel Kalin in terms of on-the-field production at Nebraska. But there are guys, Carter Nelson, Ja'Cory Barner, some of those offensive linemen. Daniel Kalin had a huge impact in that regard. And that's what you're hoping Trey Taylor can be as well. And they absolutely will have those conversations of, hey, I just talked to this kid last week. He really likes Nebraska. It'd be awesome if you could reach out to him, just shoot him a snap, shoot him a message, just let him know that, you'd love to play with him, that kind of thing. They could certainly steer him in a direction that they themselves up until this next week really can't do.
Schaefer, I was thinking, Mike Schaefer joining us. I was thinking this morning about, again, the settlement. I was reading something and it mentioned roster sizes and how we are now in this kind of post walk-on world of college football. And I wonder if you have had conversations with, whether it's people on your message board or people inside the sport, about like not memorializing it, but almost like, I mean, it is kind of dead now. And I wonder if we have taken the time to recognize it, at least around here, given that walk-ons played such an important part of not on the field success, though they did, but more the fabric of Husker football. And I wonder what that looks like now moving forward, given that it is going to be something that completely goes away. Maybe that was another thing that came up on the pod, right? Where you were talking about how for the longest time, those walk-ons were guys who were just, at least lately, they were getting their scholarships, if you will, paid for via NIL.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's certainly going to be a change, but Matt Rule has sort of sliced up his roster in a way where maybe the last 10 spots on that roster, 8 to 10 spots, are guys that aren't likely to see the field, but he thinks are culture builders and people who can help in the locker room and are great practice guys that can push other people or can help in the film room and can help some of the younger guys come along and things of that nature. So there's going to be an element of that still prevalent at Nebraska, but it's not going to be treated in the same way. There's not going to be those sort of moments where, you've got a walk-on who has to step into a key situation because of depth, and then he emerges as a great player. You're not going to have the Andy Janovich type stories or the John Bullock type stories or we go back to the 70s and 80s, and I'm going to forget people's names, but I think John Perello was a walk-on. I mean, so you've had all of these different great players throughout the history of your sport and in your program have done it the hard way. You don't have that anymore. And that was a tenet of which Nebraska football was built on. That was something that people really respected and appreciated about this program, is that there would be opportunities for guys if you showed up and you've worked. There wasn't a caste system or some sort of ridiculous notion of, if a guy was good enough, he was going to find a way to get playing time. So that's largely going to be gone. But again, it's all part of us having to embrace that college football is not the same sport as we grew up with. And I don't think that has to be a bad thing. And those opportunities someone's still going to emerge from the back. There's still going to be great stories. It's just going to be, that's more of an era of yesteryear than it is anything else.
Mike Schaefer, Husker 24/7 Sports, as Theo writes, the most wholesome guy in Skurs media. Wow, let's get him a trophy or a plaque that says
Appreciate that.
Congrats. Are you the most wholesome member of Husker Sports Media, Schaefer?
I certainly don't think so, but I've never also considered myself to be wholesome. But the one man Schaefer army that is Theo, I appreciate it. He's a big supporter. Yeah, we get the salute and everything.
Get it on a hat. That'd be perfect.
Well, you can support Mike Schaefer by subscribing to Husker 24/7 Sports today for as low as blank dollars a month. I don't know how much it's going for these days, but it's a great deal. And the podcasts are free. So how about that? You can get those podcasts for free.
Get the best of both worlds.
Exactly. You get paid stuff, you get free stuff. We appreciate your time today. Thank you very much for joining us. Have a great rest of your very hot Wednesday.
All right. I appreciate it. Austin, if you somehow are on the show that I am on tomorrow, that would be pretty impressive.
Is that
I don't know how that's going to work exactly, because it's a Lincoln-based radio station.
Okay.
Well, if you pull it off, that's going to be pretty cool. That'd be.
I will hit that up and see if maybe I could just guest appearance and just pull me in or something like that. That'd be even better.
Matt Rule just walked in on that place today.
Is true.
I don't know why you couldn't try to do that. Yeah, exactly.
You think it'd be the same response from Sipple?
Yes, definitely. Oh, hey, good to see you, Austin.
Yeah, that'd be great. I'll bring me and Rika. We'll just stop by. We'll do that. We'll have a good time.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I'm sure they'd be happy with me bringing my friends on. They don't know.
They'd have no issue with it at all.
Thanks, Schaefer.
Bye, Schaefer.
All right. See you guys.
That is Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7 Sports.
I don't think Theo's wrong, though. I think
no way. No offense to Schaefer. The answer is Mike Babcock, in my opinion. That guy
Hill Varsity Zone, by the way,
is as wholesome as they come.
Yeah.
Plus, his name is the name of a former hockey coach.
That's fair. That's fair.
But Schaefer he's a great guy.
I did get tasked at work earlier this year to do like the Nebraska football media, like basically just like the web diagram where everyone is linked to like whatever.
Oh, yeah.
And just to see like where everyone has been and where everyone goes. I don't know why I got tasked with that, but that's like my summer project after CWS.
Oh, that sounds fun. Is it like a spider web? So wait, when you say like where they were, like the paper or website that they once
Yeah,
wrote
so
for?
you would put like all the major outlets and stuff, and then you would just kind of like
just the major outlets.
Well,
huh?
I mean,
Interesting.
everything is major around here.
Now, is
so
this just your coworkers or the whole Husker media?
no? Well, you mean like?
Am I going to be on this graphic?
I think you will be on the graphic.
What?
Yeah,
Well, it's
I'll
just going
send
to be
it
a
to you. I'll
straight
send it to
line.
you.
It's 1620 the zone.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
only
Energy
adult
media.
job I've ever had.
Yep.
I mean, I've done some podcasts on the side, though, if you want to include one of those podcasts.
Okay,
on
well,
the
I
side.
guess I will. I don't think Chasing 3 is.
Wow! It'll return at some point in time.
But it was canceled.
Do you think when it comes back, it'll be like how Marvel movies were after Endgame?
I hope not. I hope people aren't like, man, it was better before you ran Boston. I hope not. I got a comment on it the other day from somebody. They sent me a message on Instagram saying they really liked the Boston recap episode.
Oh, that's
and then
nice.
it made me sad that I'm not doing episodes right now.
Yeah, they're like, when's the next one coming
But
out?
then I
I'm
was like,
excited.
God, I do not miss, like, I love having a Tuesday night free.
Yeah,
Like last
right?
night, I went home, spoiler alert, for what's for dinner. I ended up not making what I never didn't do boy dinner.
Same.
I grilled and I made chicken thighs for today and I made brats for last night.
Look
and
at that.
It was delicious.
Great. Now we're going to talk about the end of the show. Jeez.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to have for dinner tonight.
Okay, perfect.
Tell you what I'm gonna have for dinner
That
tonight.
does sound fun.
Coming up on the show, moving forward, we still have dumb debates, and we would love your dumb debate questions.
Send
By
them
the
to
way, Bad Takes Doug has not responded yet about
on,
this
Doug.
cancellation that he is going to do.
Tell us who to cancel.
Yeah, so
Or what to cancel.
or what to cancel. Yeah, so
When to
we'll,
cancel?
or
That could be it.
I guess so. Why to cancel? All of the things. All of the things. You can do all of those, but whatever you do with your dumb debates, just make sure you have the hashtag dumb debates. Follow up on the walk-on thing, but I want to dovetail it into another topic that's going around in Husker circles is an email. People love saying email blast. Is an email blast was sent out to Husker fandom.
You
Or
can
is
just
that-
say e-blast.
Is that
Okay. All right.
wow? I
What?
like saying email blast.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly, Nick. Okay. Coming up next on 1620 the Zone. Josh, Austin, and Nick.
And Nick.
It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on this Wednesday.
On a Wednesday?
Hey, are you ever going to explain the slice equation?
No.
Okay.
I heard
Good to
some
know.
people theorizing that it was run differential.
Yeah, but like that's a part of it. And it's not some people, it's Happer. And Happer was all
Oh, I wasn't talking about Happer. I was just saying some people.
Happer was all triggered at me this morning. It's just run differential. Like, of course the team's going to have a high score. It's like, well, yeah, but that also just proves it's a good equation.
So it is run differential?
So it is run differential.
It's part of it is run differential, but
What's
that's not
the
the
other
whole
part?
thing. I'm not going to say.
How many parts are there?
A few.
A few. That means 3. Okay. We'll try to figure out what the other parts are as we roll on. Win percentage, maybe?
No.
Potentially.
Yeah, Nick wouldn't be.
Strength of schedule.
No.
Okay.
No, see, those are numbers that Nick would have to create a formula, and that's too difficult. So
He
it has
said
to
he
be-
created an
has to-
equation, though.
Yeah, but he has to be more round numbers. Run differential, easy. You plug in plus whatever,
True.
minus whatever.
True.
So
Good
then
point.
it needs another number like that. I'll continue to think about this. Maybe number of bunts. Nick loves bunting.
I don't actually like bunting that much.
Oh,
You don't like the
interesting.
bunts?
Not really.
We got an email, a follow-up from Bad Takes Doug.
Uh-oh.
Now, first of all, when I told him he can send me his take, all I said was what? And he said TU, which I believe means thank you.
Yeah.
Does it? I've never seen thank you as TU.
Yeah.
Come on, Gen Z
Does
boy. What does
TU
TU mean?
stand for? Let's see. Tardy unexcused?
No.
Time unit? Teaching unit?
Nope.
Tuberculosis unit?
That's
Trade
what
He
unit?
wants to cancel tuberculosis.
He says, this is pretty much I have an opinion. Ooh, could we make dumb debates? I want to cancel this.
Oh. Could we make that last a whole
That wouldn't be
segment?
bad. Yeah.
Hey, Matt, if you're listening, let's do a segment on Saturday where we cancel things. So Doug says, I would like to cancel Jeep owners
Wow.
who put rubber ducks on their own and other people's dashboards. Please stop. So dumb. I've ordered plastic
dumb.
rubber poop to put on your Jeep. Get a life. Now, who needs to get a life if he's putting plastic poop on?
Right. I've got a couple takes on this one. Right?
Okay, I can't wait.
So the duck Jeep thing started during COVID is a way for people to try to find joy at a very depressing time. I don't know why.
You're going to defend the Jeep.
I'm defending it because I used to think it was stupid, but then I thought about it and
Wait,
it's
are
like,
you pro-COVID?
yes.
Nick. Even Nick.
I used to be triggered about it too, but then I thought about it. I'm like, well, this is a thing. This is like a cool communal thing that started during COVID.
This is like clapping for nurses.
Well, it's
Nick is comparing this to calling nurses heroes.
not what I'm doing.
The Jeep owners were the heroes.
They are the heroes, yeah.
Not at all what I'm
Thank
saying.
goodness.
I'm just-
Where would we be without the Jeep?
I'm just saying it's a cool communal thing that people who own Jeeps just happen to do, and it brings joy to people. And it's weird to get mad about something that doesn't affect you.
Yeah, Nick
that
in
brings
for
joy
communes.
to other
That's
people.
good. Yeah.
Just why does it matter?
Now, to be fair, Nick, you get upset about things that don't affect you.
Sometimes.
Yeah, like when people watch things on their phone while they're at the urinal. Does that affect you in any way?
Bingo. So we can have opinions on this.
Interesting.
I could say it looks stupid.
It doesn't. You're right. The phone and the urinal thing doesn't affect me, but I think it makes me sad with society.
I'll say,
But putting Jeeps or ducks on a Jeep
putting
doesn't.
Jeeps on a duck.
Bang!
Putting Jeeps on
Attaway.
a duck doesn't it's not bad for society. That's all just good vibes. It's weird to be mad at something that's just pure good vibes.
So here's something. I didn't even know about this tradition until like 2 weeks ago.
Oh, really?
And now every time I see a Jeep, I can't stop noticing this
Oh.
new tradition. Yeah.
Is it all Jeeps or is it just like the box Jeeps or which Jeeps are we talking about?
See, and I thought it would be all Jeeps, but it seems like it's only Wranglers. for some
Duncan
reason.
says Jeep people are weird. Jeep owners are a cult. It's a
Mm.
Jeep thing. Wheel covers, only giving ducks to other Jeep owners, etc.
I've always been curious on the people who own Jeeps that like disassemble their entire vehicle for the summer. They're like, oh, I just don't need windows or air conditioning. I just want the breeze and I don't need doors. That always blows my mind.
Hey, look, you want to see my legs?
Yeah,
No.
I've never, like watching someone sit while driving is one of the most awkward things.
Really? Those are legs.
Maybe
Those
legs. Yep.
Yeah, I think it's weird, but hey, if a Jeep owner is listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct right now, thank you.
Yes. Thank you for your service during COVID.
Yes.
We appreciate it.
Yeah,
during those dark times.
I would say there is definitely something try hard about taking your whole car apart for no reason.
Yeah,
you
right.
know?
And then you just waste storage in your home.
I don't think it's.
Where do you put the Jeep?
I don't think it's a try hard thing. I think mostly people do it with Jeeps because it's so easy to take the doors off. Like
But why
them to do
take
that.
the
They made
doors
it
off?
easy.
Why take the doors off?
402 texter says Jeep Wrangler owners swing together.
Nice. Good for them.
I'm not gonna kink shame.
That's
at all.
another
Shame
community building event, so that's good. Do they trade ducks as well after they swing?
They might.
Maybe they put the duck on
Do they-
something.
Oh,
Do
what's
they
the
do-
story behind that duck? Well, you see, your mother and I.
The duck is
Mm.
upside down.
Yeah.
One might say.
The pineapple
Is
duck.
that how you let another Jeep owner know that you'd like to swing as you turn their duck upside down?
It's just the pineapple duck specifically.
Ooh,
More
okay.
cancellations coming in.
Oh no!
Here we go.
What's canceled?
Joe in Vegas.
Hi,
This
Joe.
ought to be good.
Oh, he wants to cancel everything.
Yes. I want to cancel the WNBA because it sucks. All politicians and the F1 in Las Vegas because the F1 sucks. I like how the politicians don't suck, but he wants to cancel them.
He did, I guarantee Joe didn't care about F1 in Vegas until he moved to Vegas and suddenly it started to affect him.
Wait, he lives in Vegas now?
Joe in Vegas?
I had no idea.
Yeah.
He doesn't tell me every day
That's
of
fair.
his whole life. Did you know it's warmer in Las
Also,
Vegas than it is in
interesting-
Nebraska in January?
Interesting, Joe, that you want to cancel the women's sport.
Oh,
you think
cancel
the women's
women.
sport sucks.
Yikes.
The sport that's been gaining a lot of popularity.
Steve writes, wait, Nick thinks it's weird to get upset about things that don't affect you personally. Nick? Has Nick actually met himself?
Whoa.
Well, technically, it's
Good
hard to
take.
You can't meet yourself. You are yourself. Poll question, can you meet yourself?
Do you ever judge yourself sometimes, Nick?
All the
Dan, your
time.
text is funny. I'm not going to read it
You
on
think
the air,
I have
but
a high
it's funny.
self-esteem,
Dan.
Austin?
What?
You think I have a high self-esteem?
I don't know. Are you a Jeep owner?
I think you kind of.
I used
think,
to be.
I think
Oh,
you
there you
sometimes
go.
have a high self-esteem, but for the most part, you don't.
No,
Am I right?
I think you live in
Maybe.
high society. Is that different?
I don't think I live in high society.
He doesn't live in high society.
Aren't you a West O member?
For the next couple months.
Yep. High
Is
society.
Millard West O?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, it's south of, or it's west of 144.
I know,
That's
but
what the cutoff was.
I guess I don't know if I consider Millard West O, at least in terms of the vibes that Austin was describing there. I don't know if Millard is that anymore.
I feel like I live in West Omaha. The pool in our neighborhood required a membership to get into.
That's wild.
That felt like high society.
Do you have a membership?
Oh, of course. Look at me.
So
do I look like someone who doesn't have a pool membership?
Where we live in Millard, it's interesting because we have like your generic like suburb kind of area, but then the neighborhood right next to you is a gated community with like the nice like
Who are they keeping out?
brick. I don't know.
Interesting.
James writes, former Jeep owner here. Congrats to James for leaving the cult. This is like the guys who got out of Scientology. No doors, no top parentheses on the Jeep is a vibe. Don't knock it till you try it. I, however, did not participate in the duck thing, but there is a Jeep wave that you give to other Jeeps.
What's the Jeep wave?
So I'm actually mad about the Jeep wave.
Is that like doing this or this?
It's like that while you're driving, but I think the Jeep people.
Oh, I do that sometimes with people.
That's the thing. Jeep people just kind of co-opted that one. That's a thing that happened back home in my small town. You wave at people. I'm sure you did that.
This is a country road
Yeah,
wave.
it's not
this
a
is
Jeep
this
thing.
is
It's
a
just a
farmer
wave.
Is it?
Yeah.
Are you looking at a photo?
Yeah,
of
it's
it?
just this.
Yeah, it's just a farmer wave.
Yeah, it's just.
See, I don't
sticking
like
some fingers.
I
up.
do.
It's
My
just-
dad has been doing that for years.
Yeah, that's just a wave.
Venmo Chris, as an employee of a Chrysler/Dodge/Jeep dealer, I can say those people suck.
Whoa.
The more ducks, the more annoying. Wranglers are a stain on mankind.
A stain. That's a good
Wow.
sentence.
That's
Chris,
harsh.
hopefully your bosses don't know that you listen to the Grum and that your name is Venmo.
I had a Grand Cherokee for a little bit. I liked it a lot. It just Jeeps love to suck down oil, and I
Yeah.
just didn't want to keep giving it oil.
If I'm going to get an SUV, I'm going to get a Subaru because that is
Nice.
more of the runner vibe.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Jeep
you
is
would have
more
to,
of the Punisher vibe, and I don't want
Yeah.
a Punisher sticker on my car.
That is true.
I feel like Jeeps would come with one. Congrats on your new Jeep. Here's a Punisher
know
sticker.
about that.
I just have
You
a
don't think
Chevy
so?
because that's
Yeah.
what I can afford.
I always see
so-
Punisher stickers on like Fords.
Really?
Yeah, like F-150 specifically.
Interesting.
But like it's the thin blue line Punisher sticker, which is very ironic.
Every single time.
Andrew in chat, yeah, Jeep owners are weird. Not because I may have cut one off last week and he tried following me home.
Holy God,
Well, maybe
Andrew.
Maybe don't cut people off though.
So something happened today, and I missed the beginning of the fight. But when I was driving, I had gotten onto the expressway, and I was at about 156, and this motorcycle came up, and I was in the far left lane. The motorcycle was in the right lane, and it pulled up next to this van and just flipped the biggest bird I've ever seen. And I was like, I want to know the whole story of this. And then it just sped off. And I was like, wow, something bad happened.
Yeah. Oh, man, those are great. Motorcycle road rage is the funniest to watch because you can actually see like their anger.
Yeah.
Where like car road rage is just concerning because you don't know like what that person.
It's like an NBA player versus an NFL player. The NFL player has the helmet on. You can't
Exactly,
see their
right.
eyes, but the NBA player is like, hey, look, it's LeBron James.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yep.
see his
Malice
face.
in the Palace wouldn't have worked if it was
Wow,
football.
that's true.
Mhm.
Wow, can you imagine that? A football player going up into the stands with their pads on and
That
the
would have been
helmet?
crazy. Well, they always always like insinuate that too. We've had a couple instances of that where like someone throws something late and then the whole football team like turns around and everyone's like, no, get back, get to the locker room. Like that's no fun.
Nice.
Let one fight, just one fight. We just want to see it.
I saw a video the other day where this car had cut off this guy on a motorcycle. That they were both at the same stoplight. So the motorcycle went down. The guy had his window down. He just started pressing buttons in the guy's car and then drove away when the light turned green.
What did the buttons do?
I don't know. He just hitting stuff in the car.
Wow.
Locked him in there.
So we did not get a chance to talk about the walk-on thing, so we'll do that when we return.
Okay, yeah.
That will be coming up next because instead we just talked about
Jeeps and Colts.
Chris points out there are like 5 Chris's here. I'm good. Chris, thank you for your service.
It's
I
like
didn't wanna
how
get you in trouble.
It's like how people named Josh always work in radio. People named Chris always work at Jeep dealerships.
That's what
that
they
is
say.
true. I do know a lot of Chris's at different auto shops.
And do you know a Josh at your? Well, you don't work at a radio station.
Yeah, it's
your internet
digital only.
company.
Do we have a Josh?
No, because it's internet only.
That's true.
Josh
I put on there digital boy. Don't look at it twice.
I did see that. Oh, with an eye.
I used to work at a window.
That is a youngster thing. I don't know if you know that or not.
I've seen it.
I used to work at a window factory, and there was a billion Steves.
Not many
you, Steve.
Austins out there, though. Okay, I'll say that.
Really?
Yeah. Whenever I cross another Austin, it's always spelled differently, and so I feel like it's a unique creature.
How do you spell Austin?
The most unique Austin I've ever met was Ossstun.
That is the dumbest crap I've ever heard.
And
in my
I
entire
told
life.
them, and they were like, "Yeah, I just go by whatever." And I was like, "Okay."
It's a
sick.
Gen Z child.
Mhm.
Oh man,
Is that a Bible camp? I was young.
parents of Gen Z kids are the worst because they named them all dumb things like Austin with an O.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, we'll talk
On that
walk-ons. Yep. We'll go to break. We still have dumb debates. If this conversation wasn't dumb enough for you, please get yours in at JTech Constructions on Twitter feed, #dumb debates. More to come, 1620 The Zone. Josh Peterson, Austin Jacobson,
Yup.
Nick Grimm, and thousands of rubber duckies on Jeep trucks.
Hell yeah.
That's all the chat is about. That, and Jimmy is going off on something now in the chat that we're just going to move on.
Sorry, Jimmy.
We're talking sports.
Sports.
We are.
We're talking sports, folks.
College football?
College
Baseball?
football.
It's so back.
No.
College football is right around the corner. It seriously is.
Can we hire this man to just have him pop up and say, college football's right around the corner?
Honestly, Josh, this isn't. You just hit the Austin button. I'll call in at any time, and I'll be like, I want to talk college football.
This could be a fun new liner. Hey, everybody, college football's just around the corner. You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Austin is June 11th.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
what's wrong with June 11th?
It's baseball season.
Okay, that's true, but college football is still right around the corner.
It is, Nick.
It's a really long corner.
No,
you don't think that college football student athletes right now are like just geared up and ready to get going? They're done with spring football. Their off-season workouts are just hanging out.
Well,
they want to get to hitting people.
Right, because that's their job.
Wow.
Like they're gonna look forward to that because they're actively participating.
You know what my job is, Nick?
To talk about them.
Correct.
But you don't have to talk about them until they're actually doing the thing.
Wrong, Nick. You're wrong.
So are you suggesting that college football players, when they're not in season, are doing nothing?
Wow. Nick says stick to something.
Wow.
That's not what I'm
You
saying.
sound like Laura Ingraham, Nick.
I'm saying it makes more sense for the college athletes to be more focused on their thing year-round than it is for us when it's baseball
I'll
season.
give you this. When does college baseball season is just right around the corner? When is that mark?
Yeah.
January.
Wow. Okay. So January, and the season would begin when?
February.
Oh, interesting. Okay. So
we're allowed to say it's around the corner in a month.
You could say it's around the corner in a month, but
I say August.
Doesn't
when we hit August, that's when college football is
But
around
don't
the corner
some college football teams report to fall camp in about a month's time?
I don't know. Do they?
Interesting. So
Yes.
college football would just be right around the corner.
College practice right around the corner. Right around the corner. All right, let's talk some college football. All of that to say, let's talk about some college football. So I asked Schaefer about the walk-on program being taken out back like old Yeller. Boom.
Yeah, they did shoot that dog, didn't they?
They did. Do you think, and I don't mean to make this so sad, because like it doesn't affect me. And the walk-on tradition I always thought was cool, but it never meant to me what I think it means to others. And I'm certainly not talking about players who walked on. Like it should mean the world to them, especially ones who were like, it turned their lives around, right? But it never mean to me what it meant for a lot of other people. I was always get good players, win with the good players. And especially in the last 20 years, the walk-on program went down in significance as there were more colleges to attend around here. The program took a step back, and so maybe the dream of a younger generation was not to play football at Nebraska like it had been for my generation or earlier, right? And so I asked Schaefer about that like it's leaving, and there doesn't really seem to be any pomp and circumstance. And like I'm not asking for anything. I don't need like a documentary about it or like a podcast series. But like my question is more, are we done talking about it? And like if so, is that kind of odd that we're just kind of done with it? Because the walk-on program is dead now. For all intents and purposes.
Who was the last walk-on that you can remember made a significant impact on a season?
Gosh, that's a great question. I mean, Andy Janovich is the first name that comes to mind.
Okay.
And that's a decade ago. I don't know if I'm forgetting anybody, though. I have to imagine that I'm forgetting
Lance Thorell was a black shirt.
There you go, Lance Thorell. Now, he was before.
He was a little before Janovich.
He was before Janovich, right? So, gosh, that's a great question. I don't know. Who is the last impactful walk-on that Nebraska has had?
And again, I'm not talking, like, obviously every single...
Andrew Bunch.
Yeah, there
Remember he lost to Troy that one time.
Everyone's favorite argument is like, oh, well, the depth and all that other stuff. Some kids that when they were children, or they were grown up and everything, they were teenagers, they were high school football players, the one goal that they had was to be able to wear the red N at some point in their lives.
Yes.
And whether they got there day one or they got there at the final day when they got to walk on senior day, if they got to wear it and they were able to say, I was a Husker football player, that was their ultimate goal. They never had any other goals past that, right?
Yeah.
I think the world of college football and the world of sports in general have changed so much recently in the past really 5, 6, 7 years that the opportunity to continue playing a sport in which you enjoy is more fruitful rather than just not doing the sport itself and being the representative of a brand. Does that make sense? Like I went to UNK, every single player,
Western Nebraska.
Thank you. Every single player that was, I shouldn't say, probably 95% of the roster for the UNK football team never expected themselves when they got to UNK that they were going to be a Nebraska football player, that they were going to somehow transfer up, that they were going to do.
You said they didn't think that they
did not think so. And I'm very close with a lineman, Jack, and just had his wedding like a month ago or whatever, and he had plenty of other UNK football players that were there. These were kids that were from all over the state, whether they were from Giltner, they were from Hastings, St. Cecilia.
Western.
Jack himself played at Creighton Prep, which is...
Omaha.
Thank you.
Yeah.
He now lives in Western Nebraska.
Bummer. That's
I know,
a tough look for him.
Just west of Miller.
Come back, Jack. Omaha's cooler.
He's at 146th. So
that is Western Nebraska.
Anywho, but all of those guys... And I've asked Jack it before. I was like, what is, like, you were a lineman at the D2 level. They were a good football team, like went to like a D2 bowl game. They were competing for the D2 playoffs and stuff. I was like, what's the difference between you and like the Husker lineman? Like, what is the biggest difference? He was like, they're taller, faster, stronger, all these things.
How much time you got, buddy?
Yeah. And I was like, okay, is that the way across your entire roster? And he's like, more or less, yes.
Yeah.
He's like, and you can see it from the NFL draft and all that other stuff.
Yeah.
Like, they're not flying in here to Fort Hays State and just hanging out in Hays, Kansas to be like, that guy's a diamond in the rough. The diamond in the roughs are not to be found anymore, right?
And if they are, they hop up now.
Exactly.
You know?
It's much tougher to be able to do. And there are plenty of student athletes that will move up from the D2 or other levels to go up to Division I. That happens.
Sure.
But I think sometimes when we get into this conversation about, well, what happened to the walk-ons, all this other stuff, I think back in the day when you couldn't watch or be able to be around other college football programs or be able to witness and see what else is out there for you past your high school career, the one thing you would always see in this state was Nebraska football. You could listen to it on the radio, whether it's the 70s, 80s, 90s. You could start watching it on national television, regional television, pay-per-view. I would really think like about 2010, 2012, when you started to see streaming and started to see some of this other stuff come up that, I mean, UNK games are on the internet. You can go and watch those games on Division II.
It's easier now to watch football of any level than it's ever been. And it will probably get easier moving forward.
Every single one of those student athletes at every single college in the state, NAIA all the way to Division I, have had a highlight reel that they can post themselves online. Their own internet source of them playing a sport that they love can go out wherever they want.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, we all kind of want to just remember something well, right? Like you will continue running until you probably can't run anymore, right?
That's my goal, yeah.
More than realistically, right?
Yeah.
If an injury takes that away from you, you would miss it.
Yeah.
It's the same thing with football. A lot of people now, I think, would rather say, do I just want to sit back and just like enjoy and have that experience? Some people do.
Yeah.
But other people would just go, I really like playing football. I want to keep playing football.
And when you say playing football, not being on a team where you're practicing, but playing.
And it has, to some, just practicing has no merit and no value to it.
Yeah.
To some.
They want to, you do all that work to get to the Saturday, to get to the day where you actually are on the field in a game.
And it's a question that when I was a freshman at UNK and the team was going like 0-12 every year, you would, sarcastically ask these players, you'd be like, what are you doing here? Like, why are you doing this? Like, clearly this isn't fun for
That's
you.
a love of the game that is almost hard to fathom if you are not ever playing at that level.
Right.
Like, I always think about that. I think about that with like the quote unquote lesser versions of, I'll say it, lesser versions of professional football, like all the way down to like, various arena or indoor leagues. It's like, man, you have to love football. And I have to imagine that for some of those guys that are playing pro football at one of those levels, they are still chasing a dream.
Yeah.
And the dream is the NFL. But man, to play football at that level, like you got to really love it. And I would say the same thing for playing Division II football. I had an uncle who played D3 ball. He walked on at Iowa, but he wanted to play. And so he transferred to a small college, I think up in New Hampshire. And he played. And he was like an all-conference player at that level of football, if I remember right. And so I think he very much enjoyed that. But to circle back to this now, all of those things have very much changed what it meant to walk on at Nebraska. And so again, like this was not me saying, why haven't we gotten a big retrospective? And look, maybe that's coming because I imagine people would be interested in reading it. But dude, like a decade ago, I remember being on the air and there was
people lost their minds.
There was a listener who yelled at me one time because he was like, do you think scholarship players better than a walk-ons? Like, yes,
100%.
Because they got a scholarship. Like, and again, things slip through the cracks and sometimes you're going to have a guy who is able to pop up. I mean, Baker Mayfield walked on for Christ's sake, like, right? Like it can happen. But on the aggregate, I'm going to say, 99.9% of the time, scholarship guys are going to be better than walk-ons. And so I think of that and that moment of like, you're an idiot for thinking that, Josh. And now this thing is just kind of coming and going. And like maybe people are sadder about it than I'm seeing, but nobody is really kind of talking about it. And so it's just pretty interesting.
So this is just an example I know because I came from Kearney. I did, sports and stuff like in Kearney. Isaiah Stolbert, who blocked a punt in the Northern Illinois game under the Frost era.
Mm-hmm.
He was a walk-on at Nebraska, came from Kearney High. So he was an in-state kid. He had been recruited to go to some Division II level and some very lower FCS level schools.
Okay.
He ended up deciding to take a scholarship after leaving Nebraska from a walk-on and going to South Dakota State where he had a scholarship to go.
Yeah.
I believe maybe he walked on first to then get playing time and then earned a scholarship later.
Yeah.
That's also another opportunity for some students because they go, yeah, football can be my career, but if I can get away from my school or like my education to be free, I may take that opportunity as well.
And that's the other thing that we didn't even mention. We got to go to break, but you think of a walk-on 30 years ago in 1995 and what tuition was then versus today. And that at some point it crossed over a Rubicon that it was like, this is just too much money now for me to continue to chase my dream. And maybe they were able to afford it, or maybe they're just like, I'm going to take on all sorts of loans.
Yeah.
Brian, by the way, talking about the difference of levels. I played NAIA basketball. We would play guys from
Nebraska,
in the summer. They were at a whole nother level. I remember guarding Kyle Korver during the summer in Omaha. He'd run me off like 3 screens and make a 3 look like a layup.
Yep.
Yeah. When you watch it on TV, the appreciation I think really comes in just seeing them go through like layup lines and like just shooting drills, because I think of, myself shooting with no one guarding me and I'm not even a 50% shooter. And then they're doing their drills and they're making all of the shots.
Yeah.
And then it's like, oh my gosh, they are playing at such a higher level than I can even imagine.
On your same point that you were just saying a little bit ago, just about, the guys in the walk-on, all that sort of stuff. Rule had said this when the 135 or the 105 had originally come out, that he was like, there are guys that are on this roster that won't make the 105, that they will stay in Lincoln and just be students.
See, again, and that is someone who,
those are more unique than any other creature in college football. I guarantee it. And it's more unique at Nebraska than it is anywhere else.
And maybe we can hit on this when we return, but Brian says, I care more about getting the top in-state players from Nebraska than I do walk-on program. And that's another part. And maybe it's just this class that they're recruiting right now, but they're kind of taking a different tact where,
to be clear, those are two different things.
They definitely are. But with the roster,
the
with the roster constriction coming, and there's always been a pressure of you got to recruit in-state kids.
Yeah.
And now I think even that is dissipating because a lot of people are saying, well, I understand the math of it all. That said, and you better hope that in-state player doesn't go somewhere else and become awesome.
Yeah.
Because I know what happens when that does. People get triggered around here.
Yeah, people don't like that.
No, they do not. Austin Jacobson hanging out today for John. I'm Josh. Nick is here too.
Hello.
More to come. It's on Sportsmanlike Iconic 1620 The Zone. Folks, the Men's College World Series is but 2 days away.
Not the boys, the men.
Kill me now.
Nick, you're not allowed to play that. You like the College World Series.
I love the College World Series. It's awesome.
And yesterday you learned about the format of the College World Series, so that was exciting too.
Yes, I did.
That was very exciting. We will be on the radio on Friday. Here's what's going down, Austin. There's a morning show with Gary Sharp and Matt McMaster.
Whoa.
And then from 10 to 12:40, there's a radio show with Josh Peterson and Matt McMaster.
Whoa.
And then there's a baseball game until a to-be-determined time. And then there will be another radio show with Josh Peterson and Matt McMaster. I don't mean to refer to myself in the third person. And then there will be another baseball game going on for a to-be-determined amount of time. We're going to be on the radio for like 16 hours.
And then there'll be a third show going until midnight with Josh Peterson and Matt McMaster.
No, there will not be a
College World Series overreaction?
No, there will not be a single solitary second of a radio show that night after the baseball game.
Rip.
I will be in my bed after taking a second shower. Nick will look like somebody dumped a gallon of water on his head.
Are you a big sweaty boy, Nick?
I'm a sweater.
Yeah.
I'm a sweat guy.
And sweat?
His chest hairsies will be sticking out all goopy.
Will you go all Hawaiian shirt for the week, or what are you going to be doing?
No, so we usually do Hawaiian shirts specifically on Father's Day. That's
Okay.
a thing we started a couple years ago, but
Respect.
It's polos the whole time.
Respect. Okay. Very nice.
What if you started saying spect instead of respect?
Oh, well, so it's actually funny you bring this up. So when I text my coworkers back and they like say something and I just say respect. So I say RESPEK.
I love that song.
Wow. You two are something else.
Thank you. We try.
We have entered the
should
Gen
do our
Z.
own show.
Respect. We should.
The Gen Z
RESPEK.
You know, we
Find out what it means to me.
We have that 1290 over there. It's this glorious signal with nothing local and live.
Find out what it means today.
What if it was the Gen Z boys over there chatting
I don't
about
think
the
nothing says Gen Z like AM radio.
1290 coil.
AM conservative news talk.
Hey,
radio.
we know that you were just listening to Hannity, but it's time for us now.
The Gen Z boys.
How about you?
Robert Plant is off the air.
Now it's time for you to sit down and listen to a couple of white boys talk.
Nice. Oh, it could be called the White Boys.
The White Boys.
That would get great ratings.
It would. They'd be like, white?
Especially right after Hannity. Come on.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You guys would do a great job. I don't think there was anything else from the walk-on discussion from our previous segment, but I did want to. So I asked you, is talking about the walk-ons dead?
Yeah.
You know what is another old topic that I was thinking of this morning because of an email that was sent to Nebraska fans yesterday, and that was the sellout streak. So one of our great listeners, Scott, he sent us
Frost?
what Nebraska. No, he is not one of our
Do you
great
think he
listeners.
listens to us?
No.
He has,
Like sometimes.
he had to have heard something that we did.
Absolutely.
I've always wondered that. I'm sure you guys actually wonder that like a little bit more. Like, oh, I wonder if this thing that I said was picked up by someone.
Like,
yeah.
I feel like Scott Frost at least listened a few times.
That said,
Yeah,
I bet
that has to be true.
I would guarantee you Matt Rule's definitely heard our show.
Mhm.
That guy
100%.
listens to every show.
Yeah.
That guy listens to more podcasts than Theo,
He does.
or at least his people
Whoa.
do. Does Matt Rule have somebody who just listens to pods?
And then give him like
Um,
a summary of the pod.
You know, like how
Yeah,
the president
I think so. Yeah, he
wakes up
probably
and it's
does.
like, here's your packet. Now, you know, some presidents, they read words. Others, it's just like slideshow graphics and stuff. But does Matt Rule get a packet every morning of
I'm
like,
gonna see. I'm gonna,
here's what they said on No Block, No Rock.
yeah, there you go. I'm just gonna scroll through like the Huskers like football.
Here's what Happer and Mitch said on the Locked On podcast.
I'm just gonna look through like the Huskers like football administrative assistants and see if they have like an assistant to Matt Rule because that's that.
That would be the guy.
Yeah.
So anyway, while you look at that, I will put this graphic up on the screen. But there was an email that was sent out yesterday for a 3-game mini plan.
Mini plan.
And this is not a new thing, Austin. This has been going on for, probably closing in on a decade up for the mini plan as well.
Do you know that Matt Rule's email is not anything to do with Rule? It's hchilders2@huskers.com.
Wow. So it just goes to
His assistant.
Rob's son, Harry Childress.
I was just gonna say, is his real name Rule or is Matt Rule a stage name?
Oh, kind of like
interesting.
Jack Mitchell. That's not his real name.
Hey, you know,
Go
musicians
to
have stage names.
KLAN.com/walk, by the way.
Nice. Musicians have stage names. How come college football coaches don't have stage names?
Wait,
So-
are you saying his name is not The Edge?
Are you talking about the wrestler or the musician?
I was talking
Oh,
about
Austin 316.
Yeah, I was
Yes.
talking about you too, Nick, your favorite band.
I do not like U2.
Why?
Oh,
Because
come
they
on.
help starving kids in countries?
Bono is kind of fart sniffy.
Yikes. But he helps starving kids in countries.
Yeah, I don't think he does it because
You think he's doing it for the clout?
I think he does it.
Yikes. That's tough.
Well, he had that
Anywho,
whole charity where he's like raising awareness for the thing, but those awareness raising charities aren't actually helping the thing. It's just letting you know about the thing.
Right.
Okay.
Mini plan?
Mini plan.
Yeah, thank you. So what was different about the mini Charles' comment on YouTube was very good. So well done, Charles. So the mini plan came out, and where let's try to be serious for 5 seconds.
Okay.
Where this surprised me, or where I think this is different than previous ones, is it has games that I would want to go to.
Yes.
If I remember right, like, and maybe I should have done the
Well, you couldn't get Big Ten games originally. Remember, it wasn't conference
it
games.
was always like you can get this slop, and this slop. And
Yep,
it's like, cool, thanks for the mini plan.
Here's Akron again.
Yes, exactly. It's like you get a second ticket to Akron, but I didn't want one. I want to go to the Iowa game. Well, do you want an Iowa game this time? Because you can get one, and you don't even have to give up another helmet game for it. So that you get 3 groups of games to choose from. There's a 7-game home schedule for Nebraska this year. $185, $185, no seat licensing fee. I imagine there are some taxes. You're spending probably about 200 bones for this. That's not $70 a ticket, right? You get to choose from Michigan or USC. So helmet or helmet. I mean, you talk about blue bloods. I'd pick the Michigan game personally, but I understand why you want to pick the USC game.
Yep.
Then you pick between Michigan State and Northwestern or Iowa.
Yep.
And I can't believe that Iowa is a part of that one because I'd say
It is a little nuts.
obviously I'm going to the Iowa game. And then the last one is Akron or Houston
Christian.
Baptist?
Christian.
Yeah.
It used to be Houston Baptist.
Artist formerly known as. I'd pick probably Akron because it's at night. Like, I can't believe this, man. And so the question, again, a question that I don't need like this big, flowery answer, but it's like, I guess we're just kind of done talking about the Cellar Streak too, because like the good games are included in this is like another reminder of just how far that thing has fallen. And I don't want to lecture anybody because who cares in the end? It's just a pretend number that they flip the dial and it moves to 400.
Yeah, it's not a consecutive game-winning streak. It's a sellout streak. It's something that you can control yourself. You can do whatever you want with it. It's a number that they control, but it's a cool number nonetheless, I guess.
Because it's over 400.
Yeah.
But so maybe this isn't even about the sellout streak. It's more, wow, like.
The mini plan was always about the sellout streak. You're correct.
That's true,
you are correct.
But
yes.
man, I guess the way to flip it this time would be, damn, if you're a Husker fan, that's pretty good.
Well, do you remember like looking back I think it was like a decade ago, it was like mid Saban teens years that they were like, here's the price of a Husker ticket and here's the price of an Alabama ticket. They were like comparatively pretty close.
Yeah.
You were like,
one team's winning, one team is not winning.
This stuff is really cool. I mean, if you look at this and if you are genuinely like, I want to go to Husker games, 3 Husker games out of all the home games that you could
For
get
that much?
This is pretty good.
That's a really good deal. And you can get a helmet game and you can pick Iowa and then, do whatever you want with the other game.
And here's the other part that Nebraska Athletics knows that they have like kind of their fan base by the balls a little bit for. Is that they know that as long as you just get in the stadium, you're probably going to be happy about it because these tickets are not going to be front row. They're not 50-yard line. They're nothing like that. But they know that if they put you into the seat, you're going to be excited about it no matter what.
These are sloppy seats.
A $185.
I feel like I'm sloppy.
Yeah. A $185 ticket at just the Michigan game looks a lot different than, I mean, what would the aggregate price of that be? Like if you divide it by 3, like a
185 would be $61.75 or 80 cents.
Yeah. Where do you think a $61 ticket on like game time would get you in Memorial Stadium for that game?
Nosebleeds.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's where they're going to put you. But again, you get in there. That's all that they want. They just want you in.
Ain't No Poser says, oh, look, Nebraska doing something Iowa has been doing for years. Is that a diss on Nebraska or Iowa? I can't tell.
Iowa's the Android of college football.
Whoa.
Bad and dumb. Yes.
Good in doing things before iPhone.
What is that supposed to mean?
That's not true. iPhones were before Androids.
And Androids never had blue messages.
Yeah. Boom. Roasted.
Yeah. Are you suggesting that you are...
Oh, here we go. Defensive Nick. He's triggered.
He's thinking about it.
That's always been such an interesting thing to me for iPhone users.
Yeah.
It's
Interesting,
like,
or are you triggered?
It's like you guys are like what you think the G
You
people
guys? What do you mean by that?
iPhone users.
No, I don't leave toys for iPhone
first
users.
thing-
No, I could. Austin, I got you something.
The first thing everybody brings up is the message color. And
Thank
that's
you.
a really weird thing why does it matter? Why does the message color matter? It's like this weird elitism that you get.
If you don't understand it, Nick, you shouldn't be asked.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Maybe you're just one of those Android sheep that just want to always be hanging outside.
Yeah, when I fly on Southwest, you know what I can do? I can text my buds with the blues, but I can't with the others. And then you say, well, why don't you just download WhatsApp? Oh, cool. I got to download another app to talk to my friends.
And Nick hates apps.
See,
bingo.
That's weird that there's this weird misinformation propaganda. You don't even know what you're talking about.
That's not true.
You can text over Wi-Fi with Android. That's fine.
Not on Southwest.
Why not?
I don't know. Ask Southwest. Email them right now.
It's Wi-Fi. It should work.
It doesn't, though, Nick. It doesn't, though.
Maybe it's just your iPhone being bad.
No, well, I've never actually tried it.
Good comment by Charles. Android is the Spirit Airlines of the cell world.
Nice. Cats are funny. Oh, look, Josh is talking about his Apple cult after talking bad about cults. There's no cult. I just like my phone. I don't go to parades about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just think that I'm better than you. It doesn't make it a cult. It just makes me, me. All right, so
but the mini plan.
That's
that's the mini plan.
And that's the mini plan. Nick, are you okay? Are you
trying? Would you like a friend of mine just told me to start listening to Bill Simmons so I could talk about it with you.
God, yes, I say that to all of my friends, and I wish they listened to Bill Simmons.
It's just so long. There's so many of them.
Only 3 a week.
I can't catch up with the lore.
Well, there is a lot of lore. I've been listening to Simmons since 2008.
See, so can I start listening to Simmons in 2025 and understand it?
Yeah, because then you just go to the Bill Simmons subreddit.
Yes.
Can
I go to YouTube and find like a 4-hour Bill Simmons lore video to catch up?
I mean, I could probably help you out because there's this running joke. I should try to explain this as best as I can. But Bill Simmons once, let me see if I can find it. Let's see, MLK assassination. No, it's
what?
Yeah, this is really, really good, Nick.
The Bill Simmons iceberg.
So Bill Simmons, this was over a decade ago, which is now wild. So he was at a Memphis Grizzlies game. They were in if I remember right, they were in the Western Conference Finals. And so he said he was talking to Jalen Rose on the BS report, R.I.P. Rip. As the kid
Thank you.
And he was talking about how the something happened with the crowd during the game. And here's what he said. I didn't realize the effect the MLK assassination had on the city. I think from people we talked to and stuff we've read, the shooting kind of sets the tone with how the city thinks about stuff. We were at game 3, great crowd. They fall behind and the whole crowd got tense. They were like, oh no, something bad is going to happen. And it starts from that shooting. That's why he is the absolute king. Absolute king.
That's incredible.
I just got a text from one of your coworkers that says Simmons boys.
Oh, the Simmons boys.
Yep. There's like 3 people that I can text about Bill on a regular basis.
See, and like
it's great, even though it's like the most popular sports podcast behind Pardon My Take.
The main thing stopping me from Simmons is it is a lot of NBA.
It is a lot of NBA. There's too much NBA.
I can't make
Nick,
myself
check out
care
the
about the NBA.
Check out the
If Bill
Closerman
Simmons saw
pod.
college baseball, would you be more into it?
Oh, he'd be way into it.
I've tried to listen to some of the popular college baseball podcasts, and they don't really do it for me either.
Whoa.
I appreciate them and what they do.
So you only take your slice of baseball and you go home?
Yeah. Yeah, I make my own slice.
Nick, download the Closterman pod from yesterday. It has some fun Bill Simmons isms in there.
Bill Simmons?
Yeah, I recommend. You could skip probably the first 30 minutes because it's a lot of NBA stuff, but then it gets into other stuff, including AI.
Oh,
which is what led to all this talk today.
Yep, look at that.
2 more phone conversations before we take a break, and I'm going to read them from both sides. Nick, call me Van Jones on CNN.
Whoa,
right? Isn't that guy's name? Van Jones. I think.
I don't watch CNN.
John probably.
Whoa, what do you mean by that?
Nice, because you watch something else.
I don't like the mainstream media.
Hey, Rattlesnake Ron writes.
Oh,
hi Ron.
Nick mentioning phone elitism after randomly relating his preference to Android phones to a completely unrelated topic. So he's saying you're actually the one who thinks you're in the elite. But on the other side, Nick, Cats Are Funny is a green boy. Also, the blue-green bubbles difference was an Apple decision to not release iMessage on other phones to cause friend groups to ostracize non-Apple owners so they'd be shamed into buying Apple phones. Smartphones are all the same. If they're all the same, then why don't you just buy an iPhone so you can be cooler? I do love it. People without iPhones get so triggered if you're like, man, thanks, you just ruined the group text.
Yep, 100%.
Because I'll let you in on a secret. It's a bit. Like, it's annoying, but it's like not that big of a deal. But you guys take it so seriously that I just can't stop now.
It's an annoying bit because everybody has the same bit. You know,
it's
like
good,
not just you.
Because
it's like
you're all triggered by it.
A billion people at the same time.
We have a former boss, and I used to make fun of him for it. And then he got an iPhone, and I was like, welcome. And then he got mad. It was great.
You're just letting Apple brainwash you.
Nah, I just like the blue texts.
You said thank you, Mr. Dead Bezos. More, please.
And Overcast. No, it's
not Bezos. Sorry, I got my billionaires
he's
mixed up.
alive. He's alive.
Jeff Bezos is alive.
That was not a threat.
I got Jeff Bezos and Steve Jobs mixed up. Different bald guy.
Not a threat.
Not a threat. I was just confused.
Don't put it on the internet.
Jimmy, commenter Jimmy says, go Android. Does that make you rethink Androids when Jimmy says that?
No, because
that was the least surprising thing I've seen today.
Even people with mostly bad takes can have a good take once in a while.
Whoa, interesting.
Yeah,
you just keep throwing takes out in the lake and eventually one will stick.
Yeah, broken clock, right? Twice a day.
Yeah, because if I saw somebody that I think is like the most heinous person ever, and they're like, oh man, I love the Dallas Cowboys. I guess that's Jerry Jones.
Yeah, Mr. H was like, I love the Cowboys.
That would be a huge bummer.
Designated Hitler.
They weren't around yet though when he shot himself, right?
Probably.
Hitler?
Over. Yeah.
Allegedly.
Yeah. Oh,
Whoa.
Nick thinks he's in Brazil.
No, Argentina.
South America. Yeah.
Yeah.
Somewhere down there. Yeah.
Really getting into the weeds of this.
Yeah, we really are.
And it all started because of the mini plan.
Mini plan. Thank you, Nebraska, for the mini plan. Don't think we'll see Mr. H at a game this fall. All right.
Put that on the list. We got to verify that.
Still to come. Speaking of phones, a story about a phone app that is also available as a website. Also, Stefon Diggs. We will get to him when we return as well. So we'll hit a couple of topics. We still have dumb debates to come. We have content to come. And the Dallas Cowboys will get mentioned on the show today.
Whoa, more than they already have, Jerry Jones?
Yes.
Nice.
It will involve
Smiles and glory holes.
It will involve one of those things. One of those things from that drop. Find out what it is later here on 1620 The Zone. Welcome back. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct here on 1620 The Zone and 1620thezone.com. ZoneTV.live.
Where you can hear how good our microphones sound.
God, our microphones are awesome.
Imagine releasing some kind of audio to the public and it sounds like garbage.
Yeah. That would be a bummer.
That would be a bummer.
Don't do that if you release audio to the public.
Like, just buy a microphone.
Just buy a microphone.
Wow. Are you talking to anybody specifically right now?
You know, just people.
Interesting.
Sometimes they release things.
Interesting.
Speaking of releasing things, on Friday morning at 9 a.m., we'll be releasing this week's Zone Deal.
Oh, what are the deal?
Cheeseburgers, a takeout joint located in the Blackstone District at 4007 Farnham Street. Now, there will not be...
Sides.
There will be sides.
They have sides, Austin.
But the sides are... What did you think the sides were
I
again?
thought the sides were like potato salad, macaroni salad, baked beans, corn on the
He
cob.
thought it was picnic sides.
Yeah, he thought that we were going to give him a picnic. We're not giving Austin a picnic.
Why
Would you like
can't
to
I
see
get
a
a picnic?
I mean, you could. Do you want a cookie? But they have delicious sides. They also have burgers, smash burgers, crispy chicken, all beef hot dogs, and more. Fried pickles, very, very tasty.
I do love a fried pickle.
Friday morning, you can get $50 worth of gift vouchers for just $25. That's half off. Plus, Nick has prizes. We'll give them away tomorrow.
We will. We
At
will do
picnic?
that tomorrow.
Nice.
Nice. We'll do that tomorrow. Perhaps we'll be giving them away on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. You know
We
what else
love
we'll be giving away?
colors.
We also love giving away stuff because each week we're giving out $100 gift cards to the Sky Bar and Grill at Prairie Flower. And you know what that means?
What?
Wings,
Whoa.
fries,
Whoa.
not picnic sides, but great sides.
Mhm.
I have had many a meal there now, and I love every single one like a child. I love each meal like I love a child.
Sides are one of the best things you could order, though. They
I
are
love
the best.
sides.
I love me a side.
Nick, do you like fries?
I love fries.
That's a side.
Ooh, top three sides.
Like all sides?
Yeah.
Anywhere? Ooh,
Yes.
okay. This is going to be controversial. So ranking 3 to 1, 1 being the top. Third, we're going coleslaw.
Oh,
Two. Yeah,
oh,
see, I
interesting.
knew we were getting that reaction. I love
Interesting.
me some
Just
coleslaw.
say you're an idiot and move on.
Wait. Okay, so then we will go the basket of French fries, and then number 1 is fried pickles.
I love fried pickles.
Interesting.
Not as a side, that's more of an app, but I'm still game.
Yeah, okay. I can see what you're saying, but yeah, I've had them as a side before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love fried pickles. I love fries. I love tots. I love all things. Onion rings, mashed potatoes if I'm at a sit-down place.
Mine, 3 to 1. Cheese balls. I love cheese
good
balls.
pick.
As a side, that's heavy.
It's
Cheese
great
curd.
side.
Cheese curd, yeah.
I call cheese balls cheese curds.
Mhm.
Oh, so you're talking
I
about
would think.
cheese curds.
No,
yeah.
like fried cheese balls.
Yeah, cheese curds, yeah.
Sure. Yes.
Yes.
Chips, whether they be Lay's or Doritos, just chips.
Wow, interesting.
And French fries, but crinkle cut. I think crinkle cut is the best fry.
That is true.
Do you like it because the salt gets into the little crevices?
The
What about
salt and
curly?
the sauces. I think whatever sauce you dip the crinkle cut in, it does good at holding the sauce.
I like a curly fry, but not with seasoning on it like Arby's. I like a plain curly
The
fry.
curly fries next door.
An
great.
unseasoned one.
Salt. Yes.
Okay.
The ones next door, because, man, I love grabbing it like this and then just dunking it.
Yeah,
It's
that-
like,
there's
I
something
love
about
getting
that,
a
yeah.
long curly fry. There's a very specific type of joy you get when you get a thing of curly
Mhm.
fries and you just get one really long one.
Oh,
You
yeah.
save it for last.
Looks like an accordion. You're
Yeah.
just pulling that thing out.
Like
Mhm.
that's the final fry.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's some tight stuff right there. Speaking of tight
Tight.
wide receivers in the NFL, people often refer to them as
Those
tight.
would be tight ends.
They say,
Nice.
damn it, you're right. But Stefon Diggs is a wide receiver,
Can't wait.
and he has been in the news. Do you know, Austin, why he's been in the news?
Because he is in love and probably going to marry Cardi B, I assume.
Wow, I guess this is a great point. Should we be shaming him for falling in love with a woman?
Yeah, seriously. Is it illegal to be in love?
Maybe in some countries, but not in America.
That is true.
You're
This is
allowed to be in
America.
love. Nick is in love. He's getting married. He's engaged.
Congrats on your engagement,
It's
Nick.
true. I'm getting engaged.
No more concert shirts for Nick. Have you picked out a ring for yourself yet?
No, but I have ideas.
Whoa, is that a thing? You get to pick your own ring?
I picked my own ring.
I mean,
Oh,
I'm
that's
gonna get.
sick. I learned so much from you guys, really. This is so electric.
I think I'm gonna get a silicone ring just for the everyday.
I have one of those.
But I think I want to get like a crushed opal wedding ring,
Look at you.
like
crushed opal.
crushed green opal,
Nice.
like silver or stainless steel because silver's expensive and hard.
What
to
does
wear.
a male ring look like?
this?
Like that. What he's
I
wearing.
have a wedding ring on.
I know. Oh,
is this tungsten?
that's not a silicone?
That's tungsten. No.
Interesting. I don't know.
Silicone's rubber. You think this is rubber? Look.
It looked rubber.
Also, Ravi. Look at Ravi's hands. He's got a lot of rings. He's got a lot of man rings.
I try not to
Ravi
look at
has the
Ravi's
big.
hands.
Does he still have the big?
The big wolf ring.
I don't look at his hands.
Look
I
at
don't
Ravi's
know.
hands. They're nice.
I don't just go up to my coworkers and be like, "Hey, put them dogs out. Let me see them."
Ravi,
Okay,
if you're
the
out
dogs
there,
are the toes.
Ravi, yes, dogs are toes.
Oh,
Ravi,
really?
if you're out there, show him your ring tomorrow.
Yep.
Yeah.
You'll see him tomorrow morning, right?
Ravi, text me a photo of your hand.
There you go. That's weirder than asking to or
Yeah.
just looking at.
I'm
his
not going to
hand.
use it on the internet.
No, all you got to do is like, "Hey, Ravi, cool ring. Can I see it?" And then he'll be like, "Here."
Yeah. So
could.
anyway, he is in love, but that's not the story.
Ravi?
The story is not. Well, Ravi is. I went
Ravi
to
is
his.
in love.
I went to his wedding 6 years ago. Now, congrats, Ravi.
Congrats, Ravi.
Coming up on 6 years. I
Congrats
think I
on
got
engagement.
hammered
Good job.
that night. Man, good
Nice.
times. So he is in the news because there was a pink substance that was on this boat
Mhm.
with him and Cardi B. Now we wondered about that substance on the Grum.
Okay.
Nick, what did we decide it was? Cocaine?
It's
Allegedly.
like a specific alleged pink cocaine.
Himalayan salt.
Perhaps. It could have been
Hey, you got it right
Himalayan
this time.
salt.
Bang.
But he finally got a chance to speak to the assembled Boston sports media.
Which is
yesterday.
notoriously very easygoing.
Very normal. Bill Simmons is from Boston. Very normal on all sides. And so they asked him about being on the boat and his standing with Mike Vrabel, which is the weirdest way to ask him about your standing with Mike Vrabel. Here's what he had to say. I want to be as candid with you as possible, but I kind of have a thing where I don't talk about my personal life with people I don't know personally.
Okay, that's
So
a take.
that was what he had to say. And then he added, I had a conversation with Vrabel, and I'll echo everything he said, hoping everybody is making good decisions. And I had a conversation with people in the building as well. So everything else is everything else. The particulars are all internal. So again, going back to his first answer, he wants to be candid, but he also has a thing where he doesn't talk about his personal life unless he knows you.
Yeah, correct.
So we got to become friends with him, and we'll find out about the pink cocaine. Speaking of, what was in the bag? Obviously,
They asked him this?
What was
Wow,
in the
good for
bag?
them.
What's in the bag?
Oh, nice reference, Nick.
Thank you.
You don't
seen
get that
that?
reference?
7. Yeah.
Nice.
7.
Nice.
Obviously, it's a conversation that's happening internal, which I can't have too much of a conversation about it. I've been in this league 10 years.
He likes to use the same word in one sentence a lot.
You can format your question many different ways. I'm obviously going to answer it the same way. So he will not tell us if it's cocaine that is pink.
Yeah.
It's internal conversations that are happening internal. It's internal conversations that are happening internally.
Is he just like
It's almost
thinking to himself?
subconscious. Yeah, it's subconscious
He's just thinking to
conversation is
himself,
what it is.
yeah.
Yeah. He's telling himself, breathe, Stefan.
It's interesting that he's not talking. Him not talking about it and saying how much he's not going to talk about it is kind of almost confirming that it's something illicit.
Yeah, Nick, I think that you're correct on this.
But
Allegedly.
also, what good does
Allegedly.
it? I mean, like, he could come out and just be the journalist asking him what it is. If he came out and said it was X, Y, or Z, does that really like save him, or would people just do the exact same thing and just be like, "Oh, that's clearly not what it is," like, "Oh, whatever."
Oh, so if he was like, no, it's Himalayan salt.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're probably right. Yeah, I wouldn't believe him. I definitely
Exactly.
Because I'd be like, why is the Himalayan salt in a bag?
Why do you put it in a Ziploc bag?
So, like,
Yeah, that wouldn't make
in what
sense.
version of that universe does he say anything that you would actually like respect what he said? Like, if he came out and said, "Oh, it's actually just pink cocaine," like people would be like, "Oh, thanks for being honest." But
So you're
no.
in on this. You're
Yeah,
in on...
I'm for it. I don't think there's
Ah.
a like what answer does he have to give? Now, what he did wrong is he should have just been like,
I'm not talking about
Yeah,
it with
like,
you. I have a thing in my life where I don't give full answers. unless
Exactly.
you're my best bud.
"Are you my good friend? You can
Yeah.
come on my boat next time."
Yeah. Oh,
What is
man.
it? Bob Ryan? I want Bob Ryan to come out there.
Wow, that would be awesome if he invited Bob Ryan and Dan Shaughnessy
They
onto his
should
boat.
remake the Giants Odell Beckham photo.
But with Bob Ryan
But
and
with
Don,
Bob Ryan and the Boston
Dan
media.
Shaughnessy, Bill Simmons,
Bill Simmons.
Jackie McMullen, Jackie
Dave
Mack.
Portnoy. Get
That
them
sounds
all
like-
out there.
yeah.
That sounds like an incredible group of people to have
Yeah.
together at one time.
They can listen to Hannity on the boat. I'm sure that's what he would play.
Jordan writes, Stefon Diggs himself a hole with those comments.
Nice, Jordan.
Got him.
Nice.
Speaking of videos, have you seen this? Have you heard about? Oh, rats! I just took something out that I wanted to keep in there. I'm a big
Tough
dumb.
look for you.
Yeah, I'll just re-upload it, Nick. So, have you seen what's been going on with Dan Hurley?
Oh, yes, yeah.
Nick, do you know about this?
I do.
Damn it. Okay, well,
Cameo
everybody
boy?
knows.
Yep.
Hopefully, there are people who are listening that don't know. So, Dan Hurley, he's the coach of UConn.
Men's basketball?
That's the University of Connecticut, not UConn like in Alaska.
True.
Yes, thank you, Nick, for that.
Some people could get confused about that.
They could. And so
Some.
I'm not even going to set this up because it's only an 18-second video. So let's listen to the two-time national championship head coach Dan Hurley on what he's doing these days.
What's up,
Cameo? Coach Hurley here from UConn. Listen, whether you're friend or foe, I look forward to being a part of your celebrations, anniversaries, birthdays, holidays. Look forward to connecting on Cameo.
Okay. Many things about this video.
First off, what color was this shirt? Was it red or orange?
What's up, Cameo? Coach Hurley here from...
I don't know.
If it's orange, he's confirmed going to the Knicks.
Oh,
But anyway,
wow.
moving forward.
I love how it starts. What's up, Cameo? No explanation on anything that's going on because they put this out on Twitter.
Yep.
So they didn't even put this out as like a hey, coach is on Cameo now.
Yep.
You just said
Also,
it.
why is he on Cameo?
Is he that poor?
Yeah, he shouldn't be.
Is their NIL operation struggling that much?
Well, they need to pay him.
Do you think? I think some staffer or whatever at UConn is like, listen, we need to keep you in the spotlight. People hate you. You could market that though and make like $5.
I don't know if they would worry so much that people like don't like Dan Hurley, but I think that they do know that there's probably a market of people who would use this as a ploy to like gainfully like get something out of him.
I'm not saying they were like worried about it, but just using it.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. So the question is obviously because this would go to their NIL.
Mm-hmm.
Should you do this? If you're a Creighton fan, should you do something with Dan Hurley and Cameo?
Yeah, because it's benefiting your enemy, which is what they want.
They would, but in theory, you could have like a really funny thing associated with it.
Yeah. So what's the end all be all? Is it like there's a level, right? Like, does your it's not going to be $20, but
do we know how much it costs?
But does your $20 string out that far to be able to support UConn athletics that much?
Yeah.
Or
but if everybody does a bit, then suddenly they're raking in the dough. That's what they're hoping for. Is that like if 1,000 people are like, oh, I'll do it for funny.
Yep.
And then but then it's like, congrats, you just gave them a new basketball player. How much
it's,
is it?
It's not set up yet. It says Dan Hurley isn't available right now.
What's up, Cameo?
But you can follow to receive updates.
Nick, you got to follow.
What's up, Cameo? Coach Hurley.
You need to help us out, Nick, on this.
What's up, Cameo?
What's up, Cameo?
What's up, Cameo?
This
is very interesting. Yeah, if you Google Dan Hurley Cameo, the third article down is UConn broke?
I mean, seriously, it is an interesting look for a program that has had a lot of success in recent years.
Yeah. So,
what's up, Cameo?
I'm just going through Cameo athletes now. You can get Antonio Brown to say something for $200.
Well, retired athlete.
And that's on sale because it's usually $250. There's a guy who kind of looks like Andy Reid and he calls himself almost Andy Reid.
How much does that guy cost?
$31.
That's not bad.
Oh, the Great Khali. You know who the Great Khali is? No. WWE wrestler from like the mid 2000s.
Not
like
into
Steve
that crap.
Austin.
Michael Severe just
Randall
sent me
Cunningham.
photos of what looked to be many silicone rings. There you go. Those are silicone.
Oh, Brett Favre is
Thank you,
Cameo.
Michael.
Yikes, he'll send you a text.
Yeah, be very cautious of that.
Oh, Bo Jackson, $360.
There you go. Wow, that's a lot.
I appreciate Severe keeping me knowledge on all the silicone things.
Michael I think he recently changed his wedding band because I remember when he worked here a decade ago and he had one wedding band. And then I noticed one time when he was sitting in, I was like, I didn't ask him, but maybe he's filling in tomorrow. Maybe I'll ask him about his wedding band.
Please do. I'll tune in.
Seems like people are up for changing their wedding bands because I see a lot of men with the black tungsten ones. And I'm like, those weren't a thing until like a decade ago. So there's you've been married for like 40 years. There's no way that, like, who was I with? I think it was like a family member of mine. I was like, wow, look at you with the black tungsten wedding ring. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, get with the trends. That's what weddings are all about.
I don't want a tungsten ring because it is really strong, but it's also
Are you
too
worried
strong.
about getting Jimmy Fallon?
Yeah.
What happened to Jimmy Fallon?
Well,
he got degloved, right?
Yeah,
Degloved?
something happened and his ring did this and then went whoa, and it ripped off his skin.
Yeah. Or if something happens,
Rip.
you hurt your-
you could get caught and just totally.
I don't want to get married now.
That's why just
Terrifying.
don't
say that.
Just get a different. That's why people get like gold rings because the band will like fall off in theory. Tungsten is really strong and it won't.
And like,
or you get a
can't cut
silicone
it off
ring.
either because of how strong it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
So also you're not allowed to gain any weight.
Yeah, you'd have
What
to
you
jump
weigh
your
now, you have to
finger off.
weigh forever.
Okay,
Yeah.
good to know. Good to know.
Tungsten
But-
ring is a commitment.
But I could post those really funny photos of
More
just
of a
being
commitment
like,
than the wedding, actually.
like just be like, oh, my wedding like ring from like 10 years ago to today, and my hand is just like super big, like grew around the ring. Those are always funny.
Nice,
I
yeah.
like those photos.
Oh, I've never seen that. Is that
You
a
haven't
thing
seen
people
those?
do online?
No, it's usually women like showing off their diamonds. They're just like, "Oh, my ring still looks so beautiful," and their hand is like twice as large.
Wow, you're being critical of women?
No, I'm being critical of women who post their hands online.
Oh,
That's why, Robbie, please send me your photo.
You don't like hands.
Wow, you think women should cover up their hands online?
No, I am I getting nicked right now? What's happening?
I don't know.
What's going
Oh,
on?
don't use that as a verb.
That is a verb.
Damn it.
Am I getting nicked right now? Yeah, Jordan says he almost lost a finger. Hey, he almost did.
See,
yeah.
I don't like this. You guys are not convincing me about this whole
Just
ring
get a rubber one and you'll be totally
get a
fine.
silicone
perfect.
ring. You'll be fine.
I thought about getting because I have like 4 of them, and one of them I wear when I run, and I thought about just doing that, but then we found this, and I was like, that's pretty cool. So
Yeah, there
I
you
wear
go.
this, but there probably will become a time in my life where I'm like, I don't want to wear this thing. It weighs more. I'm gonna put on the other one.
There you go.
Other
Make it a
blue-
dumbbell. Make it like 1 pound, and so you can like go up and down.
Oh man, my ring finger's getting very strong. Ty writes, anyone here got a tattoo for the ring instead of a whole ring?
I have seen those.
My
I've thought
parents
about
have
it.
those.
Yeah.
My parents have the tattoos.
I might do that too. Why
Yeah.
not?
My parents, that was the first tattoo they ever got, and now they're both, I don't want to say tatted up, but they both have probably like 4 or 5.
Tatted
Over the
up,
last
nice.
year, my mom has been like she's had tattoos, but she's been on a rampage of tattoos over the last year.
A rampage.
My mom's
tattoos.
almost got a whole sleeve now.
Good for her.
My best
No,
bud
great
almost
for
has a
her.
whole
Yeah.
sleeve.
It's just it came
making
out
me
of
jealous.
nowhere.
The
making me
weirdest
jealous.
tattoo trend I've been seeing recently, and I see like the Chris Daughtry has it, where
It's
they
all
they
one
color
color.
their entire arm. That's so weird.
Yeah,
so
he
weird.
did it over his old tattoo.
Yeah,
Because I saw a photo of him this week too, and I was like, what's
Just
up
the
with
blackout tattoo.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's so weird. I think MGK has that as well. So
That seems like it would hurt.
Yeah,
Charles
I don't
says
like
sleeves are badass.
Sleeves
Oh,
are
really?
badass.
I want to be cool in Charles's eyes. I want a sleeve.
My
I just
mom is
don't-
badass.
I used to have an idea, and now I'm canceling that idea. Cancel culture has come from my old idea.
Whoa, look
I have
at
a
you.
loose sleeve idea. I just because I'm gonna get it's mostly space themed. It's just individual tattoos that'll
Yeah.
eventually form sleeve.
Someone came up to me yesterday and asked if I had tattoos. I couldn't remember. But
We'll form sleeve,
Yes,
not form a sleeve.
form sleeve.
form sleeve.
All right, more to come, including dumb debates. We'll talk some more college football when we return.
It's right around the corner.
Dealer's choice for Austin on the other side because he is
Can't
our
wait.
guest here on 1620 The Zone.
I don't know how far he went, so I'm just going to back out of it without saying anything that would ruin our relationship.
Everything's football brand. We're sitting here in Omaha, Nebraska, talking about college basketball. And there are people employed by your radio station that have been itching to talk about spring practice the last 2 weeks because they think that that's relevant and that's what needs to be talked about in the month of March. Dude, it's football season. It's March. Cry me a river. Like, yeah, it's a football conference. Yeah, it's football. They care. Football. Give me all the
Kool-Aid.
For sure. My apologies.
Austin, I give it to you.
Please.
We can talk nerds, nerd numbers, analytics, or we can talk about the most important things to happen to college football since 2000. In the year 2000. Where are we going?
I want to talk about the things that happened over the past 25 years.
Let's go. He got the reference. Nick, did you get the reference?
I don't think so.
Sad. Conan, baby. Conan?
No,
Not a big Conan guy?
I was a Jimmy Fallon guy.
Are you a college football fan?
No.
Sorta.
He's not.
Okay. That's okay. That's okay. It's fine. It's fine.
It is okay. It's fine. Lane says, I don't really like Hurley that much, but I do think he is one of the top, if not the top coach in college basketball.
Whoa.
Am I wrong?
That Dan Hurley guy, pretty good coach.
Yeah, everybody agrees with you, actually. Lane.
Interesting.
Like, that is the most milquetoast take. No offense.
It's not even a take.
I don't know if
That's
everyone
just
agrees with me about this, but
everybody,
just so you guys know.
Michael Jordan, pretty good.
It's like,
don't know if you know about that. Pretty good.
It's like when I worked at the big orange home improvement store.
Yeah, I've heard about this. No free ads, says Nick, for Home Depot.
Not for that place. That place was horrible to work at.
Wow.
I love that.
By the way, a new sponsorship coming up.
I had an old coworker who's like, you know who I always thought was underrated? Who? Eric Clapton. Eric Clapton was a pretty underrated guitarist.
I'd agree with that.
That guy has some takes.
And then he's also like, have you ever heard of Jimi Hendrix?
Oh, good Lord.
Now he's just doing a bit.
Led Zeppelin, that's a band. I like them.
Mhm.
So everybody is doing lists of 25 things that have happened since 2000.
But why?
Because it's the year 2025. Great
Whoa.
question, Austin.
Yeah.
Now I'm putting a podcast together and it's 70 things. So boom roasted, bitches. So The Athletic, they did theirs on the 25 most important things to happen to college football. And I thought that was fun. I'll read what they say. We examined 25 college football stories whose influences extended beyond the gridiron over the last 25 years. This is from our good friend Scott Docterman.
Oh.
And I like this one because mainly it's like, okay, I mean, a lot of stuff has happened.
Yeah.
You know, we're looking at the news of this week and saying the settlement is the biggest thing that's ever happened, blah, blah, blah. And so the number one thing that Docterman had on the list was the Supreme Court essentially saying that the NCAA was being crooked. And, you know, when they voted 9-0 against them, that group never agrees on stuff.
Yep.
And you had left and right and all saying, you guys suck. And so that was the biggest story. And I wanted to open and kind of argue it, but I was like, I mean, it led to everything that has come since paying players, first and foremost, is because of that one ruling. So I'd say that that's pretty big.
Yeah, pretty big. Yeah, pretty big.
Number two, kind of along those lines, the wide open transfer portal world that we now live in.
Yeah, that's if you want to talk about how a lot of people consider that college football has changed dramatically the most, let's be completely fair. I don't think it was ever about paying the players. I think it was about this. It was player movement that became the issue.
And that's why what's funny about the settlement is it does seem to be like missing the thing that people want most fixed right now. And it does seem that that's the answer, right? Like, I obviously know that there are people out there who are like, they don't deserve money. You know, I want them to be amateurs. I don't think those people are they're definitely not the majority.
Right.
The majority, though, I would say, they're like, can you fix the portal, please?
Well, because
Brett Kavanaugh, please, sir.
Because what has changed the most about college athletics since the transfer portal is people yearn for the careers of past generations of college football.
Continuity.
Right? Because all they've wanted, we loved cheering for one player for 3 years at X university.
Bingo.
It was the best.
Yeah.
Because that's how our professional minds kind of wrap around it too. Yes, they can be moved around, but you build a legacy by not moving. You build a legacy by staying.
Correct. Yeah.
And so this whole transfer portal thing has been great for the sport and the individual player, but it has been bad for the sport in terms of its general landscape and people being able to follow the sport relatively. Yeah. Because it's the same thing with me. I love college football. couldn't really even tell you. Like, I had to look it up for work purposes. Like last week, I didn't know the starting quarterback for Indiana. And I was like, oh yeah, transfer portal guy, Mendoza, Cal.
Yeah.
Couldn't have figured that one out. I wouldn't have known. Had no other way to be able to find that.
And one of the other things about this too is, like, I feel like one of the critiques of college basketball this entire century has been like, I just don't know the players because they're always one and done.
Yeah.
And this you can't be a one and done college football player because you have to play college football for 3 years. But this has allowed for, in a way, a one and done type system where you're one and done at the school.
Yep.
And then you go to another school. And I think that is something that does push fans away.
And then it's also the added part of it, too, that the threat of the transfer portal is always looming over your team, because how many Nebraska fans this past season were like, well, Dylan Raiola, if he plays really well, he's just going to head out for the next paycheck.
Yeah.
Oh, Ja'Cory Barney, say you later.
And we're not going to play any of the Matt Rule audio, but he was on with Jim Rome yesterday, and he talked about that a lot of schools were coming for Dylan Raiola, and he could have taken the easy way out and left. And so, I know people were wondering if that was going to happen. Number 3. So Supreme Court transfer portal. So like really big things that have happened within the last decade. Another thing that's happened within the last decade, the end of the Pac-12.
This was such a fun thing to just remember, because do you remember the scare? It was like the Red Scare, but it was the Pac-16 scare.
Oh, yeah.
It was Texas and Oklahoma and how they were going to be dominating the sport and all that stuff.
That was in there, too. That was all the way back at number 9. That was the expansion, as Dr. wrote, expansion chaos 2010-2011.
Mm-hmm.
And so, a decade and a half ago, it looked like the Pac-12, well, first of all, it was the Pac-10, and then it was going to go to the Pac-16.
Mm-hmm.
And Oklahoma and Texas and like other schools are going to be there. And I was like, holy crap. They're about to dominate college football in a way that we haven't really seen, because USC was like barely in its post-prime at that point in time, and Oklahoma and Texas were always really good. But then, not that long after that, the Pac-12 comes to an end, and as Dr. wrote, they're going to add Boise and Colorado State and San Diego State, Fresno State, and Utah State from the Mountain West, but it's not the same, not even close.
No, because they're not premier programs. Like now the Pac-12's premier is arguably, you could arguably say that it's probably Boise State, because now they added them.
It's Mountain West with a couple of old hangers on is what it is.
There's something about just looking back at like a 2007 map of like college football, and you're just like, oh man, I miss the WAC.
I know.
Bring me back the original Mountain West, the Pac-10. Like, oh, it was great.
We didn't know how good we had it. We used to be a proper country.
Mm-hmm.
Number 4. And again, so these are all like huge, big picture things. Expansion and the alliance. You might have forgotten about the dumb alliance, but
the alliance made me giggle.
But the expansion, I remember, so he wrote the most impactful expansion cycle in college sports history took place in 2021 and 2022. I still remember being at the College World Series when that stuff was going down with Texas and Oklahoma and talking about that. And it was like, oh my gosh. And that number 4 gave reason to number 3.
Mm-hmm.
Or that's why that happened.
Yep.
And it's, originally the playoff that we have right now, this 12-team playoff with the auto bids and bye weeks, that was built in the previous era. And so I was just joking, like, we didn't know how good we had it in 07. Hell, we didn't know how good we had it in 2020.
Yep.
Not with COVID. I'll just say 2019. We didn't know how good we had in 2019, where there was a West Coast conference of a power variety. The Big 12 had Oklahoma and Texas. There was the Big 10 and the ACC and the SEC. And now all of that has come to a close. I'll be honest, man. I think you could move this one up.
Yeah.
Mainly because you don't get the Pac-12's demise without expansion.
I would
so
argue
those should
that
be flipped.
The expansion of the alliance, like the title of it does not do it justice for what it actually is, because Texas and Oklahoma moving, I think it was the most significant move that we had.
Because it was a shot across the bow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The SEC did that, and then the Big Ten is like, well, we got to answer with the Pac-12 schools, which happened the next summer.
And it was the last bullet in the chamber. What we thought at the time was for the Big 12 was that they're like, we still have 2 of the premier programs in college football, and as long as we have them, we'll make everything work. And remember how much that they were accommodating to the Longhorns, and they were accommodating to Oklahoma, and they were like, we have to make sure that they stay. And then the Big 12 ended up being okay afterward.
Yeah.
Because of the Pac-12's demise.
Exactly. So that was number 4. So this leads to number 5, and we're not going to go through the whole list. But what I found so interesting, and I guess I'll let you know that number 6 was 2020, was COVID. And so you have all of these massive, big picture college sports stories.
National landscape.
And I don't think number 5 is wrong, but it shows the impact, because number 5 on the biggest sports story in college football since 2000 is Alabama hiring Saban, which it's like, wow. Because there are other personnel moves in here, but dude, for the most part, it's the 14 playoff coming into existence, the Big Ten network being started. We already mentioned expansion. Reggie Bush losing a Heisman.
Yeah.
But
a lot of these other ones are like guys in executive suites in suits making decisions. This is the first one that's like college football.
Yes. And so it is a hiring of a coach. And man, I don't know how many years I have left on this earth, but I will be stunned if there is ever a individual hire that is as impactful, because it's not just that he won 6 national championships at Alabama. as Doctorman writes, his head coaching tree includes Kirby Smart and Jimbo Fisher, Mark D'Antonio, and many, many others, Steve Sarkisian. And it's like, holy crap, this guy, in his first year at Bama was when I was a freshman in college. And to think of everything that, like, how the sport changed from when I was a kid, my first full year was 97. So that's a decade of watching college football, right? Yep. And Alabama was always this school that it was like, yeah, I wonder what it'd be like if Alabama was good.
That sounds familiar.
Yes, right? I don't know this world. They had a couple of blips, but for the most part, Bama kind of sucked. And now, we're entering a new era where it's like, I wonder if they'll still be great all the time.
Listen, my generation was the We Want Bama generation.
Exactly. That's
was
a great way to describe it.
The quite literal 10-year run plus of every single team that was an up-and-comer. Their fan base would chant, we want Bama. That was the only thing that would keep you going. As soon as your team crept into the top 10 on a surprise season,
we want Bama.
We want Bama.
Yeah. Even in jest, people would say, we want Bama. Some teams actually wanted Bama.
Even in that same sense, like on like the complete opposite side in like video game world and those NCAA video games, I hated having to play Alabama because their team was so good. Like it was just one of those things. You never knew what to do.
The stranglehold that they had on the sport for the time that he was there from 2007, and they got good in 08 and then they won in 09. Like, it is nuts to think of how long of a time period that was and just how much they own the sport. And every year, like, Alabama losses were events unto themselves because they just didn't lose very often.
And you could almost make a top 25 like of the 25 losses of like the Saban era that changed because when Saban would adjust, college football adjusted.
It's a great point.
When he was beaten by Johnny Manziel and Cam Newton in back-to-back or 2 out of 3 seasons, what did he do? All of his linebackers and defensive linemen turned into these skinny boys, and then they were super athletic freaks that just dominated the NFL for years to come after that.
Yeah.
But his first championship was a bunch of behemoths that could barely move, and they just dominated you.
It's nuts. Like, when you look at the offenses that they lost to and how they were like, there was that quote that he made really famous where he says, is this what we want football to be? And at the time, we viewed it as whining. Later on, you view it as, he's literally asking, is this what you want it to be? Okay, I'll do the same thing with my offense, but with my recruits. And, I know that Tua has now become kind of this, like, punching bag of a player, but that year that they won the Natty on the pass to Smith, and then he started the next year.
And the Lane Kiffin throwing up touchdown signs every other play?
And it's just like, what the hell is this offense able to do right now?
Yeah.
It was bonkers because they always had good receivers. They always had a good offensive line. They always had good running backs. And then suddenly they had the quarterback, and it was like, you guys are unstoppable.
Yeah, and you mentioned a little bit there, but also, I mean, the recruiting that they did at that time, I mean, the level of talent that they had, the fact that they barely had freshmen playing at all, and then some guy would come up and they'd be like, oh yeah, no, this guy's another All-American, that guy is going to be a first-round draft pick. Just the dominance that they had in every single layer and level of college football was completely unprecedented.
I remember, he gets hired in December of 06 or January of 07, and this was back when I still watched the Army All-American Bowl, and so I'm watching that, and whoever was the recruiting analyst was like, watch out for a year from now. Alabama is going to own this thing. They're going to have so many players because of how maniacal of a recruiter Nick Saban is. And I was like, that's interesting. I wonder if it's true. And then it was like, it is. Every year they have the best recruiting class in the country.
I don't doubt that if we get a 50-year anniversary of this,
awesome.
It's like, hey, another 25 of these moments or whatever, we're going to get some of these. I wouldn't doubt that Alabama or Nick Saban retiring from Alabama could be on there because why did he retire? He didn't like a lot of the changes that came.
Well, and along those lines, Aaron says you could argue that Saban is the main reason the SEC is what it is. Urban, sure, but Saban allowed the conference to coattail an entire conference. I would like that. Now you look at Alabama and SEC dominance. Like, there is a world where we look back on it and say, yeah, every other school won those, but he was propping them up more. He won 6 by himself, and at just at Bama, and then he won the other one at LSU. So he won 7 titles himself since 2003, which is impossible.
There's the phrase in gaming called king making, when like you seed or whatever, and then that position is like you take that position from someone. Every single time Saban lost late in a year to an SEC team, that SEC team won. Auburn, LSU. Look at all of these. They were the next national champion.
He was a kingmaker indeed. So that is those are just a few of the things that were on there. But that part in particular just stood out to me where it was like massive move nationally, massive move nationally, massive move nationally. Things that are just changing the fabric of college football. Oh, and Nick Saban.
I didn't like Connor Stalions' inclusion in that list.
Yeah, I would say Connor Stalions was a little high, and to quote old man Doug, maybe a little recency bias in having Connor Stalions that high. But who knows? Maybe I'm wrong, and if Michigan gets a massive penalty, maybe we'll look back on it as that. But it was the uniqueness of that is that the cheating is something we hadn't seen before.
Yeah,
if like Michigan was caught paying players, it wouldn't have been it certainly wouldn't have been that.
I was
high.
hoping we might see the Oregon Duck uniforms. I thought that was kind of an interesting one to
the
not
biggest
include.
stories of the century.
Yeah, because
a bunch of young kids got into the Ducks.
I remember like how many times like I would see it on Facebook first, and like I'd be like, "Oh, look at the Ducks uniforms for this weekend." That was cool. Every kid my age wanted to be an Oregon Duck fan.
uniforms.
Did you want to be an Oregon Duck, Nick, when you were a kid?
No.
So apparently not.
He's an Iowa boy. They barely got internet, except for his dad.
That's true. Yeah, in the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
All right, it's time for dumb debates, folks. Get in your questions now. We still have, or we have some, but we would love a few more. Nick, do you have a dumb debates question today?
I could probably get one.
Austin, do you have a dumb debates question today?
I can summarize one. Yeah, I can get there.
You can summarize a question.
Yeah,
Okay.
in my brain, I'll figure it out.
A concept of a question.
I
Thank you.
am
Yes.
looking forward to seeing what these two whippersnappers present in our next segment. It's
Mhm.
called Dumb Debates, and it now has a graphic that we'll put up on the YouTube page here on 1620 The Zone.
be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
When you're gone.
Listeners not to, we did anyway, dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way, dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mailing a base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away, dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
Indeed, it is time for the segment that we do on Wednesdays called Dumb Debates. Austin has never been here for one of these.
And I will inevitably fall flat on my face during this.
Wow, don't be so down on yourself.
Hey, set the bar low, you can only go higher from there.
I guess it's hard to argue with that.
That's
You
true.
know, I can't help but notice that during that theme song off the air, Josh sang that line about the olds.
Oh, yeah.
Ironically
Oh,
so.
What does that mean?
Wait,
You're the oldest person in this room.
I was talking about people older than me, Nick. Olds should go away. I'm not an old, I'm just older
You do
than
be
you.
chuggy. That is for sure.
Ugh, I don't even know what chuggy means. That's a good dumb debate. At what point do you go from just being older to an old?
Ooh, good question.
I don't think I'm an old yet.
See, there's always like the conversation that people will have like on the line where they're saying, "Oh, well, you know, it's when you want to stay in and you're not going out with your
then
friends
yes,
and doing
then
that
I
sort
guess
of
I'm
stuff."
old.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
But
I feel like it comes in stages, right?
Right,
Like it's
yes.
not just you wake up and then you do these. Like you build up to it. Like I've started hating to stay out super late, and if I have to go somewhere and it's after 8, like what the hell? What
I
are
mean,
we doing? Going
Josh did
somewhere
say
at 8?
earlier, like yesterday, that he did enjoy reading his book on the deck at night, so to kind of wind down. So that sounds kind of old.
Sounds kind of relaxing. That sounds
It does sound
See,
relaxing.
but see, then we're starting to like creep into that attitude.
We are
of it,
creeping
too.
into that.
Dave says it's when your coworkers are young enough to theoretically be your kids.
Ooh.
So I got
You
some
got
time.
some time.
then.
Yeah.
That's good.
What if you had kids young though?
John could be my dad. My dad and John are around the same
I do.
age.
I think Dave hits
Is
on
John
it.
your dad?
No,
Okay.
That'd be awesome.
I don't have that hair.
Daddy John. Nobody does, Nick. Nobody has.
Papa John.
I
Papa
think
John.
that's a good way to describe it because, like, you guys mentioned stages. I do remember when suddenly I was the young at the office and suddenly I wasn't anymore.
Mhm.
Where and like when Nick arrived, that changed the show and it was like, wow, there's someone who's even like young and like way younger than I am.
I introduced mid to this show, by the way.
Yeah.
Nice.
And at first I was like,
What a
that's
great-
stupid. No, you didn't introduce vibes. We had said 5 before.
No,
you just
no
said
way.
it 100 times a show.
I believe in Nick. I'll
Thank
check
you.
the
Yeah,
tapes.
believe all
Good
Nicks.
vibes, Austin.
Mhm, good
Believe
vibes.
all
I
Nicks.
did introduce mid though.
Oh.
Yeah,
Now
he did.
you and John both.
I
say
love mid.
casually.
Respect.
Respect. RESPECK.
No, just K. No
Just
C.
K.
Yeah.
Cannon says, my brother's theory is that you are old when you can no longer jump without potentially injuring yourself.
When was the last
Interesting.
time you just jumped?
I honestly, I did it recently for some reason, and I don't remember why.
Did you at the race? Did you jump over the finish line?
No, because I'm by the end of a marathon, I'm always worried that I'm going to cramp, and so I don't
yes.
want to do that. So like
That's
whenever
fair.
I see somebody who wins the marathon and they like jump into their coach's arms, I'm like, ouch.
Yeah. You'd think like, oh, torn Achilles. That could be me.
Ouchie Tim's
Mhm.
is what I
Ouch-
think.
Ouchie
Ouch,
Tim's.
Tim.
Yeah, so you guys don't know about Tim's,
Mm.
sadly. But that's not an old thing. It's just an inside joke thing with my
Yeah.
friends. and I
Oh
just
yeah,
said it
so
on
we
the radio.
wouldn't know it. Yeah.
Yeah, very
I
nice.
bet you love
Yeah.
inside jokes. You'd love to be a part of them
Mhm,
someday.
Just out in the rain, not on the inside.
Baymon says, as soon as you start talking about the good old days were better in some form, you're an old.
Yeah,
well, we
like
just
that.
were kind of doing that with college football, but that
That's
was
true.
more about the conferences.
Yes, right.
Not, kids, money.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't do that. I just missed conferences.
It's like
But
me
I-
in the crossover. People used to not look at their phones while they were peeing.
But listen, if you do take like a youth today, like if you take like an 18-year-old who's like really getting into Nebraska football and stuff, and he's like, "Oh, the team looks really good."
I'm like, you're a moron.
And you transport him to like 2007, 2008, you're like, "No, this is college football. Like you're gonna love this."
Wow. See, because I would say go back to like 2000. That's even better.
No, that's too old.
College football on ABC. The music was so good, Austin.
No,
you don't even know about how good it was.
I did love Keith Jackson calling a game was the best.
This is actually kind of interesting. How did you feel about Nebraska football in 2007?
Ooh, in 2007,
Well, they
I was
sucked in
I was
07.
disappointed because they got blown out by Colorado. I was
Nice
very upset about that.
reference.
Right, but I wonder if you guys had the same thoughts on Nebraska football in
No way in hell.
2007.
Oh,
In 2007,
'Cause when you were 10
okay,
and you were
ready? On 2007,
19.
In 2007, my thoughts were Joe Gans is the best quarterback I've ever seen in my life. Marlon Lucky is great. We should have not lost by 52 points to Colorado. Those are my thoughts in 2007.
Wow. My thoughts were, I mean, I did think Joe Gans was pretty good. I did not think he was the GOAT. I did not think Marlon Lucky was the GOAT. And I did think the defense was garbage and that Kevin Cosgrove should have been fired. Maybe Bill Callahan could have saved his job.
I actually do have a Joe Gans ish. We've brought up Ravi. We actually talked about it this morning a little bit.
Yeah.
I guess this kind of maybe could be a dumb debate.
Oh, here we go. Your first one.
If Joe Gans was on the 2009 Nebraska football team, are they a national title contender?
It's been a classic. That's a great Husker, like, what if question that people love doing. My answer is probably no. Like, he was good, but like.
Talking about Nick Saban first.
Could Joe Gans have beaten Oklahoma?
They did.
The defense was so damn good,
but
though.
But the thing is, they did beat Oklahoma that year. They were on the 2000. We're talking the 2009 team.
I meant, could they beat Alabama?
Oh, Alabama.
Could Joe Gans have beaten Alabama?
I don't think that they could have beaten Alabama.
Yeah,
but I think everything else is a lot closer, though.
Well, I mean, for sure. So the 4 losses that they had that year were Texas. They can obviously beat Texas if they have Joe Gans.
Yes.
They lost to Iowa State. They would have beaten Iowa State if they didn't turn the ball over 1,000 times.
They got blown out at home by Texas Tech.
They got blown out at home by Texas Tech.
R.I.P. Mike Leach.
Now, that game, I would also say it went sideways early, and then they were down 14-0. They were they were about to tie the game. There was a backwards pass that Niles Paul thought was a forward pass. Texas Tech took it, returned it for a touchdown. Suddenly it was 14-0. It was going to be tied at 7.
Thanks, Niles.
It's always been a game that could have gone differently. Virginia Tech, if they have a better offense, certainly they win the game. Now, the interesting part, though, is the defense did fail them in the Virginia Tech game. Matt O'Hanlon, Happer's least favorite player of all time. He failed them.
Why?
Because of that play.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if he's his least favorite player, but he definitely dislikes him. He failed them in that moment. I wouldn't say the defense let Nebraska down against Texas. It was more the Audie Canal kick out of bounds left Nebraska.
Right.
So, I mean, they definitely would have had
But they
a shot.
also could have scored more than 3 or 4 field goals.
Well, I'll ask a dumb debate, 2-year dumb debate.
Okay.
Would the defense have been as good if they had a better offense? Like, there was something about that defense knowing that every play they have to be.
Good point.
Every play was like life or death because the offense was so bad. Not that they wouldn't have been great.
Okay,
but they
but
were generational.
But was the defense? When did the defense realize how putrid the offense was? Because was the defense always performing up to that level?
No, they were good early. Like, you definitely knew that they were good.
Or was it post Iowa State that the defense was then like, okay, if it's not going to be the offense, we've got to do this ourselves?
It's a fun question because, like, you look at the scores of some of the games in the last half of the season, and I don't think that people would think like, wait, that's the generational defense. Like, what's his name from Black Panther? This is your king. They gave up
Killmonger.
So they gave up 31 that
Michael
we talked
B.
about to Tech. Never mind. Baylor only scored 10. Kansas scored 17. Colorado scored 20. I do think that the defense, if the regular,
I don't remember that Colorado game being that close. Is that weird? Why don't I remember?
I think Colorado scored like a late touchdown.
Okay.
I think, but I guess I will throw out an opinion. I have an opinion. The defense, if the regular season was it, and like that was all that we knew about Nebraska football, like we would have considered that defense really, really good.
Yes,
they became what they are because of the Texas game,
100%.
and then the shutout of Arizona, and that like all the starters went on the field at the end because they wanted to keep the shutout.
I do vividly remember that Kansas State game because that was the game that they clinched like the division, and that felt like a really big deal. And the defense was like all over the place. They made a bunch of plays, but that was also a game too where the offense was like
putrid,
just unavailable.
I was in the building that night, and that's always been, a sneaky loudest game I've ever been.
The K-State game.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It seemed early. It just seemed like I remember my head hurting because it was so loud in the building. Because I think by that point, people were starting to say like, holy crap, they are good, and everyone hated Kansas State.
That's fair.
Good dumb debate question.
Thank you. I tried.
Austin. Other dumb debates questions. Let's see. From Baymon. This was from a couple days ago.
Yeah.
Thinking about what you just said about your Lakers fandom made me ask myself a question. If you say you're no longer a diehard fan, were you ever really a diehard fan to begin with? I would argue, no, you weren't. It's a one-way entrance, not exit. Your thoughts?
So I have this debate, and famously, I had a crash out yesterday because of the Carolina Panthers Super Bowl appearance.
It was a slight crash out.
Yeah, you got a little trigger.
I did have that. I didn't realize I had that in me. But like I became a Carolina Panthers fan from Madden 06 with Donovan McNabb on the cover because they had the Panthers had the coolest uniforms. Jake Delhomme, I played with him.
Nice.
All the running backs.
And he threw 5 interceptions in that playoff game.
Thank you. I almost forgot about that. Thank you for bringing that up, by the way.
Just say anything about the Cowboys. It's okay. They exist.
But like since then, I think if you are,
Smiles.
I kind of agree with what he is saying though, because to me, if you're a lifetime fan, it doesn't mean you stop like rooting for the team or have interest in the team. Your interest just changes like its level. Like right now, the past like 3 years of Panther football have been like a 1 to 5% interest for me. Like if it's not on national TV, I'm not going to go out of my way to be like, I got to find a way to watch this game. But
so you're not a diehard Panthers fan?
I'm saying I think I am a diehard Panthers fan because I don't give up on them and I don't just like completely quit.
Yeah.
But there's like a level to it where like, okay, we're in the offseason and stuff right now. It's like, okay, do I really need to watch? Like, do I need to go out and look for like Tet McMillan highlights from Arizona and all that sort of stuff? Like, I don't need to do that.
Yeah. So why this came up is because I mentioned I was a diehard Laker fan at whatever year. And I was someone who in, 2008, 9, 10, right? I didn't have League Pass, but if they were on national TV in a season 40 times, let's just say 40 in the regular season, I probably watched 30 of them.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the playoffs, I never missed a single game, to the point where I had a radio show at KRNU and my dad would DVR the game and I would stay away from my phone and I would get home after my shift and I would watch the NBA finals on delay, which was hell.
And you can't do that with a phone now.
No, because I got to pee.
Yep.
And I got to look at my phone, obviously,
exactly,
like a normal person. So that was that I say that as a way to explain, like, here's the level of fandom, and I'm following them, I'm reading about them all the time. Whereas now, like, I want them to do well, but it just doesn't bother me. Like I mean, I used to like live and die with those games, like the 08 finals when the Celtics was terrible. And my wife has always thought that it was something about maybe you were a bigger Kobe fan than you were a Lakers fan. And I wonder if that's the case because like he's my favorite athlete. And, your favorite athlete as a kid, I can't imagine I will ever have a player that I root for as hard as I did because I'm older than everybody now.
Yeah.
Like John asked me a question a few months ago. He's like, who's your favorite Cowboy? And I was like, I don't know. Like, I want that. I just want them to do well.
Right.
I like how well Micah Parsons plays, but I don't know if he's my favorite Cowboy.
Yeah, there's like a difference between being like the fan of like the organization and the like, I don't know, the entity that it is, and also just being like, I really like that player.
Yeah.
Like that is my favorite player.
The way I explained to him was I want them to do well. I want them to win a Super Bowl because it would give me gratification, but I would also be happy. Like I would be happy for Dak because he's caught a lot of flack, right? It'd be cool if Micah Parsons wrecked an entire playoffs for the other offenses and just like killed everybody. Like that would be murder. Would be so fun.
Wow, murder would be fun
on the football field legally.
We make that a quote.
So I don't know. Can you be a diehard fan if you're not or were you ever a diehard fan? Maybe the answer is no. Maybe I didn't love them as much as I thought.
But then also being a diehard fan initiates it had to begin at some point, right? Like when did your diehard fandom begin? And so usually if you're not like born or indoctrinated into it, like if you don't have it like almost immediately as your fanship, then how can you say you're a diehard fan? Because most diehard fans are like, I've been loving this team since life.
Yeah. Yeah. I remember like actively caring about them in 01 and 02, like to the point where I remember watching Game 7 against the Kings and I didn't want my brothers to talk to me.
Yeah.
And I was 13. Like what an annoying person I was.
I've had this argument with like a good college friend of mine because when the Chiefs first won their Super Bowl, he was like disheveled. Like he was crying. He was like all over the place.
Oh, that sounds like amazing.
Thank you. Yeah. And I was talking to him about it and I was like, what would that happen for you again? And of course, like he's from rural Nebraska. So he's like a Husker fan and Chiefs fan. And he was like, if Nebraska football won a national championship, he was like, I don't know how I'd react because that's how I reacted for the Chiefs. And he was like, the Chiefs are my second team to the Huskers.
So he likes Huskers even more. So it's like, holy crap.
And I was thinking to myself, because we were talking about it and I was like, man, and I see him regularly enough that I was like, we have the conversation every year because it's been brought up. And I was like, if Nebraska football this season won the Big Ten, I think I would cry. Like I legitimately be like, I never expected that to happen. And I think in that sense, like if they won a national championship, I wouldn't even know what I'd do with myself.
Yeah.
Because I don't, in my mind right now, I don't see it as a fathomable possibility.
Yeah.
Like I just don't see it.
I've always wondered that same thing of like, what would happen? How would
Yeah.
I react? You know, I've always said to people, I just want to hug my dad.
Yeah.
Like my dad's been a fan since
I did.
You know,
I'm not kidding. I was in at the Colorado game. I was like sitting in like a section with like my uncle and cousins, and I shed tears like when they like won the game, and it was or like when the game was like out of reach, and when I saw like the whole thing of Tommy Hill's interception, like I was like, I've never seen it. Like
wow. And that's just a regular season game.
I know, right?
Yeah,
and so I like. Clearly, that's like diehard fandom. Like
yeah.
when it comes to that,
yeah.
right?
When it gives you that level of an emotion.
But in that same sense, like if the Panthers would have won Super Bowl 50, I don't really know. Like
yeah,
I don't think
you would have been happy.
I would have been happy, but I don't think I
Doesn't
would have
seem like
been
it would
like,
change your life.
Exactly.
Where a Husker
right.
Natty would change your life.
Yeah.
Cowboys
yes.
Super Bowl would change my life.
Yes. Yeah.
Interesting. You got something, Nick? Because I have one.
We can do yours.
Okay, this is from Pedro.
Hey, Pedro.
Hi, guys. Dumb debates question. In the movie Platoon, the guys were divided by drinkers and stoners. Do you think that is true with Generation Z?
Oh.
What does Gen Z get divided on when they're troops? Drinkers and stoners?
Wait, is he saying that, or is Generation Z still drinkers or stoners?
He's asking, is that how Gen Z splits up?
I think
actually I would say yeah. I would say yes.
I don't know about stoners so much. I think
I don't associate myself with too many stoners. I have some stoner friends, but like I'm not in like a stoner group.
Based off of what I've seen on the internet from Gen Z,
Are they into like ketamine now?
I think cocaine has made a comeback in Gen Z.
Cocaine's back?
Stefon Diggs.
I think that is a group. I think you replace stoner with like a cocaine person. I don't know what you call somebody who uses cocaine.
Yeah.
A cocaine user.
A cokehead.
Sure.
A coke.
Cokehead, actually.
I think there's a difference between cokehead and a coke user.
A Coca-Cola?
Oh, yeah. A cokehead is, you're in deep.
Yeah.
A cocaine user is a person.
I hear cokehead and I think about that show on HBO.
The Wire?
Yes.
They were doing heroin.
I know they were doing heroin, but like that's
but I think of cocaine.
Yeah.
That's the vision I get.
No, they were down bad.
I think you could separate them into two different types of groups if you wanted to.
What are those?
iPhone and Android users. If you
Oh,
so choose. Yeah.
nice.
That would be
Cool
tough.
and uncool.
Exactly.
We know
basically
which one
the
is
same.
which.
Yeah.
Yeah. What are does Gen Z drink? Jordan says drinkers and druggies.
Yeah, that's probably good. I think
Drinkers
Gen
and
Z
druggies is actually probably the most accurate, I would think.
See, it's always interesting because everyone says Gen Z just stays on their phones, but they go outside still and drink sometimes.
And Nick has probably seen this meme floating around of some people that
A
are
meme?
like a meme.
I like memes.
The meme that floats around of
These are
being
good
like,
memes.
oh, this is like I don't drink and all these bad reasons, and then they're like, but I do
cocaine.
Yes, exactly.
Interesting.
And it is there is like I actually know many people that are like that, like legitimately that will
Wow.
do like
what's that
very
thing called? Is
hard
it called
drugs.
straight edge?
No.
Not with cocaine, but isn't straight edge a thing?
Straight edge is a thing, but that's like that's just like they don't do like any drinking or drugs.
Yeah,
or
that's what I was
whatever.
talking
Okay,
about.
I thought
Yeah.
you were talking about like California sober. Or
No, I know what that is.
Miami sober
Yep.
is what I call people
Right.
who do coke but don't drink.
Yeah.
I like that.
Thank
That's
you.
wild to be
Yeah.
like drinking is bad for you. I'm going to do cocaine.
Yeah.
I can't imagine.
I don't understand it either.
Cocaine is
Like,
scary.
I enjoy some drinks, but I am getting up there like to the old age.
Oh God, we're
I'm
two
getting into
beers
it
and you're like,
old.
oh, I feel like crap.
I definitely don't drink as much anymore.
Good shout out.
I also don't like hard alcohol. It's just not for me anymore. Just like, give me my beer. Call it a
KG
day.
says no such thing as leftover cocaine.
Respect.
Fight says it's legends and leaders. That's how we split up Gen Z. Good reference.
That's a
Dave.
good one. I like that.
Nick, did you have one before we go to break?
I do.
What is it?
Would you rather meet a genie who can grant you one big wish or a genie who can grant you 3 small wishes every single day?
What define small wishes?
Yeah, how
So,
small
like-
are these
Like,
wishes?
oh, no traffic today or something like
No,
that.
I feel
Or
like
I
that's
only
a
get
big one.
green lights.
I think a
a
small
better
one would be
microphone
like
for my at-home studio.
yes, that's a small one.
Whoa,
or
but
maybe-
that's like $200.
But up to a certain like price point,
But,
right?
but then he could use it every day. So does that count? Or would every day he'd have to wish for the same microphone?
Oh no, it counts. Like it can, like if you wish for a microphone one day,
I have
you
it
still have the
forever?
microphone.
You still have the microphone.
Wow.
But like,
Could I just ask for $400 every day?
no,
That's essentially
So, like,
what it is, though.
A small wish would be like a $20 gift card, you know, or like
Or $200
food from a
microphone.
restaurant, like one of your favorite restaurants, or a big
Every-
wish
every
like
day?
stopping war or ending world hunger.
Or my student loans go away?
Yeah, that'd be a big one.
Yeah, it would. Bigger than those ones, I would
Yeah.
say.
Hmm.
Wow.
Are you still paying student loans?
F you, Austin.
No, I'm just asking.
Yeah, I'll be paying them for the rest of my life, probably.
I'm still paying mine.
That's brazy.
That is brazy.
Are you not paying your student loans?
No, I'm almost done, dog.
What?
I went to the rural school.
Oh, yeah.
I-
He went to a tiny school.
I
with-
went to Iowa Western. I'm still paying mine.
They rub two sticks together and they say, you know what? That's payment for today.
Yeah, true.
Thank you.
I got this from Reddit, by the way. I'm going to give credit.
Oh, Nick, you stole a question.
That's okay.
This is an awesome question.
It's a great question.
But I get one wish and then I'm done.
one big one, or you can get 3 small ones every
Man,
day.
so the
But
big
I get
one
3 small ones every day with no cap at like when it ends.
no cap.
It's just until you die, I guess.
I would take 3 small wishes.
So are we bad people for not like fixing the world?
No, because then it just creates more problems. We have problems because of problems. There will always be
So
problems.
wait, you think if
we have
fix,
problems because of problems.
that's a book idea. You fix world hunger, but it actually does something bad.
Yeah, then world obesity. Everyone's fat.
There was a book by Drew McGarry, friend of the Grum, called The Postmortal, where I don't remember the exact in on it because it's been 10 years since I read it, but they solved aging and nobody died anymore by natural causes.
Mhm.
But that it was bad for everything, right?
Yeah.
You need that. Wow, world hunger is bad. That is a hot take
That
that
is a
I
very hot
should
take.
make a graphic with.
Yeah.
I think I'm going with the other one too. Like, not to save the world, but maybe, you know what? Maybe we got to go to hell if we're going to be people. But man, if I can get 3 like every day, I could be like, you know what? I don't want to spend money.
I would actually,
want a
like,
free meal.
I know when I would use it too. I'd be like driving up to my commute or whatever. If I'm running like 2 minutes behind, I'd just be like, change that light to green.
Yeah.
Just give me a green light. I could use that.
I mean,
like, bang.
if Nick says I can get a new microphone, like every time I need gas.
Yeah, I know.
And I'd be like, I want gas in my car.
Mhm.
And then I don't have to stop by the gas station, which I hate and you love.
If I could ask for 30 less people in my gym when I go, it'd be great.
Oh, wow.
I love an empty gym. It's great.
What would happen to those people, though?
I need
don't
a
know,
new
they
pair
just
of running shoes.
get
Boom.
dusted.
Running
Bang.
shoes. Nick, what are you going to do? You're doing the big thing. And what is the big thing?
I don't know if I'm doing the big
Everyone has Androids.
Wow. Nick hates. Oh, God.
Could you imagine?
That
would cause problems.
Yeah. Oh, I'd be triggered.
So there's a lot of minor inconveniences that just happen in your day-to-day life that we just kind of put up with.
Oh, one small wish. I would like this group chat to be blue.
Nice. Every day.
Every day.
So,
Or
like,
like-
what's a small thing that every day happens to you that you hate?
Well, like I want food, and like I don't want to like go and get the food.
But you
right?
don't want to order Postmates.
Right. I can just be, oh, that's expensive, you know?
Mhm. Sure,
if I
yeah.
can be like, I just want like a pizza from this local place that I like.
Boom,
here
and
you
it's
go.
there on your couch.
Then I just have pizza. I have some za.
Couch pizza.
So you're just asking for like teleportation is what you're asking for. Kind of more or less.
Yeah, Nick, I think you
Kinda.
just, maybe that's what you want to invent, teleportation.
That could be my big wish. Can I invent teleportation, Genie?
Kenneth says, big wish, I would wish for unlimited money, then I buy whatever I would use my daily wishes for. Boom, done.
Kenneth, Nick using his 3 wishes for his 3 daily meals.
He's just doing breakfast, lunch, and dinner every time.
I just
Oh,
like,
that's
I'd like
beautiful.
breakfast rice, please. And
Wow,
lunch rice.
unlimited money, though. But you're not a billionaire. It's just unlimited money. You just always have it.
Yeah.
Ooh, then I'm not a monster.
Mhm.
Maybe I would do the big wish.
Ooh, small wish. I just find $100 bill on the ground every day.
Yeah, but then, I mean, $100 is a lot of money.
But again,
that's
it's
only $36,000
But
a
you
year.
get a $200 microphone every single day.
Yeah, but no, I just want to get it one day, and then every other day I get 3 more wishes.
I think that the small wishes is easily the way to go.
Man, but if you get unlimited
I don't
money,
care if I'm
then you're
selfish.
done. You are done. Then I can just solve all of my problems, not the world problems. We see what
Well, you do have
billionaires are doing.
unlimited money. You could do whatever.
We have unlimited money.
Would
People
you buy
that are
a
trying to
team?
solve problems.
Would you buy an NFL team?
No.
Would you buy the Cowboys?
No, because Jerry wouldn't sell them. He wouldn't. Sell
I mean, you could wish
Can you
for it,
still
then
be
he
a
would.
fan of a team in which you own?
I wouldn't want to own them.
Because then it's a job.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to own them.
Okay.
I wouldn't want to do that.
Would you buy a rival and tank them?
Oh, hey, congratulations, Philadelphia Eagles. You have a new owner. Oh, that'd be awesome.
Josh Peterson has spent unlimited money on the Philadelphia
and then
Eagles.
the fans would find out who bought them, and they would be picketing, and it'd be like January 6th in Philadelphia every day.
So you could
about
literally
me.
buy out everybody.
Yeah, and I would say something about Mike Pence if Mike Pence had the courage. All right. That's Dumb Debates. Speaking of Jerry Jones, when we return, I promised a Dallas Cowboys topic.
Smiles and glory holes.
I'm going to deliver it on the other side,
Can't wait.
and then we'll do content.
On the other side of what?
This break.
Oh, I thought you meant the glory holes, but that's okay.
Oh, wow. Well done, Austin. On 1620 The Zone. Nick, people are commenting on your shirt.
Hello, shirt.
They would like it buttoned.
Okay. I wouldn't like it buttoned, so I'm not going to.
Oh, suck on that, LSD, Will.
I'm just going to wear what I want.
Wow. I'll read you what he said off the air because it's a little inappropriate.
Oh, no.
I'm sure.
You can't say it?
Speaking of inappropriate, Jerry Jones.
Hey, Jerry.
So he is the owner of my favorite professional franchise, my favorite team, the team that I just want a little bit of joy from. Not a little bit. I've gotten a little bit of joy. I want the ultimate joy. I want the ultimate glory, some would say, Nick. The ultimate glory is what I want as a Cowboys fan.
Smiles and glory holes.
With a big old smile on my face.
Hey, smile.
Are you at all interested, Mr. Austin?
Yes.
In the Cowboys Netflix show titled America's Team, The Gambler and His Cowboys. Subtitle, The Cowboys You Know, The Truth You Don't.
No part of that am I interested in. I'm sorry.
August 19th on Netflix.
I'll be busy watching Alien Earth instead. I'm sorry.
Nice.
Is that the TV show?
Yes.
By the way,
interesting.
I went to a show at the Astro a couple weeks ago, and there's an Ancient Aliens live show that happens. Did you know that Ancient Aliens is still around and also doing a touring live show?
What's happening new in Ancient Aliens?
I don't know. I feel like they covered it all. I think titles for things are too long now. I think every title, like from video games to these Netflix things.
Yeah, too many subtitles. Once you add a colon, I'm over.
Well, I guess the title is America's Team, The Gambler and His Cowboys. That's too long? Because the other thing wasn't a subtitle. It was more of a tagline.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so say it one more time. It's
America's Team, probably The Gambler and His Cowboys. And then there is
I would rather have it just be The Gambler and His Cowboys. I think that's better.
You don't have to put America's Team there first.
Yeah.
You don't have to put America first.
I think, nice, Nick. I think I'm going to watch this and be mad.
Probably.
I think that's what's going to happen.
Is it the same production company from the Patriots Dynasty one? Because that was bad.
Excellent question. I don't know. The photo includes photos of Nice, Josh. The graphic includes photos of Emmitt Smith.
Were you Stefon Diggs?
No. Yeah. What was the word that he kept just saying over and over and over? Not cocaine. It was not cocaine. Emmitt Smith, Barry Sanders.
Internal conversations with myself internally.
Yeah. We had them internal, not internally. Internal.
Emmitt,
Dion, Troy, Irvin, and then Jarrah on here as well. So it's good. Like they were shooting this a couple of years ago. They were shooting other stuff during 2023, and then they retired Jimmy Johnson finally. They did all that, and I was like, they're finally going to do it. And then they got boat raced by the Packers, and so it's going to be interesting that stuff will be included. I hate myself. I'll probably watch a little bit of this.
Are you ready to be hurt again?
Yes, of course. I can't wait for this season. Every day I realize that I think about how they open against the Eagles, and then I just get sad.
Yeah, true. Well, you are
Respect.
a sicko to look at respect indeed.
Yeah.
You are a sicko in looking at the schedules ahead, especially the television schedules.
I do love looking at
How many
schedules.
primetime games do your Cowboys have?
It's 5 this year. 5.
At what point does Jerry Jones make a comment that Ezekiel Elliott may return to the team?
Oh God.
Week
Please.
5?
No,
Week 6?
No, Jerry, no. I like not
He loves
having-
Zeke.
Yeah, he does. He really loves Zeke. Yeah.
Can you imagine being like a Cowboys fan? Like you
Yes.
You join the Cowboys fandom in like 2014 and you're like, Ezekiel Elliott may be the best running back we've ever had.
He was awesome in 2016.
Yeah.
And even 17 and 18. And then he started dropping off and now he's old.
Do you want to play a game called Name Bad Running Backs for the Dallas Cowboys?
Oh God.
Felix Jones, one of my favorites.
Wow.
He was super old.
He was old. Darren McFadden was old when they got him.
He had that one year though.
He did have 1,000 yards rushing because they had the best offensive line in the NFL at the time. They had Tony Romo got hurt, so they couldn't throw the ball, and they still had a 1,000-yard rusher. That's how good the offensive line was.
Remember when DeMarco Murray was on that team?
I do. And then
was
they ran him into the ground that year, and then they were like, "See you later. Go have fun with the Tennessee Titans."
Did he went to the Eagles first though? Didn't he?
Murray? He went to the Titans first.
I think he was an Eagle for like half the season, and then they traded him or something like that.
Are you right? I hope that you're wrong on
I thought it was a really big deal that he like went to the Eagles.
Rats, you're right.
Ooh,
I forgot about this.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that's a weird move for a franchise that normally makes smart moves.
The Dallas Cowboys.
No, the Eagles.
Oh, the Eagles. Yes, correct.
Yeah, so he had 1,845 rushing yards that year for the Cowboys.
Well, those might have been the Chip Kelly era. That might have been a different time.
2015. It was the Chip Kelly era. Yeah, the Chip Kelly era was almost dead.
I'm actually surprised Chip Kelly didn't end up in our previous conversation about the college football. I mentioned the Oregon uniforms. Chip Kelly was pretty.
Chip Kelly. That's a good point. I wonder if he showed up.
He was a pretty big deal in the top 25.
He did. I read the story. Chip Kelly didn't. You're right. Chip Kelly should be on there instead of Connor Stallions. His offense came in and took over. honestly, spread offenses should have been the story.
That probably should. And then you could like parlay it in like subcategory Chip Kelly.
Sam writes, I still don't know how the Packers beat the 13-3 Cowboys in 2016 because felt like Zeke had 6 yards of carry. Thank you, Sam, for reminding me of my least favorite playoff loss.
Is that the toe drag game? Which game is that?
The Aaron Rodgers where he makes the stupid throw across the field? Yeah. The reason why, and I've not rewatched the game, and I never will, the reason why they lost to them is, oh, God, yeah, I'll do the Groin Kick Chronicles for that game, is... I searched Dallas Cowboys Green Bay Packers playoff game, and it gave me the most recent one, which is really sad.
That one's also bad.
Oh, I hate that one. But the Cowboys fell behind 21-3 at one point in time, so they were coming back for like literal hours at a time.
Yep.
Zeke had 22 carries, 125 yards, 5.7 yards per carry. But as always, they always get off to such a slow start in the playoffs, and so that was a game that they got off to a slow start, and so they dug themselves out of a hole, and then Aaron Rodgers made the best pass of his life, and then they lost.
So does that one? If you could replace here, you want to play one game?
What game can I replace? Yes.
Okay, you can change the outcome of that one, the Dez catch, or the Giants' first Super Bowl with Eli.
Oh, this is a big genie wish.
Yeah, I mean, probably the answer is
good one.
The answer is probably the Giants one because if then the Giants don't win the Super Bowl, so I'm happier. They would have played the Packers the next week, a team that they'd beaten. But this also means that I get to watch the Cowboys in an NFC Championship game for the first time ever. See,
but also the ripple effect. We get an undefeated Patriots team.
Yeah, the Patriots would have won.
Maybe the Cowboys win. You never know.
Okay.
So here's
the Patriots would have won.
Patriots would have won.
My answer is not going to be this game, but I will say this. I've always wondered what would have happened if Tony Romo didn't drop the snap the year before.
Oh, the Seahawks, yeah.
In the Seahawks game. Because I've always wondered if that ended up just totally breaking him in a way. Even though he had a long career after this. Sounds like such a Bill Simmons thing. Is he had a long career. He was really good. Borderline Hall of Famer, right? But what happens if early in his career he doesn't just drop the shiniest football of all time? Nick, look how shiny the ball was. Look, Google Tony Romo
drop snap.
Drop snap. The ball is so shiny. Something was going on here.
Yeah.
What don't they want us to know about that football in Seattle in January of 2007?
You do have a good point. I actually did forget that like those years were back to back because
brutal.
That's what Romo was only known for moving forward, was that every single time a game was close in the fourth quarter and he couldn't get a game done, that's all that they could handle.
Yes. Yeah. Absolutely brutal.
It seems kind of shiny, but based off the pictures, it doesn't look super shiny.
It's the shiniest football of all time.
I think in a video of it, it is very shiny.
The answer is probably the 2007 one. I don't know if that...
I'm surprised you picked that one comparative to the Dez catch. I thought maybe you'd go Dez catch.
The only reason I don't pick the Dez catch is because I think they would have lost to Seattle. Because
Seattle was a wagon.
Yes, they were
a wagon.
Even though the Cowboys beat them that year in Seattle. Yeah. In 2007, they would have had a home game. In 2016, they would have had a home game.
True.
In 2014, they would have been on the road.
Who would they have played? Was it 49ers?
2007, they would have played the Packers. In 2016, they would have played the Falcons. They would have hosted the Falcons.
Wow.
Now Kyle Shanahan was their OC, and he would have just done zippity doo-dah stuff all over
that
the
would have
field.
Been interesting.
And they scored 1 million. I remember that NFC Championship game against it was Packers Falcons, and I was just so disinterested because I was just mad. And then the game was horrible because the Falcons just ran up and down the field.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that was when Julio was just going over. He was going semi-nuclear.
Yeah, and I don't know if I would.
Thank you.
If I'd changed the one from a few years ago, because then the next week they would have had to play the Lions, and the Lions were so triggered by the end of
the past Packers game.
Yeah,
the blowout.
Yeah. And the Lions were so mad about the way that they lost in December that year that they probably would have won. But I don't know. Now I'm just really depressed.
Sorry,
that whole
I
era,
do this.
the Micah Parsons era, they've been really good, and they just fail.
Last year they were really good, weren't they? Oh no. They
were horrible. Hurt. You know what? Sneaky pick 2021, the loss in the opener against the 49ers, because then in round 2 they would have gotten to play the Bucs, and I think they could have beaten the Bucs. And then by that point, do the Rams beat the Packers in snow? I don't know, but I'll just be sad.
What a trickle effect. Sorry I had to make you run through that. That's what you get for doing the Panthers thing.
Wow, and Sam just keeps tweeting about the Packers and how fun they are.
Smiles and glory holes.
KD, who's a 49ers fan.
Hey, Katie.
People forget the 49ers, their Super Bowl list streak is actually 1 year longer than the Cowboys. Just to remind everyone.
Right, yeah.
I don't know how home team Cowboys lost to a rookie 7th round quarterback. Which game is that? Rookie 7th round quarterback. Which Cowboys team lost? No, they didn't lose. They've never lost to Purdy in the playoffs. Which Cowboys team lost to a rookie
7th rounder?
I don't know.
Who is he talking about?
Eli wasn't a rookie. I'm trying to figure out which of their playoff losses came to a rookie. I don't think any of them. Unless I'm forgetting something.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah.
He has to be referencing some 49ers game, right? Because that's the only 7th round quarterback I could think of.
No, but Jimmy G started that game, and he wasn't a rookie. He was a veteran.
Maybe this guy doesn't know ball.
KD, tough look for you, bro. 49ers were mid last year, too.
Bang.
All of our teams were mid. We're all terrible. All right. Well,
Panthers are good. They're
wow.
getting better.
Why did I bring up this topic? That was
How many
stupid.
years have they been getting better?
This will be year 4 of getting better.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nick, they're getting close.
This is my second stint on the Matt Rule experience of team getting better.
When we return, it is time for some content. Hopefully no Cowboys discussions in here. We'll see what Nick whipped up.
Ooh.
Yogurt speaks again.
Hi.
Kevin Durant has a team he could play for.
I might have mentioned KD in 2007. Was he playing in 2007?
Kevin Durant?
Yeah.
He was a rookie.
Supersonic.
Maybe
Yeah,
not.
he played for the Seattle Supersonics. Those things and more.
It's
When we
mostly
return.
my friends talking about these people. That's
Fair.
how I picked up on it.
Good point.
Basketball
Mhm.
on 1620 The Zone.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Time for Nick Grimm to say some words that end with an uptick in his voice, which means it's a question.
Uh-oh.
Yogurt won't shut up.
Nice.
More quotes came out in Amy Just story today, and now the Nebraska AD says you could get married at Memorial Stadium. Austin?
Whoa.
Are you interested?
You were talking about crying earlier. You could cry in the stadium for a different reason.
That would be so sick. Unfortunately, Dr. Girlfriend has put a huge kibosh that on no sporting events will she be proposed, no married at.
Wow.
Yeah.
You're going to let her boss you around like that?
I think there might be like a slight asterisk if it's like Husker volleyball, but we do think that that's probably not going to happen. So
okay.
I don't even know how to start. How do you start that conversation?
What, a proposal?
No, I know how that question goes.
You just talk about it.
I'm just saying.
Oh,
like,
wait,
the
like
event.
where it goes?
Yeah, or if I were like, hey, Husker volleyball, I would like to propose to Dr. Girlfriend.
Oh,
there.
You're asking them. I don't know. You
Yeah.
email Yogurt.
Okay.
Yeah,
Mr.
you could
Yogurt.
Email Yogurt or somebody who
Dannon.
knows somebody.
Yeah, I'll email Dannon.
You probably know people that have connections.
Yeah, I'll start there.
Ask
See what I can do.
DB to help.
You're actually not wrong. I probably should start there. That's
Yeah.
actually a really good place to start.
Kevin Durant and his team are sifting through trade scenarios, according to ESPN. Teams have expressed interest in Durant, include the Houston Rockets, San Antonio Spurs, Miami Heat, Minnesota Timberwolves, and New York Knickerbockers. Where does he land?
I think I have an opinion.
Okay.
I think he is going to go play at Madison Square Garden as a member of the New York Knicks.
My personal life would love to see him be a Minnesota Timberwolf. I think that'd be a lot of fun.
Oh.
I would love to see this actual generational handshake occur between him and Anthony Edwards. I think that'd be a lot of fun. I agree with you, though. If he's not a Knick, I would be very surprised.
Me too. If he's not going to be a Knick, I think it will be in San Antone. He'll be playing for the Spurs with Big Vic.
I actually think for a secondary option, again, hoping for Minnesota, I actually think Houston. I think Houston would most likely pay the most to him to be like, hey, listen, we got to get someone who can score points.
And all those teams are looking to take that next step. Houston, interesting because it's a lot of young players.
Yeah.
And then obviously San Antonio maybe has the future of the league.
It's just a matter of how much Houston wants to give up.
Here's something we somehow missed yesterday.
Oh, no.
Myles Garrett.
Oh.
Dinosaur boy?
While meeting with the media, he had this to say about Aaron Rodgers. Quote, good opportunity to put him in the graveyard. End quote. What are your thoughts?
Myles Garrett has definitely never threatened anyone in his life, right? I mean, he's never done physical assault on someone on the football field.
Yeah, there was that thing with Mason Rudolph that one time.
Oh, that's right.
And Rudolph allegedly said the N-word.
Yeah, and Mason Rudolph, a Steelers quarterback. Oh, no. Ooh, also bad. So
Tough.
So I wonder if Aaron Rodgers' hot takes may get him put into the ground.
There was a quote from me a few minutes ago that said murder would be fun. So perhaps we are just handshake memeing. Padilla, your coworker.
Yes. Love you, JP.
Says a New York Reporter has already said the Knicks aren't involved with the KD situation.
Well, great. I hate my life. Take it out.
Edit that out of the podcast.
Yeah.
Okay. List season, not last. List.
Yep.
Different vowel.
Yep.
List season continues this offseason in the college football world, and this week ESPN ranked 25 best plays of the century.
We love lists, Nick.
Leading the way, you ask?
What was leading the way, Nick?
The kick six by Auburn versus Alabama in 2013.
Nice.
The Boise State trick plays, Vince Young's touchdown in the 2006 Rose Bowl, Tua to Smith, and the blocked field goal by App State versus Michigan rounded out the top 5.
Wow.
Stunts to Crouch ranked 21st, though.
Okay.
Thoughts?
Like that? I like the list. I if you were to tell me you could pick one college football play to relive and you could just be back in your moment, I would pick the kick six every
Kick
time.
six was tight AF, Nick.
I've seen it. It's awesome. I love it.
Watching that live, I lost my mind. I was yelling and screaming.
I wish I was a college football fan at that moment because it would have been incredible to witness.
Going back to a topic we did earlier, Austin, which was also about a top 25, oddly, every Alabama loss was an event. That might have been the biggest of all of the events. Even though they lost in Natties, there is nothing like that loss to Auburn in the kick six.
And I almost argue that it's more important that Auburn actually lost that game because I think we remember the kick six more than we would have even remembered their national championship.
Yeah, they lost in the Natty. Yeah. Stunts to Crouch, nice to see something all the way back in '01 get a mention.
Yeah.
Shout out to 2001, folks. Nice, Nick.
Beyond stunts to crouch, what's the other best play Nebraska has had since 2000?
Oh, since 2000, probably Sue tossing.
That
Colt
was the
McCoy.
first one that came to my
Yeah,
mind as
right.
well.
Trying to think of what else could be there, though.
Yeah, sadly, it hasn't been that memorable. I mean, hell, same game, Alex Henry's field goal.
Jordan Westerkamp, the Hail Mary, and the Ron Kellogg
That's
game.
a good one.
Yeah.
If you want to get a little melancholy, Jack Hoffman's touchdown in the
touchdown
spring
run.
game. Yeah, it's been such a rough 25 years that, you just don't have a whole lot of, super memorable. I mean, I'll go with the Eric Crouch 90-whatever-yard touchdown. Was it 95-yard touchdown run against Missouri, the Heisman year that he had?
The
in
Tommy Hill
2001?
pick six. Do people like the Tommy Hill pick six?
You were
I
crying.
cried in the stadium.
Yeah, that's
Tommy
a
Hill
good
pick
one.
six.
Yeah. I think those are all good.
Trying to think of if there's any others that we're missing in that little regime. I can't think of anything. No.
The U.S. Open starts tomorrow.
Oh, tennis.
No, golf.
Forget picking a winner. Give me the winning score. Some people are saying it could be around even.
Apparently, the course
69?
is coming. Nice. The course is coming for the golfers. I'm going to say the victor of the U.S. Open shoots 1 under par for 4 rounds.
I got into a deep dive, I think Monday night, on the golf being too easy for these professional golfers, and that they had made this course specifically to just frustrate everybody.
Yeah, they put sharks in the water, right?
Yeah, something like
actual
that.
sharks.
Nick, you nailed it.
Yeah, it's like Wii Golf when they'll just come up and eat you or whatever. I do think we're probably going to get an unheralded star, someone that's B tier, and it's going to be a surprise that comes through. And I think it'll be somewhere par or 1 under as well. That would be the winning.
By the way, Kenneth says the onside kick up 11 points versus Northwestern in Ireland was pretty iconic.
Iconic, indeed.
You're saying we'll have an unsung hero.
Yes, we will.
It's a Blue Jay shoot around.
Yeah.
thing.
Oh, great reference.
That's actually not a Blue Jay shoot around. That's a Jimmy Allen part, but yeah.
Wow, tough. So Jimmy does it and not you?
No, I don't do unsung hero.
Tough look for Nick.
I mean, it happened on shoot around even before Jimmy.
That is true. That's fair.
I never did that.
Good point.
It wasn't on the original
It was
version.
a Tim thing.
Tim did shoot around?
Yeah.
So wait, you are my great grandchild.
Look at that. Look at us finding heritage.
Nice.
Finally, Game 3 of the NBA Finals are tonight. The Thunder are a 5-point road favorite, but what's going to happen?
I said it yesterday. I'll say it again.
Yeah.
Thunder are just going to dominate the next couple of games. It's going to go all the way back to OKC here soon.
I think it's going to be closer than game 2, but that the Thunder will win, the Thunder will cover, and they will go up 2-1, putting all the pressure on Indiana. I forgot how much you love the text sound.
No, that wasn't the text. That was the close note.
Oh, that was close note. Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
By the way, Jordan brings up another good one. Amir's touchdown versus McNeese State.
Now, that was more of a sigh of relief, but the play is phenomenal.
I did bigger overreaction that day.
Oh, how was that?
Horrible. Damon and I argued the whole time.
Oh, no.
Because I wanted Bo fired.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Tough.
Yeah.
You won. You won in the end.
Thank you very much. Tell Damon I said that. El Scorcha says Myles Garrett was just trying to put Mason Rudolph's helmet back on.
Oh, that's true.
Here, put the helmet on. You'll be okay.
Come here, buddy.
CTE. All right, when we come back, it's time for the segment we all love. What's for dinner?
Ooh,
nice.
Next on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just, like, going out to eat.
All right, so I talked about it earlier. I was going to do boy dinner last night of some tendies and fries, and then my wife got off earlier, and so we and now I got an email earlier that said I didn't grill because we have a griddle. I'm going to refer to it as grill. I'm not going to say I griddled.
I'm with you. It's a grill.
I just don't like that it's called a griddle. Griddle makes me think of a tailgate with a crappy grill. It's a flat top.
Yeah.
I cooked brats on a flat top. And I also made thighsies. And I'm having chicken thighs tonight with tots or french fries. I have not decided which.
Good move. Good sides.
And I also made buffalo sauce last night, so I'll be dipping it in the buffalo sauce.
Whoa. You went all out.
He loves making buffalo sauce.
Dude, I've really gotten into it. Hot sauce, some butter, some onion or garlic powder and salt. Boom. Great. It's so good. And then you put it in the fridge, and I love the thickness of it. Oh, yum.
Well, much like you, my dinner plans yesterday got Uno reversed on me because the Dr. Girlfriend's Dr. Girlfriend's parents did show up, and they got us some pizza.
Nice.
So it was very nice. So we actually all ate together. It was very nice. Now tonight we'll be getting to our leftovers. So we're just doing some shredded chicken.
So wait, you're saying they ruined your future in-laws ruined your night?
I know. I was so frustrated.
Wow.
Man, I hate eating pizza.
Do they listen to the show?
No.
Oh,
I told them I was going to be on today. They said that's okay.
Say what you want to say about it.
No, actually, no. It was,
how do you really feel?
I was really happy that they got us pizza yesterday. They also got us jalapeno poppers, which were nice.
Nick, before you go, Kenneth says, what is Nick going to wish for tonight?
Oh, nice.
Close your eyes.
I am going to have to wish for something. Last night, I got home at like 9:30.
Uh-oh. Marta
Thank you.
Marta Baton.
My fiance had made me a sandwich, and it was just ready to go for me.
Congrats on your
awesome.
engagement.
Thank you.
Wow, did you say, woman, make me a sandwich?
No, she called me on the way home, and she's like, what do you want? Like, are you going to pick up anything for dinner? Otherwise, I was just going to make us some sandwiches. I'm like, I'll take a sandwich.
Wow,
Yeah, nice.
You said, get back in the kitchen.
Make me a sandwich.
Double time.
It was a very good sandwich.
Nice.
tonight?
I'm on my own
'cause she
tonight
made it.
because her and her mom are in Kansas City for the Yankees game. So I got to find
Do you
something.
think they're talking about you?
Maybe.
Yeah, probably saying he's a big idiot.
Whoa.
Probably.
He
And he's
couldn't
a
even make a
misogynist.
sandwich.
Like, why are you marrying that idiot?
He doesn't even know what bread is.
I saw an ad today where it's like you could get a half loaf of bread. You could just buy that.
I saw
now.
you tweet about it. You're triggered.
I wasn't triggered. It's just I'm confused by it because never in my life have I ever wished for less bread.
I think
I go through bread pretty quick.
That's what it is. It's the half loaf is for people who don't go
Yeah,
through it as
that's right.
fast and then it
Big
gets
bread guy.
moldy.
But then
Yeah.
a bunch of people commented on that, like, actually, half loaf sounds perfect for me.
Yeah,
I'm like,
put bread in the fridge. It'll stay longer.
it would the freezer for sure. My
That's what
grandma
we
used to do that.
Yeah, we put our bread in the freezer.
But also, I love bread. It's hard for me to conceptualize not going through. That used to be a problem for me. I used to have to like slow down on how much I would
Stop
eat bread.
eating the bread.
Like, I would
Nick.
eat
Big
way too
carb
many
guy.
sandwiches.
Man, Nick loved communion.
I used to do bread and butter as my like after school snack. That was
Bread and butter
Bread
or
and
toast
butter.
and butter is a sneaky god tier snack.
yeah.
Wow.
My when we went to like a Europe trip, me and Dr. Girlfriend, Euro trip. She was
Love
like,
that
"Hey, go
movie.
to that bakery and just grab a loaf of bread." And I was like, "Okay."
Yeah,
and
we
she
got
was
that
like,
picture.
Yeah, it was the best. I love
R.I.P. that one person in that movie. She died recently.
Oh no,
I forgot about that.
I'm sorry to bring up Euro trip.
Tomorrow, Robin Washit stops by.
Hi, Robin.
Kelly Ford stops by, and Michael Severe and his tungsten ring, or maybe not tungsten ring. I don't know.
We'll find out.
He'll be in the building.
Yeah.
Or
Thanks
as you
for
call
having
it, he'll be in the build.
In the build.
Dude, thanks for coming in.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure.
I'll probably see you
Respect.
next month.
I will. Yes.
Yeah.
I'll say it now. I'll see you next month.
Unless you fill in for Happer, and then I'll see you earlier than next month.
That is true. That could always happen.
Yeah. Awesome. All right. Well, this was fun the last 2 days.
It was.
We have 1 day left, and then it's time.
Last 2 bays.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. I was trying to explain that to my wife last night. She was like, what?
Yeah.
I was like, I don't know. It's like a different letter. She was like, what?
Yeah. It was brazy.
For him,
It
for
was
him.
brazy.
I'm me. Bye-bye.